Order, please. We'll begin with the daily routine. I recognize the honourable member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if I can rise on a point of order. Thank you.
Permission granted.
Sitting in this chamber is an absolute honour. It is a privilege for all of us. Our parliamentary privilege is unique to the legislature. The purpose of parliamentary privilege is to allow legislators and legislations to carry out the primary functions of deliberating, legislating, and holding the government to account. This privilege should be treated with caution and not used as a shield or an instrument for political gain. Yesterday, that privilege was abused here. It was used as a shield by the member from Cumberland North. The member appears to have intentionally misled the House with misinformation. She tabled an unsigned document she referred to as an NDA between blank and the PC caucus. First, I can confirm that neither the PC caucus nor the PC party ever had an individual sign an NDA with respect to this matter. Contrary to the assertion of the member from Cumberland North, when she stated, and I quote, "My employee was coerced into signing an NDA with the Progressive Conservative Caucus." Second, I can also confirm that the document tabled in the legislature by the member is not a document that was prepared for, nor was entered into the PC party, the PC caucus, PC party interim leader, or current leader. Any statements suggesting otherwise or to malign members of the PC caucus are simply untrue and a clear attempt to mislead this House. As I said, our privilege is an honour that should not be treated lightly, nor should be it abused. This abuse is evident when a member makes such an inflammatory accusation and then refuses to stand outside the chamber and repeat those same accusations where she doesn't enjoy the same privilege as she does in this chamber.
Order, please. Order, please. Before the member continues, I'd like to take a brief recess just for a few minutes, okay? Order, please. Thank everyone for their patience and understanding. There's been a little bit of debate going on with the House leaders and the person making the point of order, and it's been determined at this point the point of order is not in order. So we will begin with the daily routine again. Presenting and reading petitions. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Speaker, today the Mass Casualty Commission has released its long-awaited final report and recommendations from the public inquiry on the unspeakable, heartbreaking events that shook our province and the country almost 3 years ago. The events of April 18th and 19th, 2020 forever changed us as Nova Scotians. Our thoughts have been with the victims, families, survivors, and communities who have endured an unimaginable pain. They will continue to be close to our hearts. As a government, we continue to stand with the families. We have said from the beginning that this process is needed to get answers for the families. Now, the governments of Nova Scotia and Canada have a responsibility to act and honor the memory of those lost. Together, we must continue to do what we can to help build a safer community and a safer Nova Scotia. The families, survivors, and communities will be our foremost in our minds as we continue to do this work. Speaker, I would ask that after my colleagues finish with their remarks, that we have a moment of silence for the lives that were lost on that terrible day. Speaker, we cannot change what happened, but we know we can do more to help prevent something like this from ever happening again. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for a copy of his remarks in advance. Today is a difficult day for the province. As the details from the events of April 18th and 19th, 2020 are recounted, it can bring back many emotions for Nova Scotians. The report released today symbolizes an important step for our province. To the families, loved ones, and friends, we recognize your grief and continue to stand with you. The strength and resilience you've shown through what you've endured is remarkable. I also want to recognize the first responders. We thank you for your bravery and service during such a horrific event. Our province lost so much on that day, and we must continue to remember and honor those victims. And we can do so by recognizing that we will all have to play a role, a supporting role, in figuring out how we move forward. Here in the legislature especially, we must make sure that we are working together for the betterment of all Nova Scotians. We are stronger when we stand together. This event shook the province to its core, and we will be forever changed because of it. Today is not easy. My thoughts are with all Nova Scotians as we grieve, support, and move together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham. Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleagues for their heartfelt words. Mr. Speaker, nearly 3 years ago, Nova Scotians were shocked and shaken by the horrible and heartbreaking mass shooting in Portapique and the surrounding communities. Today, as the Mass Casualty Commission releases its final report and recommendations from the public inquiry, we stand with the families, communities, and all Nova Scotians who have mourned the deaths of the 22 Nova Scotians killed. From the beginning, it was the extraordinary courage and conviction of the families who fought for and won the public inquiry to find answers and a way forward. Today and always, we hold them in our hearts. The end of the public inquiry isn't the end of our province reckoning with the events of April 18th and 19th, 2020, but it is an important end to this chapter from which we will, together, move forward. As we saw in the days and weeks immediately following these events, Nova Scotians come together in compassion and solidarity in times of great need and sorrow. Today is no different. Mr. Speaker, together we will continue to work every day to build stronger, safer communities for everyone. Thank you.
Please rise for a moment of silence. Thank you. Please be seated. Government notices of motion. The Honourable Minister of Service, Nova Scotia, Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I read my notice of motion, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll do it en français et en anglais. Monsieur le Président, aujourd'hui, dans votre galerie, dans votre tribune, dans la tribune du Président, j'ai l'honneur de vous présenter et aux membres de l'Assemblée des invités spéciaux. In your gallery today, Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to introduce some very special guests. Marie-Claude Rioux, past Executive Director of the Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, ancienne directrice générale de la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, accompagnée par sa mère Paulette et son époux Rory, accompanied by her mother Paulette and her husband Rory. Kenneth Deveau, président de la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse, was president of the Acadian Federation. Gwen Leblanc, trésorière, treasurer of the Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Gisèle Thibault, director of communications, directrice de communication de la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Claude Renaud, président du regroupement des aînés. Véronique Legault, Executive Director, Directrice générale du regroupement des aînés de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Nicole Dupuis, Executive Director, Directrice générale de la Fédération des parents des Acadiens de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Et j'en reconnais d'autres. Il inclut Louise Imbeau, ancienne présidente, former president of la Société nationale de l'Acadie. I ask them to rise to receive the warm welcome of the House. Je demande de se lever pour recevoir l'accueil chaleureux de l'Assemblée.
I'm not even going to attempt to say it in French, but I will say it in English. Welcome to the Nova Scotia Legislature and enjoy your stay. The Honourable Member for Acadian Affairs and Francophonie.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Date ultérieure, je demanderai l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que la Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse est une association à but non lucratif fondée en 1968 qui a pour mission de promouvoir l'épanouissement et le développement de la communauté acadienne et francophone de la Nouvelle-Écosse. Et attendu que Mme Marie-Claude Rioux était en poste pendant 10 ans en tant que directrice générale, travaillant pour faire reconnaître les besoins et les priorités des Acadiens, des Acadiennes, des francophones de notre province. Et attendu que Mme Rioux part pour poursuivre une occasion de leadership au sein du COPA national. Par conséquent, qu'il soit résolu que les membres de l'Assemblée législative se joignent à moi pour remercier Mme Rioux de son engagement et de son dévouement à la vitalité des communautés acadiennes et francophones de la Nouvelle-Écosse et pour lui souhaiter succès dans ses futurs projets. Monsieur le Président, je demande l'adoption de cette résolution sans préavis et sans débat. Mr. Speaker, I hereby give notice on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the Fédération acadienne de la Nouvelle-Écosse is a non-profit organization founded in 1968 to promote the growth and development of the Acadian and Francophone community of Nova Scotia. And whereas Ms. Marie-Claude Rioux has served as Executive Director for the last 10 years, working to ensure the needs and priorities of Acadians and Francophones in our province are recognized. And whereas Ms. Rioux is pursuing another leadership opportunity with COPA National. Therefore, be it resolved that the members of this House join me in thanking Ms. Rioux for her commitment and her dedication to the vitality of Nova Scotia's Acadian and Francophone community, and in wishing her success in her future endeavours. Mr. Speaker, I ask request of waiver and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favour of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. The Honourable Minister of Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I read my notice of motion, I also beg leave to make an introduction.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Visiting us today in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, I'm honoured to introduce some very special guests. Judy McDonald, Director of Social Work at Dalhousie University, and Bria Simmons, also from Dalhousie. Mr. Speaker, these individuals have worked with government to establish an Afrocentric Bachelor of Social Work pilot project or pilot cohort program at Dalhousie. I'm pleased that while the original intent was for a class of 25 seats, there was so much interest that we are now looking at 35 students in this cohort. I ask them to rise and accept the warm welcome of this House.
Once again, we welcome all visitors to the gallery today and enjoy your visit. The Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas March is Social Work Month and Black and African Nova Scotians are underrepresented in the field of social work, and whereas through a new pilot project, 35 aspiring Bachelor of Social Work professionals will learn as part of an Afrocentric cohort beginning in September at Dalhousie University. And whereas addressing anti-Black racism and educating a robust and diverse social work profession is an important factor in improving healthcare. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this legislature wish these students well with their studies and thank those who have come together to make this happen. Mr. Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. But all those in favour of the motion, please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction before I proceed.
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The resolution I am about to read was drafted by Emma Hashi, a talented, up-and-coming professional who is joining us here in the West Gallery above me. Emma is a co-op student in the Public Relations program at Mount St. Vincent University. She's on a work term at Fisheries and Aquaculture since January of this year. Emma has done tremendous work in a short period of time. She's drafting news releases, remarks and resolutions, and managing a lot of our social media. She's also supporting the Department of Agriculture, and I know my colleague, the Minister and member for Guysborough-Tracadie, appreciates her work too. It takes a sharp mind to quickly learn new subject matter and in a new workplace. Emma has done this with grace and a can-do attitude. I wish her well as she completes her studies, and I sincerely hope she considers a career in the public service. I'd like to ask all members to give her a warm House welcome.
And a welcome to you as well, Emma. The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas fishermen and scientists came together 30 years ago to form the Fishermen and Scientists Research Society to promote the long-term sustainability of the marine fishing industry, and whereas using their valuable insight and expertise, The data and information collected creates the knowledge to help the fisheries sector make informed decisions so that future generation of fish harvesters have the resources they need. And whereas the society breaks down barriers between fishermen and scientists, helps keep our oceans clean, and supports a sustainable fishery that helps keep seafood as Nova Scotia's #1 export. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of this House congratulate the Fishermen and Scientists Research Society on their 30th anniversary and their commitment to a sustainable marine fishing industry for Nova Scotia. Mr. Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for a waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please indicate aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to present a bill. The title of the bill is An Act to Provide for Affordable Hearing Aids for Seniors.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Affordable Hearing Aids for Seniors.
Bill 287, an act to provide for affordable hearing aids for seniors.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to present a second bill. The title of this bill is An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act, to provide fairness in long-term care fees.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act to provide fairness in long-term care fees.
Bill 288, an act to amend Chapter 197 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Health Services and Insurance Act to provide fairness in long-term care fees.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to present a third bill, and the title of this bill is An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting national standards.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting national standards.
Bill 289, an act to amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act, respecting national standards.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Whistleblowing by Healthcare Workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Protect Whistleblowing by Healthcare Workers.
Bill 290, an act to protect whistleblowing by healthcare workers.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act.
Bill 291, an act to amend Chapter 203 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Homes for Special Care Act.
Ordered that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. Statements by members. The honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the outstanding contributions of the longest-serving female PC-MLA in Nova Scotia history. The honourable member was first elected to the Nova Scotia House of Assembly as MLA for Pictou West in 2013 and was re-elected in 2017 and 2021. She has served as our interim party leader and caucus chair for the PC party. For 4 years, she served as the only female in the PC party. During that time, she rose to become one of this legislature's strongest advocates for women's rights, and I was pleased to join her in 2017 along with the member from Queens. She has fought tirelessly for victims of sexual abuse and human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, she was the first female House leader in Nova Scotia history. For 6 years, I have had the privilege of working alongside the Minister of Community Services. I have seen her pour her heart and soul into doing the very best job she can for her constituents and in her ministerial portfolio. The member from Pictou West has the greatest integrity, the biggest heart, and the strongest of convictions, and she always stands up for what she believes in. She is an inspiration to everyone who knows her. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in thanking this outstanding member for her dedicated and long service to the province of Nova Scotia as the MLA for Pictou West.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time to correct a few facts, Mr. Speaker, but I do believe the longest-serving female member of the PC caucus was, in fact, Karen Casey, although the entire time was not spent as a PC member, and that she was also an interim.
You're correct. You're correct. It is not the appropriate time. The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today I'd like to take a moment to wish my sister, Rosaline Bridget, a happy birthday. I have a lot of siblings, but she's the one that I am absolutely the closest to. When we were separated from our parents all those years ago, my siblings and I were all separated and put into different foster homes. And as the story goes, Rosaline and I cried every night until we were finally put in the same foster home together. And after that, we were in every foster home together where they refused to even separate us or think of separating us. She will always have a special place in my heart. Happy birthday, Rose. I love you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction relative to my member statement.
Please do.
Joining us today in the gallery are members of my family. I'm proud to introduce Dr. Kathy Chervin, who is my mother-in-law, and will be celebrating my member statement. I invite them to stand as I do the introductions. My son, Jason Atchuk, who is in Halifax in between programs in Ottawa and British Columbia. And my niece, Gemma Brown, who's in grade 5 at Creighton Park Elementary. She's a fierce basketball player and an award-winning Highland dancer. Mr. Speaker.
Once again, welcome to the gallery. Thank you. The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, I am happy today to rise to mark the retirement of a Halifax Citadel Sable Island constituent and my mother-in-law, Dr. Catherine Chervin. Dr. Kathy Chervin grew up in the tiny town of Harrow in Southern Ontario, went to medical school at the University of Toronto, and finished her medical residency at Dalhousie. Dr. Chervin then practiced full-scope family medicine in Northern Ontario, working in one of Ontario's first family health teams and helping to establish a women's health group that stretched across Northern Ontario. Dr. Chervin returned to Halifax to start her academic career in the Department of Family Medicine at Dalhousie. She became hospital chief of the Department of Family Medicine at the Grace Maternity Hospital, was the residency program director for family medicine for 10 years, and was the interim departmental head of Dalhousie Family Medicine. Dr. Chervin was also the physician leader in the Global Health Office. During that time, she also completed a Master's of Art in Medical Education. The Call of the North beckoned to Dr. Chervin once again in 2011 when she joined the Northern Ontario School of Medicine as Associate Dean of Postgrad Education, Vice Dean Academic, and is now Professor Emerita. She was the president of the College of Family Physicians in 2020-2021. Mr. Speaker, I ask all members to congratulate Dr. Chervin on her successful career and wish her well in her retirement.
The honourable member for Hants East.
Mr. Speaker, on the early morning of March 25th, Albert Joseph Delory left us to be with the love of his life, Mary Delory, who was waiting for him since she passed away in February 2015. Albert was fortunate to have some of his closest family members around him in the hospital during his final moments. They wanted to ensure he was not alone when he left us. They did that because of what Albert meant to them. Albert was always there for someone needing help. He loved his years working at Public Works, Halifax Public Works, and taking care of the public gardens. He could take a plant dying and bring it back to life, a skill I've never been able to do. Of course, I must mention he loved his Montreal Canadiens, and it was always interesting watching him watch a tight game with his socks going rolled up, rolled down. And of course, there was no talking when the game was on, unless it was a commercial. I know that Mary has a cup of tea and some biscuits along with some deck of cards ready for him when they're finally back together. Wish all the members to give condolences to Albert's family and friends. He'll be missed by everyone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Preston.
Member statement. I beg leave to make an introduction, please.
Please do.
So I'd like to, extremely excited to be able to acknowledge Miss Wandalyn Brown, who is in the gallery. You know, she's a strong advocate and leader in the community, is a woman who leans on God, and it is really because of her and our many conversations and her advocacy towards victims of survivors of sexual assault that I'm pleased to say that tomorrow I'll put forward a resolution based on our conversations to hopefully address some of the gaps and inequities within victim services. So thank you so much, and I'll ask the host to please rise and celebrate Wandalyn being here.
Once again, we welcome everyone to the gallery today. The honourable member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to acknowledge Ms. Wandalyn Brown, the founder and CEO of Empowerment for Hope. She is the mother of 5 beautiful children and 4 precious grandchildren. She runs this nonprofit organization that strives to help families by breaking cycles of violence, abuse, and trauma, giving children and families the resources they need for a better future through awareness and empowerment. Their main focus for Empowerment for Hope is to help and support young girls, women, and gender-diverse persons from other marginalized communities involved in sex trafficking or at-risk youth being involved. She helps folks support them in their next journey towards self-resilience. I'd ask this House to celebrate this long-standing leader and all of the work for Empowerment for Hope, and hopefully working towards a better future for them all. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ms. Brenda Steed Ross, the recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal, which was presented in December 2022 in Halifax Needham. The purpose of the medal program is to recognize individuals who have made significant contributions to the province and the community, and Ms. Brenda Steed Ross exemplifies just that. She was recognized for her continued passion and work to keep the spirit of Africville alive through education and speaking to our community at large and around the world about the atrocities of the displacement of the Africville people. And as well, year after year, helping to organize the Africville Reunion, which this year will be celebrating their 40th anniversary. I would also like to say that I'm so super proud of Ms. Brenda Steed Ross for her continuing long-lived life to profess the fact that Africville still lives on in each and every one of us. And I would like all members to join me in celebrating her receiving of the medal this year.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to just add my comments on the findings of the Mass Casualty Commission that were released today. It's a very sobering and sad day for the families that lost their loved one and for the communities in Cumberland and Colchester are really feeling the pain very deeply today, Mr. Speaker. I know that the pain is being felt all over the province and really throughout our entire country. And I was pleased to see some of the findings are focused on root causes of violence. There is too much family violence, Mr. Speaker. And I know in Cumberland North, I meet with victims on a regular basis. And I look forward to these findings being implemented and all of us working together, united, to end family violence here in the province of Nova Scotia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Bay Treasure Chest. This association offers an opportunity for the community and players to win through a weekly 50-50 lottery and a monthly online 50-50 lottery, which provides many benefits, including support to volunteer organizations and retail partners. Through community support and local volunteer services, they have been able to grow a fundraising partnership operated by local non-for-profit groups, including the Community Center Hub, the Bay Youth Hub, and Lions and Food Bank Community Hub. I am pleased to learn that they have established the Bay Treasure Chest Scholarship Fund and a $500 honorarium to not-for-profit organizations that offer service to the community. I ask all members of Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing the excellent work being done in our community by the Bay Treasure Chest. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Armdale.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to acknowledge Sunshine Tourist. They are Armdale-based sightseeing company that specializes in the showing Chinese tourists around the Atlantic Canadian region. They show the beauty of our province from the highline of Cape Breton to the beaches of the South Shore. I appreciate that Sunshine Tourist has chosen Armdale as their home away from home and wish them all the best with their growing business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A community-based effort to save the Whitney Pier rink has eclipsed its initial goal to give the rink a more stable footing entering the off-season. From March 16th to the 19th, a hockey tournament, a dance, and an auction were held by community organizers to raise $30,000. That was their hope, Mr. Speaker. When the tournament ended, they ended up raising $41,491.25 through team entry fees, even splits, dance proceeds, and other sales. Kyle Mullins, one of the organizers for the Pier Community Hockey Fundraiser, sponsored by the Sydney Credit Union, says they are planning events for the summer. I can't wait, Mr. Speaker. So congratulations to organizers Kyle Mullins, Rory Allen McDonald, Sharon Turner, Maria Rossetto, and Deborah D. I'm so sorry, I screwed that up, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hants West.
Mr. Speaker, as someone who loves live theatre, I'm delighted to rise today and acknowledge the amazing work Quick as a Wink Theatre Society does for the arts community of Hants West in the Annapolis Valley. They are a non-profit, charitable community theatre society which was founded by Michelle Herx in January of 2003. The society recently celebrated 20 magical years of making us laugh, cry, sing, and dance. In those 20 years, Quick as a Wink Theatre has produced 64 stage presentations, along with numerous galas, theatre camps, and so much more. For a community theatre group to be successful, it requires a lot of volunteer work, donations, community involvement, and most of all, hard work. So hats off to all involved for their amazing accomplishments. Mr. Speaker, if you ever have the opportunity to see a show, you can rest assured that you will not be disappointed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for King South.
Mr. Speaker, floorball is a new sport in Nova Scotia, but it is popular around the world, particularly in Europe, where league games can draw thousands. One of my constituents, Steve Broom, has been instrumental in bringing floorball to Nova Scotia. The U19 women's national team competed last fall at the U19 Women's World Floorball Championships, which took place in Katowice, Poland. Our Canadian national team consisted of Rhianne Curry, Ida Hudson, Sophie Pomeroy, Hannah Hutchison, Jaron Eisner, Scotia Broom, Kaylin Parker, Lily Bergevin, all from Nova Scotia, along with Macy and Ellie Peters from Ontario, Philippa Doras from Sweden, and Elsie Van Thielen from Belgium. These young women all self-funded their trip to Poland for the championship games, where they brilliantly represented Canada. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating these outstanding young women athletes on a valiant effort against the well-established floorball nations. The future of Canadian floorball is bright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Halifax-Shabukto.
5 years ago, a group of social workers and community members came together to form the Child Welfare Advocacy Group out of a shared concern over how a number of practices of Nova Scotia's child welfare services were having a negative impact on their clients. At the top of that list was the practice by which, when a child or children is or are placed under the care of the minister, the family's Canada Child Benefit and Nova Scotia Child Benefit were directed to the province of Nova Scotia. This practice was very negative because at the very time when parents were attempting to improve their situations, this major component of the family's income was being taken away, intensifying pressure on the family. It was therefore very welcome when on January 23rd, the Deputy Minister announced that the department is implementing financial stability payments to replace the Canada Child Benefit and Nova Scotia Child Benefit for all families whose children are in temporary care and custody. The Child Welfare Advocacy Group is to be commended for the years of advocacy that have led to the ending of this injustice, and child welfare advocates now are watching closely to ensure that the financial stability payments will match dollar for dollar the Canada Child Benefit, Nova Scotia Child Benefit payments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am thrilled to rise today to acknowledge a longtime friend and former co-worker, Vincent Monroe of Sheet Harbour. Recently, after more than 35 years, Vincent retired from his position as a driver and sanitation relocation engineer at Eastern Shore Cartage, a garbage removal company based in Watt Section. My late father, Brian, and I both had the pleasure of working with Vincent for decades. He was an exceptionally loyal employee and dedicated member of the team. He was actually the first person on the Eastern Shore to operate a one-person garbage truck, a huge innovation at the time. Vincent is beloved in the community of Sheet Harbour and surrounding communities. He's well known and respected for his positive attitude and for going above and beyond his responsibilities. It was common knowledge that Vincey went outside of his curbside garbage removal scope and would personally remove garbage from the porches and decks of the elderly, frail, and ill. I ask all members of the Assembly to join me in congratulating Vincent on his retirement and to thank him for his constant displays of kindness and exceptional work ethic for more than 30 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to recognize and acknowledge my office manager / assistant, Jennifer. Jennifer has worked with me for a year now, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that she is a great addition to my office. She continues to oversee and look after the constituents. She will go out of her way to take care of any of the constituents. As we say in our constituency, it doesn't matter what political stripe you are, you can come into my office and you will be taken care of. Thank you, Jennifer, for all your work.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Bishop Joyce Robart, who was a recipient of the Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee Medal, which was presented in December 2022 in Halifax, Needham. As we know, the purpose of the medal program is to recognize individuals who have made significant contributions to the province and community, and Bishop Joyce Robart did just that through religion and her community work. Bishop Joyce has been a foundation in our community, and when it comes to counsel and understanding, her strength and faith have always been available in the time of need to many in our community. Bishop Joyce has volunteered countless hours to families in need during times of despair, and as well as being there for celebrations of life and marriage to families. I was honored and privileged to present this medal to Bishop Joyce, and she'll know what I mean when I say Aunt Lena is so proud of her. So I'd ask all members of this House to join me in celebrating and recognizing a wonderful recipient, Joyce Robart.
The honourable member for Guysborough-Tracadie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the life of Adam Reinhold of Little Dover. On March 4th, Adam passed away at the age of 50. Adam was a participant of GOALS, that's Guysborough Options for Adaptive Living, in Guysborough for more than 20 years. He loved listening to country music, watching wrestling, and laughing at his favorite sitcoms, Three's Company and The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Adam was a cheerful ray of sunshine within the GOALS family and loved by all. He will especially be missed by his caregiver and family friend, Paula Keefe, who he referred to as his honey. Mr. Speaker, I ask that members of the House join me in remembering Adam Reinhold and sending our prayers to his family, extended family, and friends during their time of mourning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize the dedication and hard work of Denise Daly and the Parker Street Food and Furniture Bank. Denise has been the executive director of Parker Street since April of 2022, and they recently won the Non-for-Profit Business of the Year at the 2023 Halifax Business Awards. Parker Street has been a registered charity since 1990, and their programs help provide the necessities of life from food, clothing, place to sleep, heat, and most importantly, care. Denise, who is originally from Jamaica, is a brilliant biochemist, pharmacologist, and herbal and nutritional consultant. She has done groundbreaking work in advancing diabetic medicine and hypertension. She is the innovator and CEO of Natural Soothing Remedies Limited, and she has won countless awards and achievements in the field of health and wellness. I am so pleased that she calls Clayton Park West as home, and we're lucky to have an amazing woman like her. Thank you.
The honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Mr. Speaker, the Global Equality Caucus is an international network of parliamentarians and elected officials dedicated to tackling discrimination against LGBT+ people. Membership is open to legislators around the world, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or sex characteristics. It is the only international network of elected representatives focused exclusively on achieving LGBT+ equality. They work with NGOs, businesses, and governments to promote and drive through measures on anti-discrimination and legal equality. Parliamentarians are in the unique position to advocate directly for political and legislative action. We pass laws, vote funds, and influence leaders. The Global Equality Caucus believes that politics has the power to change people's lives and are united in a belief in equality for all. Mr. Speaker, in recognition of Trans Day of Visibility tomorrow, I call upon all MLAs of Nova Scotia to consider joining the Global Equality Caucus and the global fight for LGBT+ equality.
The honourable member for Shelburne.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Megan Martin, a 2012 graduate of Shelburne Regional High School. Megan is currently a biomedical engineering PhD student at Dalhousie University, a Techsploration alumna, and a teaching assistant. In high school, Megan was encouraged to pursue her interest in the sciences, competing as the only girl on the robotics team, gave her the confidence to continue in that path. And during her first research project on tandem mechanics, she realized her love for research and her true passion of biomechanics and structural formation during fetal development. Megan is a recipient of the prestigious Vanier Canada Graduate Scholarship and a Bright Red Student Research Award for her work on the biomechanics of fetal heart valve development. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask all members join me in congratulating Megan on her successful and important career. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northside Westbound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to rise and thank my constituency office, and in particular my CA, Joanne Horgan, for the incredible amount of work that she does in our community, helping people every single day. Mr. Speaker, our office is so busy. It's very hard for Joanne to manage everything she's doing, but she does a tremendous job. Everybody loves her. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I would like to welcome a co-op student work term that we have right now, Fallon Laffin. And Fallon has been working with us for a little over a week or two, and she's doing a great job and been a great addition to our team. So thank you, Joanne. Thank you, Fallon. Thank you, Sammy, our student. I couldn't do this without you guys, so thank you so much.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pearce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have something that might pique the Minister for Community, Culture, Tourism and Heritage interest. When Rob Griselle and the Fort Petrie Society heard from the Director of the General of Maritime Equipment Program Management that they had a military 40-millimeter gun from the HMCS Glace Bay in its possession, Rob quickly sprung into action to secure it. The concept of the equipment program management is to donate military equipment to military museums, memorial parks, or naval reserve units to be installed as monuments. Rob and the Fort Petrie Society knew this military artifact would be an incredible addition to Fort Petrie. The fort already had decommissioned military equipment on display. Having a piece of the HMCS Glace Bay would be a welcomed addition. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to inform you that soon visitors for the Fort Petrie Museum will enjoy having this military history placed in New Victoria, where Fort Petrie is located. As you know, it is often difficult for small museums to obtain artifacts. For Fort Petrie Society to have this opportunity is significant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Sunday, January 22nd, I had the honour of presenting Queen Elizabeth II Platinum Jubilee medals to 15 very deserving constituents of Richmond County. Without their dedication, our communities would not flourish like they do. I would like to acknowledge the medal recipients again today. Anita Bask, Louise Campbell, Terry Clements, Anne Degou, Robert Goyash, Evelyn Landry, Richard Landry, Dr. Lawrence McNeil, Louise Marchand, Alison Martel, Shirley McNamara.
Please. The time for statements by members has expired. The time is now 2 o'clock. We'll open it up for oral questions put by members to ministers. We will go until 2:50. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is a difficult day for Nova Scotians, especially the families of those who were lost on that terrible day in April of 2020. Many loved ones were lost, and now many Nova Scotians continue to grieve these senseless losses every single day. We hope that the release of today's report will mark the start of the next part of the long journey that we have to travel together. This is an opportunity for us all to work together on an issue of great importance. And I want to pledge to the government that our caucus is united in doing whatever it takes to make this work. I'd like to ask the Premier, will he commit to working through this together with all 55 members in this chamber?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and through you to the honourable member, on behalf of the Premier, what I would say, we have not had a chance to review the recommendations yet, but we do take it, it's a very significant event, it's a very significant report, and we would hope that we would actually have the collaboration from those across the aisle to help us so we can all work for the best of all Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Mr. Speaker, we will all need time to carefully digest and fully comprehend the detailed recommendations that the Commission has brought forward. The executive summary alone runs to over 300 pages. The families have lost so much, are owed nothing less than our full efforts. So again, will the Premier commit today that once there has been appropriate time to digest the recommendations, that there will be continued updates to the public so Nova Scotians can be informed of the progress on the recommendations?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Speaker. And I think the Premier, as well as all members of the PC caucus, would agree that we owe it to Nova Scotians, that Nova Scotians are updated and kept updated. We've waited a long time for this, the families, the survivors, and ideally, I would also say that we're hoping that although the report does have recommendations, we're going to work towards those and not try to point fingers at anybody else, but to work for best of Nova Scotians.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Early Education and Childhood Development. Last year, the estimated amount of federal funding this department received was over $100 million. This is a huge amount, but the results don't add up. In the Central Zone, for example, there were 122 fewer regulated childcare spaces in December 2022 than there were when this government was elected, and I'll table that. My question is, not only aren't things improving, they're getting worse. What is going on in this department?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the question. So we are undertaking transformational change in childcare. I vividly remember 12 years ago waiting in anticipation, putting my name on childcare waiting lists because I had 2 children under the age of 2 and we needed spaces. The reality is this is a sector that has been neglected for decades, and we are doing the work, putting in the time, putting in the effort, and doing the work to transform this sector and deliver childcare for Nova Scotians that's affordable, that's accessible, that's inclusive, and that is quality childcare. And so the question from the member opposite was, well, where is the money going and what work is being done? Well, I can tell you right now, one of the significant things we did last year was increase wages for our ECEs. We added 14 to 49% on most of our ECE wages, and that was in addition to the millions of dollars.
The honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for that. Yesterday in this House, we asked the Premier about this government's failure to deliver childcare spaces as promised. He replied that affordable childcare was the focus and goal, but the current situation is becoming less affordable for many families who are left with no option but to pay $1,400 deposits just to get their name on a wait list, including $200 in a non-refundable deposit. These types of fees have been banned in other parts of Canada, but this government is allowing the shortage to continue and forcing families to pay. Will the minister commit to outlawing non-refundable deposits for childcare spots, as they have done in other parts of this country?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. I'm really disappointed that I hadn't heard from the member opposite about this particular issue prior to question period. I look forward to getting details on that and looking into it. I can assure the member opposite and Nova Scotians that we are in fact working to make childcare more affordable. And indeed, last year, we reduced fees by half. So Nova Scotians are now paying 50% less from what they did 2 years ago. So what does that mean, Mr. Speaker? That means hundreds of dollars in the pockets every single month of Nova Scotia families who have children in childcare. So we are doing the work to make childcare more affordable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June of last year, this government announced its MOST program, which it billed as a measure that was aimed at attracting and retraining young people in key sectors and shaping the workforce of tomorrow, and I'll table that. The tax benefit is for apprentices and tradespeople who are under the age of 30. The MOST program will return their provincial income tax paid on the first $50,000 of income earned. Could the Minister of Labour and Skills please explain how the cutoff age of 30 was arrived at?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the program actually came under the Department of Finance, and I will say that there was an interest with that program to focus on young people in the province and young people who would consider coming to our province.
The Honourable Member for Bedford Basin.
I thank the Finance Minister for his valiant effort. However, it didn't answer the question. Mr. Speaker, the average age for an apprentice is 28. For tradespeople, it's older, and for women, apprentices or tradespeople, it's older still. It often takes women longer to decide to go into the trades, and then it can take them longer to actually complete their hours for a variety of reasons, including childbearing, and I'll table that. As the average age of an apprentice is 28, there is a very real possibility that women tradespersons and apprentices will miss out on the full benefit of this program. Can the Minister of Finance indicate whether they will extend the age cutoff for women apprentices and tradespersons so they too can reap the benefits of this program?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, there's no question that the more opportunities for skilled trades is a novel idea. It's a program that we have not seen before in this province. It's a new program. Our government will always assess efforts we make to help stimulate the economy, to help grow the number of people working in skilled trades, as the member has said. And certainly this is something that we will continue to review. Mr. Speaker, we've just had the program around for, it'll be a year now, and so we'll be looking at all of these things. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for King South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Annapolis Valley Hospital recently had its chapel doors locked on March 17th, to the surprise and shock of the community. We were being told that this has been closed so that they can use the space to accommodate a large piece of training equipment. This has disappointed many in the community. Those in the faith community are strongly voicing their disappointment. The admin are saying and telling the community that they are looking for a new location in the hospital, but removing the hospital from a central location where families and patients and staff can access it seems cruel.
Question, please.
This chapel has served thousands of people in my community. Will the minister intervene in this terrible decision?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. I know it's very important to the folks in the area. So certainly there was a space evaluation undertaken by the facility, and the current space was deemed to be necessary for training, for simulation. They are working now on developing a new space, multi-denominational interfaith space. Chaplaincy services do continue, and I know that they are working with the community through the chaplaincy program in order to support the community.
The Honourable Member for King South.
I think what really troubles me, is the way that this was dealt with. Clearly, the department has known for months, the hospital's known for months about a large piece of equipment coming. You say they did studies. There was no communication or discussion with the community, no communication with the faith community. I'm told that the hospital chaplain got word of this through a letter. This chapel has deep and significant history, and I will table a document that talks about how this was created by the community. They raised $1 million in the community for the perpetual funding of this chapel. So to lock the doors on the spiritual home of our community with no warning is insulting. I ask again, will the minister reverse this decision?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, to the member, I was made aware just recently about this. I know that through the work in the facility, they did look for and are continuing to look for an appropriate space for interfaith prayer, and their chaplaincy services do continue, and I know that they're working on a solution in the facility as we speak.
The Honourable Member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Provincial Victim Services Program provides a variety of services for victims of crime as they navigate the legal system, including counselling. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this program is not available for everyone. Survivors of sexual violence are only eligible for counselling in cases where charges are laid. And we know that not only is there already a system issue with prosecuting cases of sexual assault survivors, they also need access to these services before a decision to prosecute is ever made in almost every case. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Will this government right this wrong and commit to expanding the Victim Services Program to cover all survivors of sexualized violence?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you to the member, thank you very much for the question. I will certainly take it back and have staff review it with me. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for taking that information and ability to be able to review it. And I certainly hope they will commit to the necessary action. So there is another portion of that. However, it's not just the eligibility, it's also the cap of $2,000 of counseling, and there's actually nothing more than that. Mr. Speaker, survivors of sexual violence need to know that the proper supports for them is there and immediately, and is not just a subject or arbitrary limit. And they deserve full support of this. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is for, will this government commit to removing the cap on counseling services for survivors of sexualized violence?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you again, Speaker, and through you, thank you again to the honourable member. So, although at this time I can't commit to that, I will certainly commit to having staff review that. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister responsible for residential tenancies, and I will table the document that I want to quote from. It's an internal departmental memo which we've obtained through Freedom of Information, where Service Nova Scotia officials informed the Minister last year of this. I quote, "Fixed-term leases are being used by some landlords as a probationary period to see if tenants work out. If not, the tenancy either went to another fixed-term lease or ended the lease. This has led to housing insecurity in fixed-term lease agreements," unquote. Mr. Speaker, will the Minister acknowledge, as his own department acknowledges, that fixed-term leases are a real cause of housing insecurity in Nova Scotia?
The Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I indicated before, and I've acknowledged on this floor of this legislature, that there are on occasions, and the member certainly knows I've used on occasion because he's quoted me, that there are some landlords and that use fixed-term leases for their unintended purposes, Mr. Speaker. That's something that we do not support. Again, we also acknowledge that there's some tenants and landlords that do not follow the rules, and that's what's the driving force behind my department doing a full public awareness and education campaign, Mr. Speaker, to inform and ensure that Nova Scotia tenant and landlords understands their rights and responsibilities, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to fixed-term leases, we'll continue to engage with both tenant and landlord organizations and look at this file and enact when we need to. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Halifax-Shabukto.
And yet, Mr. Speaker, the Minister's words "on occasion" are not the words that are reflected in the department's memo. So it says there further, I quote, "Tenants can be put into a precarious situation when fixed-term leases are the only option presented. They are unsure if, at the end of the fixed-term lease, they will have a place to live," unquote. Mr. Speaker, the Minister's own officials say that fixed-term leases are putting people in a precarious situation and leaving them unsure whether or not they have a place to live. Other parts of Canada which have rent caps don't allow this. Why won't the Minister put a stop to it here in our province?
The Honourable Minister of Service Nova Scotia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I support, and our government supports, the intended use of fixed-term leases. They play an important role in giving tenants an option if they need a short-term rental, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to look at ways to modernizing and strengthening the residential tenancy program. Again, looking through the lens of balance of engaging with both our tenant and landlord organizations. Fixed-term leases are one of the topics that has been discussed and continues to be discussed with our stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. Again, we'll continue to engage with them, and as required, we'll bring legislation to modernize and strengthen the Act at a later date. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Mr. Speaker, at Health Committee in January, our caucus asked Dr. Strang about coverage for meningitis B vaccines. Kai Matthews, a young Nova Scotian from a community I represent, lost his life to meningitis B in July of 2021. His family has been advocating on behalf of him ever since to increase access to meningitis B vaccine. This past year, unfortunately, we lost 2 more Nova Scotians at universities. At the committee, Dr. Strang talked about working with Atlantic counterparts on a meningitis B strategy to vaccinate students living in residence. Mr. Speaker, is this strategy coming to fruition, and can the Minister please update the House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member sincerely for bringing this to the floor. I know that losing someone through meningitis B is devastating for families and for communities, young people at the prime of their lives. So we are working with public health through the Atlantic University presidents specifically around looking at how to support not an educational campaign. We've also written to NACI asking them to review the recommendations around meningitis B. They haven't been reviewed for a period of time, and I did have the opportunity to meet with some advocates recently about it, so there is work happening in the department.
The honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the answer from the minister. Dr. Strang did say that work has begun with post-secondary institutions to prevent future outbreaks in universities. The budget that is before the House will need to have some funding put forward to public health, Mr. Speaker, and I want to ask the minister, will this government commit to providing the funding necessary needed for public health to administer a meningitis B vaccine at universities, especially in our residents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank the member for the question. So typically we do not provide vaccinations that are not recommended in certain circumstances by NACI, which is why we've reached out to them to ask them to review. I know that public health is also, in contact with NACI around their guidelines. So there is active work happening in the department now on this file, and we will continue to work with the university presidents through public health, as well as potentially education as well to reach our grade 12 students. So there is work underway in terms of how best to support students who will be attending university in the fall, post-secondary in the fall.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Late last year, the Hammonds Plains family practice experienced a retirement. Dr. Swinimer has moved into retirement. We wish her well. But she had been in discussion with Recruitment about a replacement since March of last year. They've been working hard to fill the space, so much so that local resident Jean Lumsden started a campaign to try and assist the effort. Ms. Lumsden received response from the department indicating, quote, "I finally got an email back in late December from them saying that a family doctor was going to be in place soon." So, Mr. Speaker, can the minister please update the clinic and the community on when they should see a replacement doc?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So I don't know exactly when the physician will arrive. If they do have someone, it's through the recruitment efforts. I'd have to double check and get back.
The honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, through you, to the minister for that response. I'd also like to note that the same clinic has been making an effort to find a permanent home for a nursing student that has been doing her practicum at that location. She is a local resident, and having a place to work in her home community would be a win for the clinic, for the community, and for this nurse. And we know we want to try to support anybody working in the healthcare system to have this type of best case scenario so that they can hit the ground running and get to work. I'm wondering why the department won't enable this type of a hire when these requests come from local clinics like the one at Hammonds Plains.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So certainly we are looking at how best to support practices throughout the province, and collaborative practices are important. I'm not sure if it's a nurse or nurse practitioner that the member's speaking about. So there are generally, when nurse practitioners are involved in practices, we do our best to match, but we do have some contractual agreements because of collective agreements that have to be abided by. So again, it would be helpful to know a little bit more about it in order to answer the member's question more thoroughly.
The honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the middle school in City Mines is in it's in the end of its useful life, and it's been around for a long, long time. And as a former board member, We did some work to extend it along with other board members. But there is a new school slated for, middle school slated for the area. And I was just wondering if I could ask the Minister of Education if we could get an update on site selection and the progress. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. So we know that when a community gets a new school, there is a lot of excitement and a lot of anticipation around that. We share that excitement and that anticipation. I can share with the member opposite that site selection work is underway. And when news arises and when there are more developments, the region will be in communication with families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too share the excitement of the potential site, but it's been under review now for quite some time. So I'm wondering if the minister could actually give us a timeline as to when we can expect ground to be broken on this middle school. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. I don't have a timeline to share right now, but I can assure the member opposite that when there are any updates, the region will be communicating with the community and the families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Community Services. Mr. Speaker, Nova Scotians were happy to hear this government's commitment last year to the creation of a Child and Youth Commission as a positive step in the right direction. It has now been a full year since that announcement, and the public consultation was completed over 4 months ago. This seemed to be progressing until the release of the government's budget last week, which showed $0 were designated for the creation of this commission. Mr. Speaker, if the minister is committed to creating a Child and Youth Commission, why didn't she provide funding for it in the budget?
The Honourable Minister of Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much for that important question. I remain very, very committed to definitely forming a youth and child commission. We heard from over 1,000 people by email, and we had over 180 consultations. And when we thought we were ready to release what we heard report, we had a number of individuals that were stakeholders that took part in consultations that wanted to add more. And I certainly did not want to go out and then have them say, well, we missed this part or we missed this part. So we are going to continue having those ongoing conversations with them and make sure we get it right. This is too important for us to get wrong.
The Honourable Member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Perry.
I agree, Mr. Speaker. It is too important to get and we need to get it right, but that doesn't mean we can't fund it. Mr. Speaker, the minister's mandate letter required the development of a 5-year target for the reduction of childhood poverty within the first 90 days of the mandate, as well as a timeline and regular reporting requirements. On this work, last year, the minister told Nova Scotians to stay tuned. However, another budget has arrived with little to address our province's alarming number of childhood poverty. We are now 588 days into this ministerial mandate, and there is no sign of a target or a strategy. There has been no timeline set or quarterly updates made. Why are the children and families being made to wait?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, thank you for that most important question. What I can say is that we have done a lot of work at our department, and I feel very strong and very proud of the work that we have done and have arrived at what was in my mandate letter to come up with a 5-year target to reduce child poverty. We are going to get it right. There's a lot of moving pieces. I meet with a lot of other ministers because we know that solving this issue is not going to be from just the Department of Community Services, and it's not just going to be from the province of Nova Scotia. It's all levels of government, all departments. We're getting there. Never will be as fast as any of us want it.
The town of Middleton is looking to fund their new reservoir for $5.6 million. The towns applied to the current government for funding through the ICIP program and were denied as they were told all funding has been committed. This is an emergency situation. The current reservoir has been patched for years, is deteriorating rapidly, and it's operating at less than half of its capacity. If this reservoir fails, the impact will be severe. The hospital, schools, NSCC, businesses, long-term care facilities may be forced to close, as well as residents would be without water. Given the largest budget we've seen in the province, is the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs and REMO willing to fund this emergency project right away and help the town of Middleton and its residents? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Housing, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I'd like to thank the member for the question, and I can confirm we did receive an application from Middleton for ICIP, Invest Canada fund for the reservoir, but it was not clear in that application the urgency. In March of this month, we received an email indicating the extreme urgency, which we were unaware of. We've sent staff to look into that. We are looking at what funding options we have. We realize the seriousness of the situation now, which we were unaware of, which was not communicated to us that clearly. So, but now we know, and we're looking into it and looking at what funding options we have for them.
The Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the Minister. I appreciate the acknowledgement that there is an emergency and they're aware of it. This is not a nice-to-have project. This is a must-have project. You know, people need water to survive. It's an emergency waiting to happen, and this kind of situation is under the Minister's purview as both in charge of REMO and Municipal Affairs. The town is scrambling to access any possible funding they can find, and they still don't have a clear path forward. I'm thankful to the Minister's senior staff for talking to me about this. I'm certainly appreciative of Minister's staff for visiting the site and that they've acknowledged this is a potential emergency. If the Minister isn't prepared to help fund the project long term, will he commit to supporting the town and its residents in the short term by strengthening the infrastructure as they build a new reservoir? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can say is that we will certainly follow the advice of our experts in this, and I can't commit to one course of action or another without having more advice.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Mr. Speaker, we know that the number of homeless or unhoused people in HRM is growing steadily. I have recently found out that there are many people living in a hotel in my riding, the Holiday Inn Express. My question to the Minister of Community Services is how many people this government is housing in hotels in HRM, and what is the monthly cost of this?
The Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. We know that when someone finds themselves homeless, there's very complex issues surrounding that individual, and they certainly want to have their intention is to live a dignified life. We are there to help them. I will say that I know for certain right now the number of individuals that are homeless in the HRM area by the name, daily by name list is over 800. Out of those, there wouldn't be many in hotels, but I would have to get the exact number for you. I will tell you that most of them are in shelters or emergency shelters and other temporary places.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the Minister for the answer, and if I could have that number of how many and the cost that we're paying. Because my second question is kind of related to that, Mr. Speaker, with the rising cost of living and the rent as well, our office helps so many people with rent supplements. And unfortunately, we checked last week, actually, the website said that the threshold has gone up from 30% of your income to 50%. And I don't remember there was an announcement on that. So now, my question to the Minister is, with this change, there'll be many more people who can't act, who will be unhoused. So why is this? What is the reason for raising it to 50%? Do they want more people unhoused?
Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, to the member for the question. I believe I did answer it. It was not intended to be hidden. It was changed on the website. The reason the change took place was the enormous demand on the program. We wanted to prioritize those most in need. So we changed it from 30% of income to 50% of income. This was in earlier in this year. However, I'm very pleased to say that we have we've continued to increase the funding on the rent supplements. There's enormous demand, but we'll have 1,000 new rent supplements and have added $21 million to the program. So we continue to fund the program and work hard to make it accessible.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The term massage therapy is protected under the Massage Therapist Title Protection Act. However, using the term massage is not protected, and anyone can put out a shingle and offer massage. If someone who is doing this is alleged to have committed a sexual assault, there is no licensing body to remove their license and to protect the public. Can someone from the government address this problem and let us know here in the House if anything is being done to address this? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. So there is work happening now around a common act for registered licensed professionals. Certainly, there has been some discussions with the massage therapists, the association. They have title protection, but to the member's point, they are currently not a self-regulated profession. So there is conversations happening within the department now in regards to massage therapy.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the minister. And I'm going to make a request that when that work is being done, that they also take into consideration even just using the term massage. So not just protecting massage therapy, but protecting massage. We have victims in our area that have come forward, reported to police. It's been months, and people are still offering this service, the public are unaware. And I just feel like, Mr. Speaker, this needs to be brought forward because there is no one protecting the public right now. And I'm wondering if the minister could commit to taking this on and doing something expediently so the public is protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. So there is work underway in the department around looking at the regulations with massage therapists, and certainly that will be part of the work. Definitions will be very necessary in order to look at how we support that profession in terms and protecting the public.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Last December, his department, released 68 goals in their long-awaited climate plan. Unfortunately, we're not seeing investment that matches the level of urgency and the work that needs to be done. Most of the climate funding in this recent budget has been already earmarked for existing projects under the Green Fund, leaving little left for work on climate goals. Mr. Speaker, how does the minister expect us to meet our climate targets if he won't fund the work that we need to do to address the climate crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that question. Indeed, we did release our climate plan in December of last year, 68 goals to guide us for the next 5 years. In point of fact, Mr. Speaker, since forming government 18 months ago, this government's invested $300 million in climate adaptation. $44 million from the Green Fund, $57 million from general revenue that went into heat pumps. And immediately, following the release of our climate plan, we released our plan for heat pumps, $140 million, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, to illustrate this government's priorities, this House has been sitting for 6 days so far, and already the government members have kicked and screamed about carbon pricing 34 times. We counted. Meanwhile, action in dollars to address climate change is coming up short. Just 3 days before the tabling of this budget, the International Panel on Climate Change released a damning report that showed time is running out to prevent catastrophe. Governments have 10 fewer years to address climate change than previously thought, and I will table table that. Does this minister believe we can afford to wait another year to get serious about addressing climate change?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we're not waiting. We're not marking time. We're making a difference. We're taking action. Included in the $300 million we've invested since forming government, in December, we invested $20 million for nature conservation. Mr. Speaker, these are significant investments. These are investments that benefit Nova Scotians and will help Nova Scotians adapt to climate change. We have a strong climate plan. We have the strongest piece of climate legislation in the country. Mr. Speaker, I am very optimistic about the future. We may hear a lot of doom and gloom from the other side about this, but Mr. Speaker, we're moving forward together. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, recently I had the opportunity to meet with the Meteghan Harbour Authority as they look for government support. As weather events become increasingly extreme and the structural integrity of the breakwater at the Meteghan Wharf is becoming compromised, and the consequences of losing access to the wharf would be absolutely devastating to the community. I know that the Fisheries Minister attended over the past winter the Canadian Council of Fisheries and Aquaculture Ministers. Did the Minister of Fisheries have the opportunity to bring this critical issue forward to his federal counterparts in discussions regarding small craft harbour funding?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member from Clare. Commercial fishing wharves and related infrastructure are critical to the seafood industry, important to communities throughout Nova Scotia. The Meteghan Wharf and breakwater are the responsibility of the federal government. And I have had the opportunity to speak with Minister Murray a number of times about the need to both maintain and upgrade our small craft harbours to make them more resilient to increasing threats posed by climate change. And in fact, they have spent more money. I say we need more money than what they've spent, and I certainly support the member from Clare in his efforts to bring that to fruition, as I also do to all members of this House in rural and coastal communities that have small craft harbours. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the response from the Minister. On March 15th, I wrote a letter to the Federal Minister of Finance in support of the Meteghan Harbour Authority's request for increased funding for major improvements to their infrastructure, specifically the breakwater. We need to access all available funding avenues to make sure this piece of critical infrastructure in our community is protected. Will the Minister consider writing a letter of support to the federal government to ensure that we get the funding necessary to support that wharf? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the member. Certainly, I will write that letter. But I'd also like to recognize the importance of the fisheries and seafood sectors to Nova Scotia. We have been proactively taken on the climate change front, looking at a number of vulnerability assessments. We're doing one for our lobster industry. We are looking at our critical coastal infrastructure that supports the seafood industry. And recently, under the climate change plan, our province is investing $8.9 million in this particular area to take a look at what we can do to help the seafood sector and support the industry's adaptation efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to ask the Minister of Public Works for a quick update on Highway 113. So as the Minister is aware, this is a proposed highway that the department has had on its books for quite some time. It's an issue that's of real interest to my constituents, to constituents in Hammonds Plains and Timberley and Clayton Park West, quite a few of us here. So I'm just wondering if the Minister could update the House on when or if that highway will be built by Public Works. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for the question. That's right. Public Works has had, I think the initial designation for proposed Highway 113 went in like 2009. So it's been there for quite some time. As part of the JRTA's work, which is doing absolutely incredible work, they will continue to assess that as part of the Regional Transportation Plan, and I expect that plan to be finished in 2024.
The honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the minister for that response. Also, I'm curious, as the minister knows, the proposed highway route passes through some of the Blue Mountain Birch Cove Lakes Wilderness area, which is a proposed national urban park. I know the Minister of Environment and Climate Change has been working on that file as well. So I'm just wondering if the minister could update the House on if that proposed national urban park has any bearing on whether or not that highway is built at some point. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and again, thank the honourable member for the question. So as he would know, the extension for an EA is going forward. I know that the CEO of the JRTA recently had an opportunity to meet with the member and a couple of the other members across the aisle to talk about the EA going forward. We know that there is ongoing work and discussions for the proposed urban park, and we also know there's ongoing work being to develop the regional transportation plan. I look forward to that plan coming forward, but please know, and I know the member probably has read that 5-year highway plan now 7 times, that is not in the highway plan, 5-year highway plan.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question is to the Minister of Transportation or the Minister of Natural Resources. Could the Minister give me an update on the Williams Lake Dam and the land ownership issue?
The Honourable Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that we've had multiple conversations. I know the member and I and the Minister of DNR about the condition of Williams Lake Dam. We know it's in poor condition. The ownership has not been determined. That's the word I'm looking for. But what I do want the member to know is that I understand the concerns of his community. I don't take those lightly. And we have secured funding and working collaboratively with HRM to make sure that dam is fixed.
The honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Now that's some good news. Thank you to the Minister of Transportation for that. Speaking of land ownership, can the Minister of Natural Resources give the community of Sambro an update on the land transfer issue on the old fire hall in Sambro? I know the community group had submitted a application, and they're looking to take land ownership. They're looking to take ownership of the land to build a long overdue community center. Just like to get an update on that, and if if they could give us some timelines around the process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources and Renewables.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And yes, there is an application that came in this calendar year from that association that's interested. I do know the application is currently being reviewed by the department staff. There hasn't been anything arise on my desk to make the final decision as of yet, but as soon as we get that on my desk and make a decision, the community will certainly know.
The Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, my question is again for the Minister of Environment and Climate Change. We're approaching another construction season without any ability to regulate how people build on our coasts. This week, we learned that the minister has thrown out any timeline for making this happen, saying his department is engaging in yet another round of consultations. These have been going on since 2018. Meanwhile, development is accelerating in coastal areas as people seek to be ushered in under the old rules. Mr. Speaker, can the minister see that every day that goes by without regulations is a day that puts the coastline at greater climate risk?
The Honourable Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for the question. In 2019, this caucus voted in favor of the Coastal Protection Act because we recognize how critical that is. Nova Scotians are a coastal people. We're going to continue to live by the coast. However, we need to recognize that the hazards that can be associated with that. These regulations are critical that we get correct. A lot of work has gone into them, and more work will continue to go into them. There's a lot of support for the Coastal Protection Act, but there's also, Mr. Speaker, a lot of folks that don't even know the Act exists, and a lot of folks that don't even know what the entailing regulations could imply. So, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that more work needs to be done on these
for Dartmouth North.
Mr. Speaker, the minister said it himself, 2019, the time for consultation is over. If people don't know about this act, then the government needs to educate them about it. One of the recent examples of coastal construction is a large infill wall on the beautiful and popular Crescent Beach in Lunenburg County. It happens to have been built by the owner of Cresco, just saying, the same developer who benefited from the government's dubious hotel purchase in Bedford. As one resident who grew up near the beach said, there has been a big outcry on how this is being done. Why are there no protections in place? Mr. Speaker, the government's delays are only benefiting people who are dead set on building under the old rules. When will the government actually protect people on our coastline and release the coastal protection regulations?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, getting buy-in, getting understanding is key, especially on something as critical as this, and acknowledging there's still a lot of awareness. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for saying how important education is. And that's why I'm happy to inform the House that I've directed my department to begin targeted consultation with property owners to raise awareness, to raise education. But to say, Mr. Speaker, that there's not any other protections in place, that's not the case. Residents of this province can reach out to their municipalities and talk to their zoning and bylaws. They can reach out to Climate Atlantic that has information. They can reach out to Natural Resources Canada. They can reach out to Municipal Affairs and Housing, who is partnering with the federal government for floodline mapping and LIDAR. There's a lot happening here.
Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The collection of Beachville Lakeside Timberlea are some of the fastest growing communities in the province. Right now, our population is booming. We have developments underway, and we need a new school. And one of the developments that has approval for over 3,000 units, with just a couple hundred of them built right now, is Brunello Estates. They have land designated for the purpose of a school, and I'm wondering if the minister can share how negotiations are going with her department to ensure that we can build a new school in Beachville Lakeside Timberlea.
The Honourable Minister of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for the question. So we are well aware of the need to proactively plan for and build for the expansion and growth in our communities. And that relates to all areas of infrastructure in addition to schools. And so one thing that I'm very proud of and very excited about is the work that we've done to make sure that we have capital planning and growth planning that reflects exactly that. So a couple of things that I can speak to now in terms of what we're doing around that to make sure that we have the flexibility and agility to meet growth needs. One of the exciting things that we've announced is a plan to include going forward the acquisition and use of modulars. So we know that we need to be flexible and responsive. Capital builds take months, takes years to plan and years to build. Modulars will allow
for Timberlea Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We do have those modular facilities at the school, and they're full, Mr. Speaker, and we have more developments on the way. Her own operations team provided the enrollment projection data to the minister with a recommendation to secure this land for a new school.
Order,
I want to ask
please.
the minister.
The time for oral questions put by members to ministers has expired. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North on an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to draw the members' attention to the gallery opposite, where my awesome nephew, Malachi LeBlanc, is here visiting. He's got a PD day today. There's long discussions in our house about who his favorite MLA is, Mr. Speaker. It's between the member for Halifax Atlantic, the member for Timberlea Prospect, which is his own MLA, you, Mr. Speaker, and then me, who's his aunt. So all I'm saying is I don't think either of those members gave him a Christmas present last year. But anyway, so that's right. Yes, the member for Timberlea Prospect gave him a pin. Just want to ask the House to join me in welcoming Malachi to this.
It's going to be interesting to hear the final vote. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you do now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and gives me a good opportunity today to speak a little bit about the budget this year and a few things that I think some of my colleagues from different sides of the House have said, but that can be reiterated, and hopefully some new thoughts as well. So since the election, August, whatever it was, 17th, I think, 2021, I've been watching the government very closely, analyzing its moves, seeing what's going on, as we all do on the opposition side. And I must say, I'm having a really hard time figuring out exactly what this government stands for. What is its philosophy? What is its vision for the province? And I'm sure members on the government side would say, well, it's obvious. We said it from the beginning that we were going to fix healthcare. Okay, we'll grant that they've said that. But when you really think about that, Mr. Speaker, that means almost nothing. What does that mean? Fix healthcare. Does that mean we have less people looking for a family doctor? Does that mean we have surgical wait times that meet the national standard? Does that mean we have less ambulances idling outside of ERs? All of those things. Does it mean any of those? And if you say something that is so vague and so general that it can mean anything to anybody, then it becomes impossible to disprove. So that's smart politics. I will grant that. That's smart politics, but it's probably not good policy. And I think in this budget we can see the impact of that lack of direction and lack of focus. So, okay, fix healthcare. What else are we talking about? And before I was elected, Mr. Speaker, I worked in public relations. I worked as a journalist. Communications has kind of been my professional life in a lot of ways. And so I see echoes of my past life in PR when I look at a lot of documents that come out from this government with catchy slogans that, again, actually mean nothing when you actually look at them, word by word. They come by, somebody says them, and they go in one ear and out the other. But when you actually sit down and look at these things, it becomes almost nonsensical. Oh, thank you. So, more healthcare faster. 3 words. More healthcare faster. What does that mean? More healthcare faster. I think I'm reasonably intelligent, Mr. Speaker, but I look at that and it means nothing. It means nothing and it means everything. We hear more faster on the capital plan, more healthcare faster on the budget. This is a government that wants to govern by slogan, govern by soundbite, govern by catchy phrase, and assume and hope, I think hope, that Nova Scotians aren't paying enough attention to realize what's actually going on. But our job as opposition, and what I want to talk about today, is the reasons why that is not the case and these promises are not being fulfilled. I read the Minister of Finance's budget speech this morning. I read it all. It was wonderful. But I will say the first line was another example of something that sounds decent, but when you look at it, what does it mean? The very first line from the speech, this budget is about empowering people. Okay, with what? With what? And in what ways? I don't know. I read through the rest of it. I couldn't tell. So, what I have determined when I look at the budget, Mr. Speaker, is I wanted to focus on the thing that was easiest to measure. Budgets are about measurement. They're about spending, saving, cost, taxes, all these things. They're about measurement. So that actually gives us an insight into where government priorities really lie. And so it's a good opportunity for us in the opposition and for government members and for the public to kind of lift up the curtain a little bit and see what's really going on. So when I look at the government's messaging on this, more healthcare faster. Okay, let's talk about more. That's an easy word to understand. More. What do we have more of, Mr. Speaker, on March 30th, I think it's March 30th, 2023, as compared to August 17th, 2021, when the election happened. So that's about 18 months. We're talking about a year and a half. Here's what we have more of. We have more people without a family doctor, tens of thousands more, about 60,000 more people across the province, but as I've said, particularly in the central zone. So we have more of that. We have more ER closures across the province, doubled in 21-22 from the previous year. Thousands of hours of ER closures. So we have more of that. We have more people walking out of ERs. Thousands of people, about 8,000, I believe, walked out of ERs last year, deciding that it wasn't worth their time to stay there. Can you imagine? We have more people waiting in line at walk-in clinics at 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, in the cold, in the heat, in the rain, in the snow, in the sleet. And they're waiting hours, they're getting in if they're lucky, and they might get through the door to actually have somewhere warm and somewhere to sit down, but they might not see a doctor that day. And then what do? Well, then they go to the emergency room, and they add to the more people that are in those rooms. We have more delays until we reach surgical benchmark times. In the Minister of Health and Wellness's mandate letter, it was the Premier asked to meet national standards for surgical benchmarks within 18 months. That was not done. We still have thousands of Nova Scotians on the wait list for surgeries of all types, from very minor to the most serious and severe cases of surgery. So we have more of that. We also have something that sounds good on the surface, and the government has talked about this a lot since the budget. More rent supplements. Okay, well that sounds good. 1,000 more rent supplements. We got 8,000 rent supplements now. So, being a fair person, I said, okay, that sounds good. Let's dig a little deeper. And you don't have to dig very deep, Mr. Speaker, to realize that that is a bit of fool's gold, because the threshold, as the member for Clayton Park West, as the member for Needham, I believe, asked about last week, the threshold for rent supplements has gone from 30% of your income to 50%. So imagine people in Nova Scotia who are paying 49.9% of their income on housing are not eligible for rent supplements in this province anymore. And if we have 1,000 more rent supplements, but those who need it can't access them anymore, how is that a good thing? How is that something to be proud of, to crow about, to say how great it is? So we have two issues with that. We have a threshold that is prohibitive for many, many people, and we have not enough apartments to rent. So even if you are eligible for rent supplements, good luck finding something, and then good luck finding something that you can afford within your budget. So that's something that there is more of in this budget, and it sounds good, but it's actually not what it sounds like at first glance. We have, again, on the housing side, we have more repairs for public housing. That's a good thing. We have, I believe, an extra $15 million for repairs for public housing units, and that's a good thing. I wouldn't suggest it's not. But we also have closing in on 7,000 people in Nova Scotia who are on the wait list for public housing. And the majority of those folks are seniors, people with young kids, single people who have nowhere to go, and this government has not shown interest in building new public housing units, which is the only way that wait list is going to be reduced in a significant way. So we have more repairs for housing, but again, it's not addressing the core issue at hand, which is that 7,000 people, the size of a good-sized town here in Nova Scotia, are waiting for public housing and still waiting. Here's another thing we have more of, Mr. Speaker. We have more people who have nowhere to live. Many more, hundreds more. I believe the number is close to 900 people in HRM that are living outside, sleeping on park benches, outside of buildings, in parks. I saw a picture a few months ago of a tent in Point Pleasant, I believe, with a wheelchair outside of it, just to give you a sense of what's really going on for people in this province. And again, it's not just in HRM. It's all across the province. If we have 900 people who are homeless in Nova Scotia, or in HRM, I should say, it's reasonable to assume we would have a similar number outside. So let's say 1,600 people in this province with nowhere to live. And that number has gone way, way up since August 17th, 2021, when this government was elected. So we have more of that. We have more people who are stressed about the fact that their income assistance payments are not going nearly as far as they once did. Over the last 2 years, inflation, somewhere in the range of 15% over 2 years. So if you're on income assistance, which as we know is a paltry amount to begin with, your purchasing power has gone down 15% in 2 years. 15%. And we've seen 0 and 0 from this government in its first 2 budgets to help those who need our help the most. All Nova Scotians are affected by inflation. We know that. All Nova Scotians are affected. But the burden and the brunt of that is shouldered disproportionately by those on the lower income threshold, and particularly by those who are on income assistance and who have seen very, very little support from this government. So we have more people waking up every day worried, stressed, anxious, worn out about have the burden of waking up every day and figuring out, how am I going to feed myself? Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker? We have thousands of people in this province who wake up asking themselves that every day. How am I going to feed myself? How am I going to get my kids through the day? How am I going to afford my medications? And those are decisions and choices that people are having to make that I don't think they should have to make. And I think this government has neglected them to their detriment, of both the government and the folks who are in that situation as well. We also see more reckless spending, and I won't go too deep into this issue because the member for Northside Westmount, King South, and others have said this as well, but we see more and more and more spending going out 3-4 years down the line, adding billions of dollars of debt to our province's books. This year, we're going to spend over $700 million on interest payments alone. It's, I think, the 4th or 5th largest line item in the budget. More than the vast majority of the departments is just interest on our debt. And that's an issue that's going to ripple down for decades to come. When my kids are 20, 30 years older now, they'll be the ones that are having to shoulder that burden when they become taxpayers and they start working in the system. And I think what we also see is more excuses and finger pointing at everyone else, whether that's international events, whether that's the boogeyman in Ottawa, the federal Liberals, who are punishing us with the Liberal carbon tax, which I guess 35 times now, I just said it. I understand that the province of Nova Scotia is a small place by global standards with a small economy, but to suggest, as this government often does, that there is nothing they can do about these issues is simply an abdication of their responsibility. And I think we've seen more excuses than answers so far. And I think it can be very easy when we are in these seats and we live and breathe politics and we think about it every day to get lost in the minutia of what's really going on. But people outside of this chamber, as we all know, don't think about that. Don't think about the work we do here in nearly the same level of detail. So I think they should ask themselves a very simple question, and that is, when they wake up in the morning, are they better off now than they were on August 17th, 2021? And I hope they ask themselves that question again in July of 2025 when we have the next provincial election. And I think for many, many Nova Scotians, the answer to that question of whether or not I'm better off now than I was when this government was elected is going to be no. And that is a very simple way to frame the issue of politics, but I think it's an accurate way, and I think it's a way that people who are not invested in the system, as we are, think. And whether you are a person who's struggling to get by on a day-to-day basis, whether you're a business owner, whether you're a senior who's waiting for surgery, whether you're a parent of young children who's desperate to get your kid into daycare and there are no spaces for them, and you've been waiting months and months and months, and you're out $1,500 just waiting for that space that's non-guaranteed. If you're a student who continues to be crushed by high tuition costs, if you're a person who has lost their family doctor, either from retirement or the doctor has moved, or in many cases, unfortunately, burnout and a lack of support from this government. If you're any of those people here in Nova Scotia, you are worse off, unfortunately, than you were on August 17th, 2021, when this government was elected. This budget does not do enough for those who need it the most. I think this government is very good at talking the talk and making things sound good, but actual results are not there, and I don't expect they'll be there throughout this budget, and that's why we're opposed to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak and to supply on the subject of an autism strategy for Nova Scotia. We are far past time in the need for an autism strategy in this province. But at the same time, there is a lot of federal momentum that we can grab onto now if we act. This past week, the House of Commons unanimously passed Bill C-203, the Federal Framework on Autism, and this will help prioritize and accelerate a national autism strategy coming this year. Autistic Nova Scotians, their families, and their caregivers want and have long wanted to work alongside the provincial government to make sure our province is ready to meet the recommendations that come from this national strategy. Nova Scotia has the highest autism prevalence rates amongst 5-year-olds in the country. While support program and services to support autistic people in Nova Scotia remains fragmented. We are the only Atlantic province without a formal autism strategy, and the lack of this framework places us at a significant disadvantage to negotiate with the federal government when discussions between First Ministers begin. Autism is a neurodevelopmental condition that affects how information is processed in the brain. People on the autism spectrum are diverse and may have high or low support needs. However, the condition is present for life. For this reason, individuals need access to services across the lifespan based on their level of support needs. Autism prevalence has increased significantly over the past 2 decades, 1 in 2,500 in 2000 to 1 in 34 in 2022 for children aged 5 in Nova Scotia. With increased prevalence comes increased pressure to access critical support and services across the lifespan. If we know more, we need to act when we need to act better. Autistic children and adolescents rely on the school setting for the provision of the majority of supports and services until graduation. As such, if services are limited or unavailable in these settings, autistic children and adolescents may not receive necessary supports and services. How school boards use, how regional centers for education use funds to support autistic students' needs can vary considerably. Few provinces or territories offer specific guidelines to school boards on how funding should be spent, how to conduct needs assessments, or how to outline supportive programs, practices, or curricula for autistic students. And I will say that having supported my son Jason, who was in the chambers earlier today, through his school career, I will say that there was actually just sort of never a good fit. So we were never captured under specific learning plans. It was very hard to get an individual program plan in place because the needs were quite specific. We heard rumors of autism specialists, but I have to say I never met one. And frankly, the lack of those services really impacted his ability to obtain an education, and at times threatened his very right to education in this province. Yeah. Mental health conditions such as anxiety, depression, attentional difficulties, and behaviors that challenge are common amongst autistic students, and yet services can be scarce. And I've spoken to folks who've come to this house to talk about the need to support educational support workers fairly and equally, about the important work that they do, but they are not well enough supported or resourced. There is a need for specific services and supports for autistic people during times of school transition because of the greater uncertainty that comes with changes in roles or responsibilities, routines, and support structures. When supports and services are delayed, unavailable, or ineffectual, service providers in the educational context may struggle to meet the needs of autistic children and adolescents, despite legislative mandates. In these instances, just one second, need to find my next page. Oh my God. Students may experience school exclusion. such as disruptions or transitions out of mainstream or special education classrooms. And again, speaking to my own experience, Jason was excluded from public school in this province for grades 3, grades 4, and grades 5. And we had to fight if we wanted to get a half an hour of classroom time in each day. Due to ongoing systems issues, some Canadians also voluntarily remove their autistic children from school, temporarily or permanently, to homeschool them because of concerns regarding the child's development, academic success, or safety. Reasons that are reported for short-term or permanent exclusions can range from difficulties dealing with the complex demands of a school day, sensory responses, or bullying. And certainly we saw that in our case as well, where Jason experienced extensive bullying during his elementary school years that was never properly addressed by the school system. And that continues to this day to really impact how he views group experiences and prepares for them. Other challenges faced by autistic students include a lack of autism education for those trained to be teachers or educational assistants, few opportunities for professional development regarding evidence-informed educational supports and teaching methods, limited access to necessary tools and resources to effectively support students, inadequate individual needs-based support, as I mentioned, reductions in educational funding, policy framed around the medical model of disability, and restrictive parent participation. And I think what I would say too is that a lot of the evidence-based programs that were being introduced into the public school system when Jason was there actually were counterindicative for folks with autism. So, so in fact, because of the lack of emphasis, the lack of knowledge, the lack of support, actually inappropriate behavioral supports were being recommended and probably made the situation worse. And I think, I think this government has invested into early childhood identification and intervention, which is certainly very important, but there's actually a whole other stream of autism diagnosis. So for folks with different types of support needs, perhaps folks who appear more independent and able to participate more broadly and easily without support. In fact, there's another bump where people receive autism diagnosis around the age of 12. So as folks enter adolescence. And then there's another bump around early adulthood. And again, these are those transitional periods where folks really have a hard time of understanding what's being asked from them in subtle social ways and making that transition successfully. And the result is that we actually are losing folks who could be much more successful in higher education and in our workforce because we're not supporting them through these transitions. Publicly funded and locally available supports and services specifically for autistic adults are essentially non-existent across Canada. When unsupported, transitions are vulnerable times for autistic people and can lead to family and individual crises, an overutilization of urgent or emergency care, poor quality of life, and financial instability. There is very little information about parenting by autistic individuals in the research literature. Very little is also known about how to support older autistic people and seniors, yet it is important to plan for future needs. Offsetting common out-of-pocket costs associated with autism, such as home modifications, transportation, therapeutic products, and day supports, can promote family and individual well-being and financial stability across the lifespan. Labor market participation of parents of autistic individuals can benefit the entire family and can be supported through workplace policies and provisions offered, for example, through unions, employee assistance plans, and supportive human resources development. Access to trusted, nonpartisan financial planning and financial literacy supports and services can better equip autistic people and their families to understand and make informed decisions that promote long-term financial stability and well-being. A pathway for autistic individuals to financial stability can be achieved by disability benefits that are flexible, needs-based, accessible, and take into consideration the extra costs associated with this condition. A provincial autism strategy would maximize current government investments and specifically identify remaining gaps and investments required for costing or reallocation of resources. It would also enhance cross-departmental collaboration and partnerships, properly leverage current policy networks and communities in the province, and enhance the well-being and health of autistic Nova Scotians and their families. If we continue to operate without a provincial autism strategy, policies for accessing many government services remain outdated and inaccessible. Services will remain fragmented, and we will lose folks along the way. On our journey as parents, we have been aware of the stories of many young people who have received insufficient support in elementary school, have struggled to make the transition to middle school or junior high because of the increased social pressures, the increased necessity to manage complex schedules and interpret social cues, bullying, the effect of bullying and peer pressure, and young people who have really struggled to make that successful transition to junior high and then to high school, and in fact to end up not finishing high school. And that's not what we want in this province. As well, for those who have finished high school, many of the support programs that exist to help people transition into the workforce or transition into training, again, don't take into consideration the particular needs of folks with autism. And in many cases, the adjustments would be slight. They'd be slight tweaks that would actually support the positive and successful participation of many folks. Simply put, continuing with the status quo will leave us further and further behind other Atlantic provinces and the rest of the country on addressing this policy issue, despite our high rate of prevalence that we know at the younger age group, but is also, of course, coming forward as these young people become adolescents, as they become adults. We need to recognize that time is of the essence, and we risk underestimating federal support required, and that could be taken advantage of when negotiating around the National Autism Strategy. The implementation of a provincial strategy would build an integrated and sustainable service system across the lifespan and position the province favorably for negotiations with the federal government. Last, but certainly not least, it would let us join other Atlantic provinces in having a strategy or framework to address this complex policy issue and make life better for folks with autism and their families in our province. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to talk about a time in the year that I really enjoy and I look forward to, and it's called African Heritage Month. African Heritage Month is a time of celebration and reflection, a time when African Nova Scotians can come together across the province to remember the achievements of notable Nova Scotians, recognizing leaders in our community, all the while enjoying each other's company, most times with music and food, truly celebrating each other while educating folks in Nova Scotia about our African Nova Scotian contributions to the province as a whole. It's been said, and I know this is true, that we've been here for over 400 years, and we have paved the way and built the foundation on which Nova Scotia stands on today, which is why African Heritage Month celebrations and the theme of the month is so important to the fabric of Nova Scotia. So I just want to make note, and I'm pretty sure you guys can all, folks can look this up, but I just kind of want to have you envision some of these African Heritage Month themes, and they all are attached with a poster or a visual that you can look at later. But in 2018, it was about educate, unite, celebrate community, embrace our education, and encourages all Nova Scotian with the desire to educate oneself about the African Nova Scotian history. It was meant to unite and ignite the cultural and heritage as we share as a community observing the decade for people of African descent. In 2020, it said ties that bind, and the visual was about a rope and some families and hands binding people together, the community, the close-knitness, recognizing the unique bond the people of African descent share through faith, family, and community, celebrating the long-standing legacy of faith and spirituality, acknowledging strong family ties, and honoring the togetherness of the African Nova Scotian community, facilitating a greater bond and understanding of all cultures in Nova Scotia. which also means not easily broken. In 2021, which some of us may remember, it was a Black Lives Matter movement, and that particular theme was a Black History Matters, and it meant listening, learn, share, and act, recognizing the legacy and long-standing history and the development of Canada, bringing the focus and increased awareness of racialized issues of a community that has overcome great adversity for inclusion in all aspects of society. So as we hear, you know, even just about those three past years, it's about celebrating and uniting and really bringing people together and discussing, you know, some of the major milestones of African Nova Scotian peoples in this province. In 2022, it was Through Our Eyes, and it was a beautiful visual depiction of eyes in itself, but within that, what it meant. And it was recognizing the long-standing history of people of African descent in the development of Canada. Through Our Eyes promotes all the ways and all the voices of African Nova Scotians who blazed a trail for change despite anti-Black racism, also following the Decade for People of African Descent. So all of these all follow that piece. This year was 2023, and it was Seas of Struggle. So the theme previous to that were very positive, you know, empowering, you know, recognizing the development and the role that African Nova Scotians played in this, and really had a number of contributions to that. So this particular one was the Seas of Struggle. African Peoples from Shore to Shore outlines the struggles of people of African descent faced from the shores of Africa to the shores of Nova Scotia, recognizing that the one thing that remained constant in our history is the Atlantic Ocean. The long-standing history of the people of African descent in the development of Canada, which was also said in the other previous statements, but then the sea has played a vital role. This theme explores the struggle and adversity that was overcome and examines the effects of slavery and seafaring of African Nova Scotians, and as well recognized the Decade for People of African Descent and some of their pillars there. So, which brings me to the point in which I'm going to raise today. A number of folks in this government received an email in February discussing the profound psychological and emotional trauma that the 2023 Provincial African Heritage Month theme and poster has inflicted upon African Nova Scotians in this province. African Heritage Month has historically been a time to recognize, celebrate, and honor the history, contributions, and lived experiences of people of African ancestry in Nova Scotia, and to educate all Nova Scotians on the same. To the contrary, the 2023 theme, Seas of Struggle, African Peoples from Shore to Shore, stagnates these efforts through its adverse, injurious, and dehumanizing impact on African Nova Scotians. Ironically, this year's African Heritage Month theme perpetuates the brutal, white supremacist narratives of slavery that human rights-focused societies across Canada and the world and communities of African descent specifically have worked arduously for centuries to overturn. Rather than supporting to fight to end anti-Black racism, this year's African Heritage Month provincial theme and poster negatively impacted the cultural fabric of all people living in this province through its complicity in an anti-Black racist message that reduces all people of African descent to this traumatic period of our shared history. As a government in Nova Scotia, we are responsible for the Provincial African Heritage Month theme and poster, and we have a responsibility to end this trauma by making sure that we have themes that are respectful, anti-racist, anti-colonialist, and culturally responsible. A theme that does not inflict further harm onto our people. In a day and age where we are experiencing an upsurgence of overtly bold and unchallenging acts of anti-Black racism, Nova Scotians must be able to confidently trust in and rely upon our government officials to vehemently oppose all representations of this societal vice. Hence, it is important that this government is acutely aware of how certain language, imagery, narratives, and representations can pass themselves off as being positive Black representations while contributing to vile perpetuations of white supremacies. It is imperative that this government exercise the capacity to critically analyze all communication to guard against human rights violations, oppressions, discrimination, and psychological and emotional harm to all of our constituents, our province's citizens. Unfortunately, the damage has been done and people of African descent in this province are hemorrhaging. We are hemorrhaging during a month traditionally anticipated as a time of joy, celebration of ancestral and cultural pride, positive reflections on our multiplicity of contributions, and healing. We were called on as a provincial government to right this wrong, to shed some light on the insulting imagery and language of the 2023 African Heritage Month theme and poster. I ask you to reflect on the fact that in order for anti-Black racism to be successful, it requires the objectification of people of African descent. Anti-Black racism works to strip Black people of our very humanity, oftentimes in stealthy, inconspicuous ways. The theme itself and the context provided to explain the theme limits the connections of people of African descent to the sea. The Atlantic Ocean, an inanimate body of water reminiscent of the Middle Passage, that sorrowful grave for millions of unnamed enslaved African people, our foremothers and forefathers who never found a respectful resting place. Instead, the remains lie restlessly strewn across the expanse of this ocean due to the horrific exploits of the Ma'afa, the great tragedy of African peoples. This sea reflects sorrow, not celebration, an imposed struggle rather than the victorious self-determination of our people. It cannot accurately represent us. It would be inhumane to insist that it represents us. In rather erroneous, callous, and insulting way, this year's African Heritage Month theme insists that the sea is the only thing that connects people, African people, from shore to shore, from the shores of the continent of Africa to the shores of Nova Scotia. In so doing, it discounts the ancestry, heritage, histories, cultural languages, and lived experiences that truly do connect us, regulating all of who we are to depictions of struggle. This theme dishonors the glorious legacies of our ancestors and our ancestral homeland of Africa as the forebearers of civilization, the cradle of knowledge and culture, innovation in science, technology, medicine, architecture, literature, religion, models of government, and the arts, to name a few aspects of our history worthy of recognition. This theme ignores the many contributions of African Nova Scotians through our more than 400 years history as one of our province's 4 founding peoples. The theme objectifies and reduces people of African descent to voiceless, powerless objects forced to struggle, rather than validating us as agents of change, resisting injustices, and insisting on defining ourselves and being the authors of our own stories. Yes. Further, this theme seems to displace the responsibility of the enslavement of African people onto the sea, an inanimate body of water, rather than demanding truth, telling, and reparations of people and nations of European descent who orchestrated and benefited from the institution of slavery. Therefore, this theme is unjust, insensitive, and inhumane. Despite its intent, its impact is shame and trauma to African peoples. As a Black mother of 7 African Nova Scotian children in our Nova Scotia public school system, I dread the detrimental impact this African Heritage Month theme and posters already in circulation and posted in schools throughout this province have on African Nova Scotian learners. Our schools are already struggling to provide anti-racist, inclusive, respectful, and equitable learning spaces where African Nova Scotian students can bring their full selves and be seen as knowledgeable students capable of excellence. I reflect on my children's and their friends' recent stories of students using the N-word at their school and on social media, and subsequent meetings held with all the Black students about how they should react when, not if, such situations happen again. Unfortunately, as an MLA, I'm keenly aware that such stories, and many worse than these involving adults in authority, are the rule rather than the exception in public schools and in our neighborhoods and in government offices. In a province where the majority of our school teachers, administrators, and school counselors are white and void of the lived experiences of what it means to be Black or racialized in this province, I'm confident that most of them are ill-equipped to respond to this theme, Seas of Struggle, in a way that does not belittle, limit, and traumatize the Black students in our classrooms, hallways, and schools. The mental health of African Nova Scotian students is at stake, and we as government leaders should have acted expeditiously to this action to ward against acts of anti-Black racism that this month's theme and poster incite by their very presence in Nova Scotia schools and communities. So I could go on and on and on, but I will say that the constituent wrote this letter, and they received a response back from the Premier that said, "Thank you very much for your email. To clarify, the government does not determine the theme of the poster or the African Heritage Month. It is determined by the African Heritage Month Information Network, which we know, a collaborative of African Nova Scotian associations. As such, we'll be informing them of your concerns." So instead of writing a full page about care and cause and thought and you know, I'm so sorry that this has happened, and you know, we need to do better as a government, and it should be 3-4 pages, but I'm saying it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines. 4.5 lines from the Premier themselves. So, you know, I will say that I have a lot to say, but this person did write back and say, you know, thank you for your response. I am disappointed by your attempt to absolve the Nova Scotia provincial government of its responsibility. You know, I am aware that regardless of who chose the theme, the provincial government sanctions it, hence the involvement of the African Nova Scotian Affairs and at length Communications Nova Scotia and the Department of Communities and Cultures. They're very, very well versed in the system of how things are processed. So, as we know, such is the crux of the disappointment. Either the usual rigorous vetting of the African Heritage Month network's theme suggestion did not take place, or no one in the Nova Scotia provincial government had the wherewithal, the knowledge, cultural understanding, care, or concern to decipher harmful, reductive, anti-Black racist messaging from education celebrating African Heritage Month. So in my last minute, I do have a number of things that I want to say, but I will say this. This is a prime example of how we can be doing better, how we could be doing better to get things right. We talk about how we need to do things, we need to take our time. And I've heard this a number of times while we've been sitting in here. We need to take our time and really, you know, dig deep into what this really means. And here, there's been opportunities, many opportunities. And this year in particular, there was no care or thought or even a proper response to someone who is feeling like these harms are affecting them and their community and the African Nova Scotian folks in this province. So I will say this, because you know I will continue to stand up and speak for those that don't always have a voice here in legislature. And I'm very disappointed. I was very disappointed, and my reaction to this was just this. I will be speaking these things in the House so folks will understand that these harms are happening across the province, and we should never turn a blind eye to folks and their adversity and the things that are happening to them, all because we choose to not act when we have the information to do so.
Order, please. The motion has carried. We'll take a brief recess for the members of the Committee of Full House on Supply to get set up. So we'll take a brief recess.
Here we go. Order. Order. The Committee on Supply will resume discussions of estimates E11 and E29. And I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. And I will begin again. As the minister knows, there are many, many families who struggle to access IVF and other reproductive supports. I'm aware that the tax credit was put in place last year, that will be used, the tax credit will be used in the private for-profit system. But I and my colleagues remain hopeful that we are still considering expanding access to reproductive supports in the public system. Some of these are initially available at the IWK, from what I understand. So my question is there money in this budget to expand reproductive supports in the public system through the IWK or otherwise? And if not, if there's no money in this budget, is this being looked at?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. Thank you, member, for the question. So to the member's point, we did introduce the tax credit last year, and this will be the first year that folks are able to submit that. But there is nothing currently to expand to your point, in this budget. Reproductive health.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you. And then my B part was, if there's not any money in this budget, is it being looked at for future years?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I do meet regularly with the IWK, and so there isn't any current talks. It doesn't mean that we can't have them, but there currently is no plans at this time to expand.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear that the minister is open to talks. Tax credits are useful for those who can afford to pay the upfront costs. And that is a particular subsection of our community. And there's lots of people who would love to avail themselves of the services of the IVF clinic, who just can't afford it. And the drugs are really expensive, so you really can't do it if you don't have pharmacare or drug coverage. And it can be really heartbreaking for people. So I really hope that we can continue this conversation, and that conversation can start at the IWK, because something like IVF and reproductive help, really the place it really belongs is in the public system. I'm going to move on to another sad topic, which is that we've seen a number of very concerning accounts lately of healthcare outcomes in prisons in the province. Recently, Sarah Rose Denny, a 36-year-old Mi'kmaq woman, died at Burnside from pneumonia. And then I have another family that I'm helping in my office who had a family member contract a very serious disease in Burnside as well. It's very tragic. Is there an increase in this budget for health care in our prisons?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank the member for the question. So there is increase in funding for utilization. Nova Scotia Health, who would be the deliverer of those services. There is nothing in particular specific to, Burnside or for health, but that's not to say that some of that money is not allocated to service delivery. And so we ensure that the services, are open to them, but I don't have anything particular to people who are incarcerated health care in this budget.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, just sorry to clarify. I just want to get a clarity on your answer. So you said there's an increase to Nova Scotia Health and pardon me? I guess I don't understand what utilization means. There's Elizabeth McCarthy.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So there would be, so utilization looks at both inflationary and utilization, like the number of people or services required. So there is an increase in that. How that's allocated is left to Nova Scotia Health. So we know that there's an increase in funding for utilization, which would be some inflationary, but also some demand in services. But I can't tell you how that would be allocated. It would be based on their operations.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thank you for that. But I guess, so then my question is the minister talking about utilization for Nova Scotia Health in prisons or just in general? So there's no way to know if there's any money being allocated to an increase in prisons? Yes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
That's correct.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So then to clarify, if there's an increase in utilization funding for Nova Scotia Health, can the minister confirm then that means there's no cuts to Nova Scotia Health?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
There are no cuts. Yeah, I know that's hard to believe in a budget session, 2 years in a row, no cuts, but there are no cuts.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
So given that there's no increase or that the minister there hasn't been any money targeted to increase health services in prisons, I think we can safely say that. Can the minister talk about why that might be? Has there been requests from the Nova Scotia Health in terms of the health care that goes on in prisons? Has there been any discussions about that? We hear some terrible stories about health outcomes, and I've just named a couple in prisons. And people deserve health care no matter where they live.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So there has been no discussion about increase to health. There's been no discussion from us or business case brought forward in regards to that.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. So FOIPOP documents that our office received show that 2022 had the highest number of emergency room deaths in the last 6 years. It also had the highest proportion of deaths, meaning that it's not only a higher number of visitors to the ERs. There were percentage-wise worse outcomes. Can the minister explain why this is happening, or this has happened in 2022?
I I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank the member for the question. There is some information that I want to gather before I answer that question, just in terms of the number is one thing, but I actually want to look at rates. So I'll get back to you with an answer to that question.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, I will pause my other questions related then and wait till we get that answer. There's a couple of times that this has happened, so and I'm hoping that our researcher will keep track of those, because I'll bring them up at the end and we'll try to. I'm sure there's lots of people listening too, but anyway, I don't trust myself to keep track. So can the minister provide any statistics on the number of patient feedback complaints that are received? How is the information tracked? For example, can the minister provide statistics on how many complaints are received and resolved, for instance?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Yeah, so some of these questions are very operational. So we, in fact, are not the operators of Nova Scotia Health or IWK. So there will be patient feedback lines where the operator has, opportunities for patients to provide feedback, and they would manage that, but that would not be something that would routinely come to me. As the minister, we really would look at that would be an operator's responsibility.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, yes, I hear that. But I guess if there was a big issue, the minister would hear about it. If there was something going on, it often escalates to that level. So that's why I had the question. But anyway, we can try to get that information in another way. So I know that home care is generally under the purview of the Department of Seniors, but can the minister say what is in the budget, what in the budget is provided for home/community care under health in this budget? Yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank you to the member for the question. It is a little bit different because we're focused on more so on the acute care side. So as an example, we talked yesterday about the at-home chemotherapy program, the Chemo to Go, which is a new therapy, which is an investment of $1 million. Expanding some chronic disease management supports as an example, which would allow people to access care providers while they are at home for support. So the Oncology Transformation Project, as well as some of the work happening with Inspired. And then, we would look also, I would consider the SPEAR program, looking at how we would use that single paramedic program in order to support people who are living at home if they have some calls, and also the special patient program, right, through EHS. So specifically around service delivery, it's a little bit difficult for us to separate that out because it does sit under seniors and long-term care, but these would be examples of how we're supporting people in community and at home. We've also expanded funding for the sisterhood and the brotherhood as well. So our reach would be into community, but it would not necessarily, in our purview, be to service delivery in the home.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah, okay, great. We know that obviously there's a great need for the supports in the community. So I hear you say that most of it is under the budget for seniors in long-term care, but so like in terms of community care like sisterhood, brotherhood, can you say what the budget line is for that kind of thing, and is there an increase?
Oh, sorry. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Great. So there, in terms of support, so the Brotherhood and Sisterhood expansion to expand programs for outreach and support for African Nova Scotian communities outside of HRM had an increase of $243,000. And also, we've have sustainable funding for Health Association of African Canadians with $275,000. So that money is given to the Brotherhood and Sisterhood and HAWK, and they distribute it as they see fit.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, so the minister doesn't have any kind of information on like how that boils down into full-time jobs or anything like that increase? So through the COVID-19 pandemic, there's been real trouble accessing blood services. Now there is an online booking, which is great, except for when capacity is reached. For example, a recent check showed no available appointments at the Dartmouth General drive-through clinic 2.5 weeks out. Can the minister give an update on access to blood services? Is there a target time for people to be able to book within? Are we meeting the targets in each zone?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So we'll have to reach out to NS Health again. Those are very much operational frontline, and it sometimes takes us a bit to get that data if we don't know in advance.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Okay, the department recently released its financial write-offs for the past year. What amount of ambulance fees were written off last year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health.
$2.67 million were written off.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
2.67 was for ambulance fees. Has there been any discussion of eliminating ambulance fees when we're writing off that much?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. So there is an annual revenue of about $14.3 million related to ambulance fees, and we do have a number of people who are insured, and also there is a program for people who are unable to afford it, so there has been no discussion about waiving those fees.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North, noting that there are 5.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Okay, 2.8 million of the write-offs were seniors' pharmacare fees. Given the cost of living crisis, is there a discussion of lowering or eliminating pharmacare fees?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So there's actually an investment in utilization, because of utilization increase for seniors and family pharmacare of $5.3 million to keep that program at the same cost it is. So there is investment in order to keep it at the same cost that it's at now.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Oh boy, I'm sorry, I'm tired. I don't get it. So there's money to keep it at the cost now. You mean, so does it normally increase every year and so you're stabilizing it, or why is there a necessity to keep it at the current cost? Am I missing something?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So the fees have not gone up year over year, but the utilization and cost of the program increases. So this year, the utilization increase, right? So the fees have not gone up, but the cost to invest in it is $5.3 million because the cost of the program keeps rising. So that's how we're squaring it, right?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Got it. Sorry. I'm getting to the end of my ability to understand things. We know that many public health services were paused when staff were redeployed to work on the COVID-19 pandemic response, and not all services are yet back up and running. For example, essential neonatal public health was paused for many months. I'm wondering if the minister can tell us what services remain on hold, when will they be available again, and how many public health nurse vacancies are there, or other vacancies in public health? So that's 4 questions, actually. So, feel free to take them one at a time. What services remain on hold? When will they be available again? I'll just ask that first.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank the member for the question. So we are double checking, but it's my understanding that services have resumed. And so we actually have a $1.2 million investment, increase the funding in 22-23 for the Enhanced Home Visiting Program. And which allows for greater capacity in eastern and central zones to reflect population demographics, and additional funding for early years in 23-24 that we're piloting the Nurse Family Partnership Program in eastern zone for highest risk families. So there's been an investment in our families this year.
I recognize the honourable member from Dartmouth North.
Great. How many, the second part that I'll just repeat again, the vacancies. Yeah, so how many public health nurse vacancies are there currently? And how many other vacancies are there in public health right now?
Order. The time has elapsed for the NDP caucus. I now recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you. To recap, the last year and a half, Annapolis remains the area in the province with the highest unattached rate to primary care. Government has removed our emergency in Annapolis Royal. Our emergency in Middleton at Soldiers is severely reduced. 3 emergency physicians have left, hearing that they haven't received the support from the leadership team at Nova Scotia Health that they're craving. Several staff have left at Soldiers in Annapolis, being deployed, but also with the uncertainty, not sure how long they can secure their jobs. Ambulances have been blocked from going to Annapolis Royal. Ambulances have been blocked from going to Soldiers. We had public engagement sessions, but only after months of request, and they didn't even come close to what we requested. In 2021, September, Soldiers Emergency was running at 24/7. It went from 7 days a week to 5 days a week to mornings to nothing. And now we're back up to 4 mornings a week. Given all that, I would ask the minister, how can I, as the MLA or the people I represent, buy into or believe that the commitment is to build capacity at Soldiers Memorial Hospital Emergency? Thank you.
I recognize the honourable Minister of Health.
Appreciating that there have been some struggles, absolutely, with recruitment. Recently, there have been more ER hours, and the public sessions were attended by more than 400 people. So I know that the leadership has been out and about trying to support community and understand their needs. So there has been improvement recently, and certainly the hope is that we can continue to build on that success. You're right, stabilizing the services are essential, and in terms of people, having to work, when we do have rural emergency centers that, and we have some issues in our regional hospitals, we do have to protect those services. The regional hospitals have different levels of care available, and there are times that we have in the past had to pull staff in to protect the core staffing in the regional hospital, and that unfortunately and will continue if necessary in order to make sure. And the other piece too is I will say that part of what's happening in terms of our EHS protocols, there are some conditions that would have typically gone to our more rural facilities that are no longer appropriate to go there. So I always give the example of a stroke. We actually have very tight clinical guidelines in terms of when somebody who is experiencing stroke guidelines or stroke symptoms would go to a regional hospital. And the piece of that is around CT scanning. So in fact, some of the things that have happened are related to clinical protocols. And so there's that, which is why the emergency rooms have different levels. And we hear that from folks, in terms of that. So some of the bypass of those hospitals could be related to the clinical components of the care of the individual that's in needing help, whereas some of it would be related to staffing levels. So it could be a little bit of both. The redirection could possibly be a clinical guideline. Trauma, as an example, our emergency rooms would have a trauma designation and an emergency room designation. So staffing and clinical presentation would be two of the reasons that people would be bypassed.
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Thank you, and I certainly understand the clinical designation of taking a high-level CTAS to a Valley Regional hospital, but what I'm asking, that's always been the case, my understanding. If you're a higher-level CTAS, you're being taken to a regional, or you've been taken to Digby or taken to Yarmouth, you're not going to Middleton or Annapolis. So this seems to be a new action where in January it seemed to be all of a sudden paramedics and ambulances were told you're no longer welcome or able to come to Soldiers Emerge. We want paramedics to travel to Kentville So in some areas of my constituency, an hour and a half drive, or we want you to go to Digby if it's open, and then on to Yarmouth, a 2-hour drive. So we're putting people in ambulances, and then we know about the strain on those regionals. So my question next would be, is there any commitment from the minister and the department on committing to more than 4 days a week, that we're 4 mornings a week that we currently are at Soldiers? Could the minister commit to 7 days a week within the year or 2 years? Is there any kind of timeline for that kind of commitment? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank you. So again, the April emergency room schedule is providing predictable and consistent, reliable schedule to the best of the ability within the resources we have. We do continue to recruit to there, and really the commitment is that we continue to recruit, because if we can't recruit to that specific area, then it is very hard for us to increase the hours based on the ability of the clinicians that are there. So we do continue to recruit, and again, we will look at all the different options, but recruitment is the key. So we have to continue to, if we're going to have it as an emergency room, we need emergency room physicians there. So that's a very subspecialist skill set, which kind of narrows the pool of recruitment. So it's hard for me to give a timeline in terms of when that could happen, but I do want to say that we are continuing to recruit to those positions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
And I too would acknowledge that recruitment is key, but I would argue that retention is just as valuable and just as important. And that leads to, I'll go off script, but that leads to a question last night to the minister. We had 3 emergency room doctors in Soldiers a few months ago. We lost all 3 of them. And I was up early. I couldn't sleep well, but I was up early reviewing the tape. And I didn't seem to get a really detailed answer, but that would lead back to the minister did agree to having a private conversation. I hope that's still the case. But is there anything the minister can speak to on a higher level about these 3 ER docs that we've lost recently in Middleton at Soldiers, ready to practice? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question. So certainly, it's, again, it's around a number of issues: work-life balance, recruitment, retention are all of the conversations, but it's very difficult. It's just very difficult to talk about people's personal reasons, or the reasons that we discuss with people about HR in terms of why they are or aren't there. So I don't think this is the forum to discuss, some of the reasons that those, clinicians have moved on. But certainly, there is some work-life balance issues in regards to that, and we'll continue to work in that community to see what it is that the clinicians need in order to provide that stable, predictable number of hours in that setting.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister. There are several, I'll move on because I do respect that privacy. However, rumors and stories and all kinds of things are throughout the community amongst hundreds of people, and we're being asked to provide more detail, more information, and I'm not able to do so. So that's the reason for the ask. Moving on to the Action for Health plan, or parts of it, and the healthcare tour. This healthcare tour, I certainly appreciate the minister and staff traveling the province. However, Annapolis seemed to get skipped on that tour. Can the minister confirm if that was true or not?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question. So it is hard to be everywhere, is what I would say. On our original Speak Up for Healthcare tour, we did have an opportunity to go to Annapolis and speak with folks there. I have visited Soldiers Memorial on my own, to hear from staff and meet with leadership there. So I really do work very hard to be out in the community as much as possible. We did do 20 of those sessions. We tried to go to some places we did double for sure, but we tried to go to places where we hadn't been on the Speak Up for Healthcare tour to give feedback. And also there had been places that had seen leadership fairly regularly, I would say recently, in terms of access for staff. So it really is a balance of trying to be everywhere and visiting in different, there really was no science to it, but certainly on the Speak Up for Healthcare tour we were there, and I had recently visited soldiers, so probably within 6 months of the tour beginning.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Appreciate that from the minister. I think we have had public sessions that I asked for months and months and months. It was finally granted. I know senior leadership was there. Maybe 15 members of senior leadership were there. A few took most of the questions. I appreciate them taking the time. However, I think it would go a long way for morale and support and otherwise if the minister and the CEO of Health could at some point come visit Annapolis over the coming year and speak to healthcare staff once again and speak to the public, maybe in a public forum. I think it'll be a lot more friendly than the minister realizes. Would the minister commit, I guess, to coming to Annapolis in the coming months to come speak to the people I represent?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So certainly I am out and about a fair amount. I was in Lawrencetown as well, right? And I don't actually remember where else I was on that tour. So where were we, Middleton? Oh, so I've been there, yeah. I was there, right? But I did have the opportunity to go to Lawrencetown. So certainly, we are committed to getting out throughout the province. I will admit that as much as I enjoyed those sessions, it is very hard to balance and have my own constituency work. So, I can tell you when I'll be down that way and we can see if there's something that we can line up. But I appreciate, I appreciate trying to be everywhere and I'll do my best is what I would say.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you to the minister for committing to being everywhere or trying to. I'd like to go back to a question I asked yesterday or last night, and it's again about CTAS level 4s and 5s, low acuity patients being picked up by paramedics. And because Soldiers isn't open, because Annapolis is closed, because Digby is unreliable and struggling to find their own staff, I've got, I don't know the number, but I have a large number, it seems, of patients being taken to Yarmouth, 2 hours away, and an hour and 20 minutes to Kentville. And I just, I've told people I represent I would talk to the minister about this. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm wondering, I've heard from paramedics, why aren't we able to take lower acuity to soldiers in this case? And free them up to be in the zone. When they're taking these lower case CTAS 4s and 5s and heading to Yarmouth, we often have no coverage by paramedics in the ambulance when they're making that 2, 3, 4 hour return trip. So, what I would ask the minister is, what is the commitment, or what are we working on, or why aren't paramedics allowed to drop these low acuity patients at our local hospital, freeing up those paramedics for better coverage. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So I thank the member for the question. So, I would have similar wonderings as well. And I think about, certainly in that localized area, I think we can certainly reach out and ask EHS and EMCI to look at what's happening there, because I'm not really clear why someone who was recognized as a CTAS 5 would be transported in an ambulance, right? So with the work of that RN in the comm center, that would be some of the work that RN would be doing, looking at, creating care plans in the community and looking at the resources. So is there a pharmacy walk-in? Is there a primary care clinic that supports unattached patients? Is there virtual care options? Those types of things. Similarly, a physician as well. So I think, if it is frequent, we would be able to work with EHS and EMCI to look at, and then in some cases, if someone is a CTAS 4, the paramedics can treat and release, and so is there a special patient program, as an example, that would, if there's somebody who, we do see sometimes people repeatedly call EHS because they need the service and they don't know what else to do. So I think if it is an ongoing issue, we would work with EHS, look at special patient protocol. We would look at how to support with the doc in the box and the nurse in the box, and then also kind of supporting people in navigating, because if they're 4 and 5, the emergency room actually isn't the right spot necessarily for them either. So I think there's more to tease out and understand there in terms of the delivery of care in that area, and using EHS to inform some of those decisions.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
I'm thankful for that answer. So thankful that the minister suggests that they could talk to EMCI and EHS and maybe at the working group level with Jeff and others and see, mini review or see what's going on the ground and freeing that up. That's appreciated. Another thing that I mentioned last night was the idea that, the wording, I think it was renewal. I forget what the minister's wording was for soldiers. So we're in a renewal phase or a regeneration of building up capacity. And the questions were around why can't we introduce certain pilots that have been rolled out in other areas? And the answer, I think, and I don't want to quote directly or too much, was we need to regenerate or build that capacity before we can entertain new positions like physician assistants or new pilots that have been proven successful. So my question to the minister would be, why is this?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
So thank you. So I think if we're talking specifically about the emergency room, that when we have a designated emergency room, it really is physician dependent. So that's part of the complexity of it. We do need to have emergency room staffed by physicians. So as an example, a physician assistant can't work in that environment by themselves, right? A nurse practitioner also, while they're autonomous, they could do primary care, but they couldn't do it in an emergency room, as an example. It's not the skill set that they have, right? It's just, they're not emergency room physicians. So the concept of emergency is 24/7, and when we can't staff 24/7, even regardless of CTAS score, right? So we're always prepared for 1s and 2s, but 3, 4s, and 5s are generally, what we would see. So the urgent treatment center model, and I'm not saying that's what's there, but that urgent treatment center model allows for lower acuity, 3, 4s, and 5, people with CTAS scores 3, 4s, and 5, to be able to go and receive unexpected care, like care for unexpected issues. So that's what I would say. Some of this is emergency room dependent. So we know, as an example, regional hospitals, things get rolled out there first because we know that those services are protected, virtual care, those types of things. So the stable and predictable hours allows us to have the opportunity to put, other, like virtual care in there for those hours or what have you. So it sounds like semantics, but it's actually far bigger than that. That like an emergency department is very different than an urgent treatment center, just in terms of who can present there and what things they're able to manage. So it is a bit of a balance. So, you know, the mobile clinics is an example. That is a test and try that's been moving along. There's been 400 visits from January to March. There's been 400 people who've received care and been well received through the mobile clinics. And currently looking at, you know, what is the opportunity? Can a pharmacist, as an example, work in the hospital to support people who are there for prescription refills, as an example? So really nothing is off the table, but in terms of, you know, putting it in the capsule of an emergency department, it's a very finite, defined model. Whereas we need to look at other ways to provide primary care or urgent treatment, which is what the folks are doing. I'm not saying it's changing to that, but this is the stable, predictable hours, and what it allows people to do is to go for those 3, 4s, and 5s, right?
I recognize the honourable member for Annapolis.
Yeah, thank you for that. In reference to what the minister just mentioned, you know, the mobile health clinic is a good pilot. It serves a function. I don't look at it as a sustainable long-term function. I just got the notice 30 minutes ago that the mobile clinic will be there a few more days, which is promising. But there are several restrictions that the mobile health clinic can offer, such as prescription refills. So until we get that pharmacist in that hospital or in that setting, people are still showing up, not able to fill those prescriptions. I certainly appreciate that background. Another thing, trying to get a win for Soldiers Hospital. So another thing for soldiers in Middleton would be the X-ray machine. Might be the oldest machine in the history of the province. I don't know, but it's hanging on for dear life. That X-ray machine was down again last week. And I wonder, you know, I think there is a CARS request to fund the new machine. Is there anything in this new budget that could help soldiers and the residents of Middleton secure a new X-ray machine?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you. So I will say that there's $63 million in capital grants across the Nova Scotia Health. Yeah, I'm not saying that on tape. Across for the Nova Scotia Health Authority, $32 million designated for capital medical equipment, but we will check specifically on that. I think I've asked in the past, but I just can't remember the answer, so I'll check.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Appreciate the minister checking on that, and not to leave anyone out, could she also check on Annapolis Collaborative Health Center and see if there's anything that they're requesting that might fit into that capital expenditure?
What? Okay. I recognize the Honourable Member. I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. Sorry, there was a bit of a gap there. I was asking the minister if she could also check at the Annapolis Collaborative Health Centre to see if they have any infrastructure or equipment asked that they have through the foundation or through other means.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
We can check on that and see what's...
I recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Thank you. We heard the minister talk this week about strengthening collaborative health centres. How many of these will be associated to the Soldiers catchment and the Annapolis Collaborative Health Centre catchment? If that's too in the weeds, maybe the minister and the department can get back to me, but I'd be happy with Western Zone numbers as well.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Strengthening. But they're not new. Okay, so they are strengthening 4 in Western Zone, strengthening 4 clinics, initiating 3 new, and then strengthening 4 of the primary care clinics. Okay, so different. They're kind of the unattached patient clinics, right? So those will be strengthened, yep, throughout the zone.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. Could the minister confirm getting more detailed on if any of those are in the Soldiers catchment or the Annapolis Collaborative Health Centre catchment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I don't have the exact detail down to the community level. I have more of an overview. So that's not something that I think the planning is still rolling out. So I don't know that I could get you that detail yet, but there will be more in the coming months around where those strengths and new clinics will be.
That's good. I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. Could I ask the minister what the criteria is in that process of identifying those initial sites? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. So there'd be a couple things that go into that. So there's service planning that is underway now. And some of the criteria that they're looking at would be the number of unattached folks, what services are available in the community in terms of ability to access primary care, et cetera. And then looking at community clusters. So geographically, how close are people to certain amenities, regional hospital, et cetera, et cetera. So you do kind of look at a regional way, and I know that service planning is underway, and so we hope to have that document, in the coming months. Yeah.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the Minister how much funding is being invested into collaborative practices both in Middleton and Annapolis Royal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So there is $1.8 million allocated for Western Zone specifically, but it is a bit tricky to give you an absolute number because it doesn't account for recruitment and retention. It doesn't account for work that's happening with EHS. It doesn't account for the work that's happening around primary care, pharmacy clinics, et cetera. So it's embedded in other places, but specific targeted funding for that work is $1.8 million in the zone, but that's not to say that's the only money. It's just the easiest number to pull directly out of the budget. Okay.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
And speaking of pharmacies, expanding services and scope to pharmacies and pharmacists certainly was a good idea. I'll admit that. How many pharmacies are part of this pilot in the province, and how many aren't as of today? Sorry, how many pharmacies are part of the pilot currently, and how many are not?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Okay, so I think there's over 300 pharmacists in total in the province, and so the primary care are distributed across. There's 12. So these are the pharmacy primary care. There's 12 now, and that will be increased to 24 in May. And that work is happening through the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia. That's where those decisions are predominantly being made. And there are currently 4 primary walk-in clinics, so pharmacist, nurse practitioner. So we'll be looking at expanding that with about 3 sites in this budget year. Right?
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Is Lawrencetown on one of those potential 3 sites?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I have the targeted number, but I don't have the exact sites. I think there's still kind of negotiations happening with Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia as well as some of the other spots. So I don't have that level of detail in front of me.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I think the minister should consider all pharmacies in Annapolis as part of those pilots. And my question would be around the pilots and around that initial 12 moving into 24 sites. Has the minister and the department heard about barriers to access or reasons why certain pharmacies and certain pharmacists wouldn't be part of that program?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So overall, we've heard very good, we've had really good feedback about those pharmacy clinics. There are some things, of course, that are outside the scope of a pharmacist. So, of course, there's sometimes people present and they're not able to be seen there for certain things. So the pharmacy walk-in clinics, those are the 4 locations. They've so far seen over 9,000 patients. And by the end of August, the estimate is that there would be another 15,000 to 20,000 patients that would be able to see them on a regular basis, the visits in the 7 sites. And then the community pharmacy primary care clinics, there are 12 pharmacies. I don't have the numbers, but they're quite high in terms of the number of people seen. And these, they estimate that they could have 42,000 appointments available by the end of August. So, you know, really broadening access significantly. And overall, certainly the primary walk-in clinics with the nurse practitioner and pharmacists were well received when we first opened them, and we hear lots of great things about them, as are the new primary care clinics. People are quite pleased with them.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
So I certainly, the minister referenced being in Lawrencetown, I certainly appreciated her joining me to go visit the Lawrencetown Medical Clinic. We've got a great pharmacist and pharmacy there, a team that's willing, they've applied to both these pilots. So I think I've talked to the minister several times and staff. They wanted to be part of this initial pilot, and I've asked about it for the last year and a half. They weren't successful in that. I do believe that the Lawrencetown Clinic has applied for this recent pilot, and I don't know if the minister could confirm if the Lawrencetown Medical Clinic and that pharmacy or any pharmacies in Annapolis are part of those 24 that we're going to see onboarded.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for that. So obviously they weren't in that Lawrencetown wasn't in the first 12, but really is Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia that's working directly with their association members with a bit of support from Department of Health, but they really are the drivers. So I don't have that level of detail of who the next folks are.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I have one example of a pharmacy in Annapolis that the barrier to access was the amount given to their pharmacy would barely cover the salary of the pharmacist. It didn't cover admin staff or scheduling, etc. And I know for them that was prohibitive, along with there just simply wasn't enough pharmacists to recruit to the area. So it was a problem seen by both sides. But we have switching gears here, we have a successful practice readiness assessment program, PRAP program. I mentioned it last night, but I ran out of time. It's run by Dr. Michelle Saxon and others. They do a tremendous job training internationally medical grads who then, fan out across the province and hopefully come back to Annapolis or rural Nova Scotia. What is the province or what is the minister and the department doing to support this program and ensure that it's functional and sustainable long after the current year that we're in? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So certainly the PrEP program is a collaboration between the College of Physicians and Surgeons, Nova Scotia Health and Dalhousie University. And, you know, we're so grateful to the physicians in the province who take on practice-ready assessment responsibilities, because we know it's a big responsibility for them on top of very busy practices. So it really is around finding those placements and working with those providers to understand the requirements of the program. And to your point, there's some, very dedicated folks to support our internationally educated physicians. So what I would say is we are looking at that model. We've gotten a lot of feedback about it, the pros of it, the cons of it, all of those things. So it is a program under review. We would ideally like to see that there are more PrEP spaces available. It's a good program, and I think it really orientates people to the province, in terms of the medical system, and supports their practice, but it also builds relationships. So there is some feedback about what would be more helpful. We know that they tend not to, the physicians tend not to do their 6-week placements perhaps in the community where they're going, and to do that has some pros and cons as well. It's sometimes hard to to oversee someone who actually is necessary for your replacement in your position. So there's just a lot of feedback about that program, but it is under review, and we are looking at increasing the seats in order to make it, a bit more robust across the province.
Recognize the Honourable Member for Annapolis.
Yeah, I'm appreciative of that answer. I mostly wanted to flag it for the minister. I'm hearing, concerns that it may not be sustainable. Certain physicians may be getting tired just looking at future planning, and it has seen so much success. So that would be a shame if we didn't build that out. And I know there's multiple partners, so I'm glad that that's flagged for the minister. I had 2 more questions around pharmacies or pharmacists. Could the minister confirm what a pharmacist is paid per visit?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So the model right now is essentially a pilot. So in lieu, it's not a fee-for-service type of environment, it's not overhead. So in lieu of a fee-for-service environment or what have you, there is a lump sum instead of billing fees. So as the pilot goes on, we'll be able to see why people present, what it is they're doing, time, things like that. We really need to get a sense of the utilization of the program. And then from there, we'll work out tariff fees with Pharmacy Association in Nova Scotia. So we're going to continue to roll it out because we know it's successful and it provides access. But there's some analysis, I guess, is what I would say, that has to happen in order for us to understand how best to, so it isn't overhead. It's actually in lieu of billing that they get this lump sum.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Around pharmacy techs, I don't know if the minister can confirm if we have a shortage of pharmacy techs, and I see her nodding her head. Are we looking or entertaining tuition rebates for pharmacy techs?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So there is a shortage of pharmacy techs for sure. And so there'd be a couple of things that you can obviously take a program. I think through the community college is one example, but we recently passed regulations, and so that has now allowed an opportunity. So you can have people who are pharmacy assistants who can now work with, they're building a program so they can PLAR, similar to maybe CCAs as an example. So recognition of prior learning and bridging them to pharmacy technicians, which is great, but then we need to fill in behind with pharmacy assistants. So there is some, we have had conversations with Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia. They flagged it for us. And so that work is starting now about how do we bridge assistance to techs, and then how would we kind of come in behind and support the pharmacy assistant role. So it's on the list for sure. Yep.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I've mentioned it several times before. In Annapolis Royal, the emergency was taken away, replaced with an urgent treatment center. The urgent treatment center only operates 3 days a week. You know, it's only available during office hours. It's only available via phone appointment. No emails permitted or being received. So the access, we talk about access versus attachment. I'm getting dozens and dozens of asks, why don't we have better access with that urgent treatment center? So I guess the question to the minister and the department, what are we working on to increase hours and capacity at the urgent treatment center in Annapolis Royal?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. Right now we are working, I'm always careful when I say this because I don't in any way want to look that I'm not being supportive. We're working with the current clinicians that are available there in the community, you know, respecting, you know, what they feel that they're able to take on. I know that the physicians there are long-standing physicians in the community and, you know, in probably the later part of their career. And so in order to provide consistent access, which is also what they wanted in the community, this is the model that we landed with them in collaboration with them. And I know, you know, they've served the community tremendously well over their careers. And so this is the model that we have now. I think prior to when it was open all of the time, it was, you know, felt quite overwhelming. And so here we are. And so I will say that it does provide some consistency for folks. Again, we go back to the recruitment efforts. You know, we really do have some significant gaps, I would say, in the Western Zone. Not just, you know, it's persistent across the Western Zone. And so it is important that we continue our recruitment and retention efforts there. And we need to continue to find those folks who find the community and the practice of choice that they want. And there is provincial shortage, but we see that there is national and global as well. So it is, we are focused on it. We need to look at what providers are available in that area and what the models could be. And we're open to those discussions ongoing, is what I would say.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. Could the minister highlight what the requests are from the physicians and staff in Annapolis Royal for building capacity at the urgent treatment center?
Recognize the member for Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so those, you know, the zone medical director, Dr. Cheryl Pugh, would be the person who would work directly with the physicians there around the model of care that they are looking for, and also the assets in the community. So, you know, that would be, you know, direct conversations with her, as well as the VP of operations there, but predominantly I think Dr. Cheryl Pugh would be the one that would be dealing with the physicians around the model of care in that space.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I have a number of both practicing and retired health professionals in Annapolis Royal, Middleton. Several MLAs would as well. One such person brought the idea of nurse practitioner-led clinics in Ontario. Currently, there are 26 nurse practitioner-led clinics in Ontario, staffed by 2,200 nurse practitioners, each serving around 800 patients. Has the department, there's a name here that was flagged, Dr. Tammy O'Rourke. apparently a nurse practitioner who trailblazed and advocated for nurse practitioner full-scope lead clinics in Ontario and British Columbia. She lives in Cape Breton, apparently. Has the minister spoken to Dr. Tammy O'Rourke? And if not, could we consider doing so? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So I have not heard of Tammy O'Rourke, but certainly the Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment would be happy to speak with her. And also, if she's in Cape Breton, Dr. Don Bryan is the medical lead there, and Brett McDougall is the VP of Operations, and Cape Breton's not all that big. I'm sure she probably knows them, and so they would be available to her to reach out to, and certainly open to hearing from her if she wants to engage.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. And just flipping back on my previous question, the minister mentioned physicians in Annapolis Royal at the end of service or towards the end of their career. Is there any succession planning specific to that area, knowing that?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So again, that goes back to recruitment, right? To say that this is the type of practice that these individuals have, this is the needs of the community, these are the opportunities in the community. So not only, there's opportunity for urgent treatment, there's opportunity for other, different places where they could work. So again, we're always, speaking with potential recruits around what type of practice they want to do, whether it's full-time practice, part-time practice, if they want to do hospitalist care, emergency care, palliative care. Everybody's kind of got their niche in terms of the training that they have. So open to discussions around the needs of the community and matching them with candidates as we move forward.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
I only have a few minutes left, but page 9, we'll go back to the action plan, and I have lots of questions on the action plan if I have time later or tomorrow, but it talks about accelerating the support of international doctors and an immigration strategy. Is that immigration strategy public? And if so, could I see it?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. It does sit between health and LSI, is what I would say. So as an example, we are looking at areas where we know that we have more similar educational programs, and I'll give you the example of all of those 7 countries that the Nova Scotia College of Nurses, as an example, identified as the easiest to license. So really, it's incumbent on us in Department of Health, knowing the easy licensure pathway, to create, reciprocal relationships with these folks. So we are looking at MOUs with particular universities in some of the countries that are listed, trying to get a natural opportunity, I guess, and a consistent opportunity for nurses training in some of those countries, particularly India and the Philippines as an example, and Nigeria as well. So we are building those relationships as opposed to just the one-offs, right? We want to get an immigration program, and then we have to look at, for nurses in particular, how do we settle them in? So there is a bridging program that Nova Scotia Health has looked at. There's also the niche. So the niche program of, looking at specific rural immigration and settlement, and looking at our opportunities as well to take families, because we know when we settle an individual, sometimes our chances of keeping them are different than if we settle a family. So there are a number of things that are undertaken with physicians. It would be similar. We are working with the college. The U.S. licensure is exciting for us, looking again at other opportunities, and then also looking at how we settle folks with people with boots on the ground and orientation with the college and with Doctors Nova Scotia to support them in practice. Those are our predominant two, but we'll look at expanding to other professions as well.
I recognize the member for Annapolis.
Thank you. There's an issue locally in Bridgetown, Mountains and Meadows long-term care, and I know that could also go to the long-term care minister, but I want to flag it. I've spoken to the immigration minister about this as well. There are a number of employees that I would argue, stuck in limbo as far as support letters from the province. I know the federal government's also involved, but I've met with several. They've come to the office on their own will. And again, like I said, I've flagged it with the immigration minister. I just want to ensure that the two departments are talking and they can sort that out, but maybe it has been sorted out. I don't know if that the minister could comment on that, or if there's any update on that situation at Mountains and Meadows in Bridgetown.
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I don't actually know about that, but the Minister of Seniors and Long-Term Care would really be the person to best answer that question, because it is a long-term care facility, or is it a residential care facility? It's long-term care? Yeah. So that there's a question coming, Minister. There you go.
Recognize the member for Annapolis.
I mostly want to thank the minister for her time and staff for their time. I've got lots more questions. I know I've only got a few minutes left, but I might let a couple of my colleagues ask a couple more, and then I'll regroup and come back later. So, thank you.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And only 3 minutes. I have 6 questions, but let's go to a question from last night that I asked about a gentleman who's probably watching right now. So the question was about the faxes and the access to different access points, whether it is virtual care, whether it is emergency, whether it is pharmacy. If they have a family doctor, all their information is being faxed back to the family doctor. So I gave him your answer from last night. I spoke to him this morning. He actually almost laughed, and he said, what can, I couldn't remember the name of the group, but you said instructional engineers can come and help you figure out how to sort this. He said, I spoke to the IT department at an SHA. I'm giving them the information. This is not about what we are doing wrong. It's actually probably this practice is run the most efficient because he's a businessman and he knows, and his wife is the family doctor. The issue is a policy issue. You're allowing these faxes. First of all, faxes are so archaic, and somebody has to enter this information when this could be entered at the emergency or at the pharmacy at EMR, the electronic medical record. Why aren't they being entered and being faxed instead? It's very inefficient, it's the wrong way, and it's costing a lot of staff headaches for the doctors. And this is a policy thing. Stop the faxes. What can we do to help family doctors, please?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So this is the point of the investment in OPOR, right? So these antiquated systems, there's so many systems that don't talk to one another. They're historical, they're antiquated. We just announced an e-referral system for surgical referrals. I mean, we're trying to get rid of the fax. This has been ongoing lack of investment. So we're investing in that surgical wait time list by the e-consult. We're investing in OPOR in order to give family practices the opportunity to log into one system. I mean, this is the issue. There are a whole bunch of things. We can't move it fast enough. We know that. But if there's, we're not holding anything back, but these programs are going to take some time. They're huge. And, if he has an electronic medical record, it will, as part of the phases of OPOR, be connected so he doesn't have to have faxes. He will be able to log into the system to see. But it's going to be 18 to 24 months as we roll out OPOR. We can't just drop it. So that work is underway now.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I have 2 seconds, so I'll wait until we come back for the second hour.
Order. This now ends the Liberals' time of hour, and I recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much. I think I will just start by, I was listening in on the discussion, particularly around emergency care and decisions around emergency rooms versus urgent care clinics. Could I just pause for 1 second? Rafa?
That's the speaker.
Recognize the member for Halifax, Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. And so I was curious too about what data is kept about those decisions. So as they're being made, so there's an ambulance called or the RN is on the phone trying to triage what treatment. What data is kept about what decision is made? And then how is the success of that decision reviewed? So do you at the department have a chance to, every month look at what happened with emergency room treatment in Nova Scotia this month? Who went where? What happened? And are there benchmarks? Or how do you measure a successful month, for instance, in emergency care in Nova Scotia versus what changes might need to be made?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah. So that's like the hugest question ever, but I'm going to try and make it, kind of concise. So in terms of EHS, certainly the work of the medical director, Dr. Andrew Travers, and the team around the physicians, as an example, there are some numbers that we get. So response times, as an example, it is one measurement, but if you look at clinical data sets, it actually probably is not the best or only. We should actually be looking at clinical outcomes, which we are doing, but we're becoming more and more robust in terms of that. So as an example, if somebody calls EHS, not an absolute emergency, but absolutely needing help, a response time may not be the appropriate way to measure that call if they're connected with the medical comms nurse and they are then transferred to a queue, a waiting time where the SPEAR unit comes out and supports them in accessing primary care, as an example. So looking at really the data set that tells us what clinical outcomes are. So response times are one measurement, but very static. It's a very finite number. So we really are trying to match clinical outcomes. In terms of the question around urgent treatment centers, was that part of the question as well? The clinical, we would be looking at utilization in urgent treatment centers. We would be looking at making sure that the right folks are coming. So all of the different all of the different innovations that we have, we do look at utilization, we do look at outcomes, we do look at demand as best we can manage it. So there is a very robust data review that happens on a monthly basis. And then if there is a sentinel event in any way or an unexpected outcome, then those automatically go into a different review as well. So very much data informed. We're definitely maturing and looking at what we have done historically and how we can really attach the care and the analysis to clinical outcomes as opposed to just singular numbers.
Recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you very much, and I think that's really important. So I would, not be a clinician, but having done a lot of evaluations, I would say that response time would not always be a great indicator of the effectiveness. Can you share with us some of the clinical outcomes that you might be measuring? Like what would a typical data set look like? And then what happens? Like, so there's a month, and the patient outcomes that you as the department and EHS is expecting and working towards are not met. What's the next step after that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I will get you a couple of examples of some of the clinical outcomes. I have an idea, but I'd rather hear it directly from them. So Department of Health and Wellness acts as the regulator, and EMCI is the operator, and so our medical comms, our medical director would actually kind of look at the clinical pieces of it and make sure there's pathways. So we do work in concert together, and so that work is ongoing. So the other piece too is that there are, and I don't have them in front of me, but there would be protocols and standardized approaches to certain events. So there would be quality and thresholds, and when those thresholds are not met, they would look at that and have quality initiatives similar in Nova Scotia Health, which is what I'm more familiar with, which would be the accreditation process. So you look at what the benchmark is, where you're above it or below it, and then what are the issues and how far below, right? Red, yellow, green. So though they would have a quality program, and I'll get a couple of examples of indicators, but there would be an established quality program that would work around the clinical outcomes for health services.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. I'm going to switch gears. So last night, I had a chance to discuss estimates with the Minister of Agriculture, and one of my questions, he suggested that I bring it to you. So, I think, what we hear about in so many sectors and so many industries in every part of this province is a labor shortage. So, and obviously in agriculture, that labor shortage is largely filled through temporary foreign workers on specific agricultural streams. I'm wondering if the department is supportive of, and if you, Minister, are supportive of extending MSI to temporary foreign workers who are here in one of the two agricultural streams.
Oh, you remember, thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So my understanding is that it is practice that the foreign workers that come need to be insured by their employer in order to, to come, and they would have a 12-month work permit. So I think that work permit is dependent on that insurance. We know that there are times that special circumstances arise, and we have been able to work with people to support that, but the current process is that they are insured by their employer. if they have a 12-month work permit.
They get first day coverage.
Oh, they get first day coverage if they have a 12-month work permit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so I think the challenge, Minister, for temporary foreign workers who come in one of the two agricultural streams is that they're not here for 12 months. So they're usually here for 5 or 8 months. And so they don't hit that threshold. Yet in many cases, they've been back for 20 or 25 years. I mean, this is someone who comes regularly back to be part of our workforce. And I mean, we also feel it's a matter of rights. It's a priority for the folks, the producers that I talk to, that they're, that they have their workers well supported by this province while they're here. And I also think, it causes some consternation amongst workers in terms of making sure they understand what private insurance they have and if it's adequate. So because agricultural workers will not likely to meet the 12 months threshold, that's why this would be a special request. So I'm wondering if the department is considering expanding that for folks coming in the agriculture streams.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So because there is a requirement that the employer have private insurance for folks, we are not pursuing that at this time.
Recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
So I wanted to go back to some questions around gender affirming care, and I believe that my colleague from Dartmouth North might have posed some questions, but I'm just wanting to catch up and make sure that I have all the details. So we were talking about previously about the current services covered by MSI for gender affirming care, what additional services will need to be covered by MSI for gender affirming care in order to be WPATH compliant. I understand that policy work is ongoing in the department, but I'm wondering, obviously unique situations arise and people can appeal decisions. In 2021, 2022, or to date in 2023, has anyone received support for gender affirming services, had them approved, that are currently not officially covered by MSI? Such as like a female vocalization surgery.
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So if there was individuals who received uninsured services, the numbers would be very, very small, and as a result would make those folks potentially identifiable. So the numbers would be small enough that I would not be able to speak about them on the floor, because I think if there were people that receives those surgeries, it would be identifiable in some places. So for privacy reasons, but there have been some people who have received uninsured services under special circumstances.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And certainly I recognize the need for confidentiality and privacy. And I'm wondering how that's ensured. So did the department sign an NDA with folks who got normally uninsured services provided?
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So again, I would say across, the things that we fund at the Department of Health that are not insured, we would not necessarily have an NDA, depending on the person and the circumstances and the individual circumstances. It really is specific, and it certainly would only be around the treatment that they received, and it would not be in relation to anything else.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And I appreciate that clarification. So I guess but my question is, has there been an NDA signed with someone who has received gender affirming care, not normally insured by MSI, to cover that specific uninsured service provision?
Recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So again, the number of individuals would be so small that it would be identifiable, and so I'm not really in this forum going to speak about that.
Recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Have MDAs been used for the provision of uninsured services in other circumstances? So not to do with gender affirming care, but a service normally not covered by MSI that someone requests, appealed, is approved for, is paid for by the province. Do they typically sign an NDA about the receipt of those services?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So what I would say at a high level is that there are sometimes that there is a settlement around services, uninsured services, and that may include an NDA, but there are other times that it does not. So it really is case specific, very much case specific. So it's very hard for me to just apply a general rule to that. So that's what I would say about that. It's certainly, if there has been a settlement, sometimes there is a settlement agreement, but it's not routine practice.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I guess I'm wondering, and I hope this is an okay forum to ask this question, but I mean, so the answer is yes. Sometimes NDAs are signed when people receive uninsured services, and there's approval and a settlement. And I guess I'm wondering, why are they used? Why are they signed in some cases and not in others?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I guess what I would say to that is it really does depend on the settlement agreement. It would depend on the circumstance and the settlement agreement around that. So there's not a tick list. It would be a negotiated settlement. It would be part of the negotiations, and I can't really tell you what those, there's not like a laundry list of things that we choose. I think it is very, very person and case specific, which is why it's very hard for me to give you a generalized answer about that.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so I guess, recognizing that, and of course, seeking healthcare and, seeking solutions for health challenges are, very unique, as unique as each of us are. But how does the department then monitor when it's appropriate to use an NDA or not? So who keeps track of that? Who thinks, in this case, this made sense, in this case, we shouldn't have done it, in this case, we should have done it? How is that monitored?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So again, it would really depend on the circumstance and the parties that were involved in the negotiation of the settlement, right? So, and I can't even presuppose who that could be because again, that fluctuates as well.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
But I guess I'm wondering, so for you, Minister, when we're in a context where we're talking about the appropriate use of NDAs and the inappropriate use of NDAs, and they, were developed for a very specific purpose, I can see where, they may be requested as part of service through MSI and through coverage through MSI. But I'm wondering, how do you satisfy yourself, Minister, that the department is using NDAs appropriately?
recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So this would be around a settlement for services received. It's certainly in no way in terms of silencing anyone that's been victimized. So it's not in regards to that at all. And so we have legal counsel. The individual would have legal counsel. There may be other bodies involved that are advocating for the individual. And so it's worked out together. It's never, just the department and the person. And it's certainly not used in a way that anyone who's been victimized is silenced. It's around a particular parameter where an uninsured service is delivered, and it would be very particular to that. So it's not used in any way to silence somebody who's been harmed or victimized. So it would be specific to the treatment that was received, and it would be worked out with legal counsel, the individual's legal counsel, and any advocates that the individual is working with.
Recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. And I think there's still, in that context of advocating for yourself, or perhaps having legal counsel, or having an organization involved for medical treatment, particularly feeling a certain amount of duress, or is actually a very vulnerable activity, I would think. But certainly when I've had to go forward and advocate for services that were not being readily provided to my family, it is a very vulnerable place to be. And so I guess I would say that monitoring how they're used, so not used not used with the intent for silencing, but just monitoring their use is really important, because I think when people are advocating to have access to health care that's not being provided by the province, inherently the province has more power. So there's sort of an inherent, power differential right there in that negotiation. So I do think that, making sure that they're being used the right way in the right circumstances would be appropriate. But I am happy to hear that some gender affirming care has been approved that is not currently officially covered by MSI. And I am happy to know that the department was able to assess the need for care for those people and recognize that it is an essential part of the health care they needed, that they couldn't find it here, and that it needed to be done and would be supported by the province of Nova Scotia. I mean, that's exceptionally good news. But I guess I'm wondering, what about the rest of folks who don't feel they are in a position to appeal what is currently covered by MSI? I mean, this is the whole point of this province becoming WPATH compliant, is so that all of the medically necessary gender-affirming care services that have been recognized by an international body of health professionals and specialists are actually available to Nova Scotians. I think there's lots of Nova Scotians who want access to the types of services that are not currently covered. And, the power is in the hands of the province. So this idea of standing up and appealing and fighting for that is tiring. Lots of people don't have that kind of resources to be able to do that. I guess I'd invite you to comment that you've recognized in the department has recognized that these are essential medical services for a few folks, and yet you're still holding the line and not approving them for others. I think that's unfair. So I'm wondering if you could comment on this process.
I recognize the Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I would say that as a province, we are most certainly on a journey. We have worked recently on developing a more holistic policy and looking at ways in which we can reduce barriers, because we heard from community there are a number of barriers to the insured services. I would say we were on a journey, and we will continue on that journey, working with individuals from the community, and that's where we are today. We feel we've made some advancements. There's always going to be more to do, and we're committed to continuing that dialogue.
Recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And I mean, I appreciate the reference to being on a journey, but I think that's where, when we have international bodies like WPATH in certain areas, that they do the work and they do the engagement and they develop the standards so that as a province, we don't have to go around and develop standards for the care of a lot of medical issues and medical conditions. We don't have to go and decide what is the current best practice for dealing with a broken ankle? What is the current best practice for a certain kind of cancer? And so WPATH exists so that, respectfully, we don't have all the expertise in this province, I don't think. And we don't have anybody working from a viewpoint, responsible for considering to us LGBTQ plus issues in the Department of Health and Wellness. There's no specialist. And so you don't have the expertise in the department, but you have a whole international body that's developed standards. And, so sure, you're on a journey, but I will tell you that people who wait, a long time, decades really, to access the care they need so that they feel themselves, that their gender dysphoria is addressed and resolved, that's a journey that we shouldn't be forcing Nova Scotians to take. And so, I think the community really got excited last year. I think people really got excited, and we thought that this province was going to become WPATH compliant. And now we're a year later, and all I hear is a journey. And I will tell you that when I asked you questions before, and I went back and you said, oh, there have been all these engagements and the draft and this and that, I don't know who you're engaging. And I've asked you for a table of those engagements and the dates, because the folks that I would think of that you would be engaging have reported no contact for several months. So I'd love to know, what's the most recent engagement with, I'm sure you can tell me, of an NGO here in Nova Scotia doing that type of work. What's the last date of engagement that's happened? Because I'm certainly not hearing anything from community of being engaged.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you to the member for the question. So the draft policy has been broadly discussed. There was a representative from Cape Breton Transgender Network and the Executive Director of Sexual Health Nova Scotia, Director of Pride Health, clinical member of Sexual Health, also attended a meeting in December, and this meeting was positive. So there's been other discussions that have been happening between Department of Health and Wellness staff, as well as Tanya Penny, who's been leading the work, and Dr. Sam Hickox. So these discussions, by all accounts, have been very positive, and the policy is coming to the point about the WPATH standards. So the expectation was that they would be out sooner, and my understanding is that they actually were released a little bit later than we anticipated. So they actually, the version 8 of WPATH were completed in September, which was later than they anticipated. So that's when they were released, and certainly we've been working with that document to make sure that the policy is reflective of those new and updated WPATH standards.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Well, I thank you for looking into that. I do hope that, a whole season has passed from December, so I'm hoping that, that this is indeed a spring policy announcement, and people are waiting. I had a question my office received a question from a specialist who leads a team who work in an arrhythmia clinic and specifically are focused on a specific genetic predisposed condition that affects folks in sort of I think mostly the northern zone. And this clinic is supposed to be operating with 8 specialists. So that's sort of since 2007, when the problem was first sort of identified and assessed and responded to. The sort of advice was to establish a clinic of 8 physicians. And it's currently at 6 and has been at 6 for some time. There's a specialist ready to come from the U.S., so ready to come. Just can't wait to get back to Nova Scotia, say the word. They've been working at the Mayo Clinic, a well-respected physician. And the folks at this clinic were told that the DHW MD table won't review this proposal for a year. At the same time, they are seeing growing demand at their clinic, and so most of them have, for instance, a wait list of 12 to 18 months. So just wondering, can we not move forward with this specialist who's ready to come in, fill a vacancy that exists, and also make the work of all the other folks involved in this care much more effective? And why is it going to take a year for the table to review that case?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, thank you. So I think I would need more details to understand the clinic, where it is. I think there's probably more details that we would need, and certainly the clinic is able to reach out to their, is it in Northern Zone, the clinic?
Okay.
So I think what we'll do is if we can follow up afterwards. I'm really not familiar with all the details. I have some, but not all. And I think there's probably more to understand about the clinic.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Peer.
Thank you. Hello again to the Minister and staff at Nova Scotia Health and Wellness. One of my first questions, I'm going to center some of these around Cape Breton again. And so one of my questions is, how many paramedic vacancies are there in Cape Breton?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I'll get back to you with the zone-specific number of vacancies.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton, Senator Whitney Peer.
Would the Minister have Eastern Zone numbers for vacancies? Okay, Minister's going to get back to that Eastern Zone numbers then. Okay, I'm wondering, does the minister have an update by which the department plans on adding care providers and patient advocates to support patients in waiting rooms at the Cape Breton Regional, if it's not already implemented?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So patient advocates are in Cape Breton Regional Hospital and St. Martha's in Eastern Zone, and the waiting room care providers are expected to be in place by the end of Q1.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister, for that. And Q1, I'll be looking forward. Thank you. So I'm just wondering, does the minister have an update by which providing healthcare teams with real-time data on where beds are available across the system and what tests or other actions are needed to get patients well and more quickly at the Cape Breton Regional?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Okay, so this is a little bit of an update on C3. So let me just find it here. So capacity, so at the QE2, most of the tiles are up and running. Capacity Expediter has gone live earlier this week. It's a bit of a soft launch in all the regionals, and so that provides at-a-glance real-time situational awareness of hospital-wide patient census, bed availability, and hospital surge status. And we are expecting that the ED Expediter will be coming in the Q1, which provides ED flow managers, team leads, and providers with real-time awareness of ED arrivals, where the patients are queuing, and where the pressure is building in the system. So the provincial rollout is beginning.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister. I'm just wondering, does the Minister of Health keep track of mortality rates of individuals who present in the emergency rooms, but due to, sometimes you feel so sick, right? You're so unwell that you can't even sit and stay in the emergency room. I'm not sure if the minister's ever felt that, but I know I myself have been there where I just felt too sick to even be in emerge. And I've seen other people, I'm too sick I can't even be here anymore. I'm too sick. I'm not well enough to even sit in these seats. And they leave. And I'm just wondering if the if the government tracks those that present in the emergency room, don't get seen, they leave, and then they've passed away. It's similar to what happened to Mrs. Charlene Snow, and I'm just wondering if that's been tracked.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there would be no formal, there's no formal program to track whether someone leaves, whether it be an emergency room or if they've been seen by their physician or seen in an outpatient clinic. If they've been seen that in a period of time, there's no automatic cross-reference if someone were to expire at home or in the community. There wouldn't necessarily be a natural, they may be notified by family, the person may come back through with EHS, in which case there would be, you know, a second registration. So it is variable in terms of, you know, if somebody represents to an emergency room, or if somebody was seen in a physician's office as an example and sought care and then had a sentinel event, that may not be. So it is a bit of a, it's difficult whether or not the individual comes in through EHS, if it is a medical examiner, those types of things, there is no formal way that we would find that out.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason why I've asked this question is because we've seen a pattern of this over the last number of years, where we've heard of people going to an emergency room or going to now non-urgent care centers as well, and we've seen them. We've seen it where they have presented themselves there, and either have had to go back to emerge, or have, as the case previous in Cape Breton, a person died. And I'm just wondering, is there any plans to track that with all these new systems that you know, that we're putting in, such as the real-time data on beds availability? I'm just wondering if we're looking at that to start tracking.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So again, it is difficult to track what happens in community. So if somebody's not happy with the care that they receive, or feel that they've been misdiagnosed and they re-enter, you know, we would look at re-entry. So if someone's discharged from hospital and they are readmitted within a certain period of time, we do track that as an example. If someone has an event and we are notified that someone has left the emergency room and there has been an unexpected outcome as a result of that, then that would be reviewed. But really, because folks are in the community, we don't have a way to track them. We need to be notified of it. So if they come through EHS as an example, but it really is the second touch point on the hospital. If someone doesn't get the care that they required, or felt that they were treated appropriately, then there is a patient feedback line that people can call, and that case can be reviewed at the patient's request.
Recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I appreciate the answer from the minister. Last night, I asked the minister about the rate of sepsis at the Cape Breton, which sees 10.5 patients per 1,000 admissions, which that contract sepsis, which is double the national rate. And I was just wondering, has the minister been able to look at that article? I know it's been long days and long nights. I'm just wondering if herself or any staff were able to look at those rates and be able to tell us why we're seeing this rate occur, and what plans can be put in place to lower these concerning rates.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So the staff are gathering that information. Will be available tomorrow.
Recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, and I look forward to it. I'm just wondering if the minister can tell me, with regards to rural ERs are routinely unexpectedly closed. This has carry-on effects for the entire system. I'm sure you appreciate and very much aware, as paramedics and patients have to go farther and wait longer for help. I'm wondering, how many emergency medicine vacancies are there today, and how does that compare to this time last year?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I think what you're asking is about the ER accountability report, really essentially looking at the ERs across the province. So that was tabled for the last fiscal year in December, and so it actually will finish tomorrow and the analysis will start.
Recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you for that answer. The minister, as you know, there's critical work that's happening in street outreach in some parts of the province. The Ally Centre in Sydney, Cape Breton is one that I'm very proud of. I think they do exceptional work, and so is the mobile outreach street health team in Halifax. We have a rapidly growing homeless population, unfortunately, and it seems to be growing by the day. I'm just wondering, are there investments in street outreach health programs in this budget?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there is some money allocated. I can't. That's too much. Thanks. For the MOSH outreach program, which includes support for Out of the Cold in HRM.
Recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Has there been any, I'm sorry, I may have misheard the minister. Has there been any other monies allocated to other areas of the province other than Halifax?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So there's been $50,000 allocated to the Ally Centre of Cape Breton.
Recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. And how much to MOSH and Out of the Cold?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So it's $1.4 million for MOSH, and it also is funding for Out of the Cold. So it would be between those two.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. Just one second. I've been moving around in this. So there was a question here. Shortly after the government was elected, the department estimated there was as many as 2,100 healthcare vacancies across the system. What is the situation presently?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So just some clarification on that question. Is it total vacancies, or is there a particular designation that you would like? Total. We'll have to get that for you.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I want to talk about this question, and that is the COVID-19 pandemic. It's still ongoing, though we are now 3 years in now. I think it is 3 years in, and there's many lessons we have learned. And so I'm just wondering, is public health planning any kind of post-mortem review of the COVID-19 pandemic that the public will have access to? And if so, what are those timelines?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly there has work been begun, not only provincially but nationally and internationally. So those are in the early days. The pandemic has not been declared over as yet, so that work will be ongoing for a period of time. But certainly public health teams are looking provincially, nationally, and internationally about some of the lessons learned and working through committee work on that topic.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, Minister. I'm just wondering, for our own reviews, because I believe that's what you said in your answer, that we were looking at it as well. And so I'm just wondering, do we have any timelines for Nova Scotia?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
No, there's no timeline.
Recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. And my colleague may have already asked this, but may have been somewhere else at another estimates. I'm just wondering, is there any new monies for public health?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you. So there is an increase in the public health budget. So there's $3.2 million for oral health and early years. And one of those is the so we are looking at increased funding for enhanced home visiting program, which allows greater program capacity in eastern and central zones to reflect population demographics. And also we will be doing the nurse family partnership program in eastern zone for highest risk families. And there's also a $2.1 million increase to public health staffing to increase capacity.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister. When this PC government was in opposition, they had promised a Lyme strategy, Lyme disease strategy, I should say. Is this being developed? And if so, what are the timelines?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank the member for the question. So certainly we heard on a number of stops on the tour that this was something that was very important to folks. And so there is a clinic in Manitoba that we are looking into, but we have nothing concrete at this time, but we have reached out, or Nova Scotia Health has reached out to that Manitoba clinic to understand the model and the services that they offer.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. So I think it's safe to say that there's no strategy yet, but looking at Manitoba. So I also want to talk about within Lyme disease, what are we doing to ensure that healthcare providers have the necessary resources to assess those at risk of Lyme disease, including testing? As well as what are we doing to increase awareness of Lyme disease in Nova Scotia, particularly related to prevention?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So annually, there is a campaign around prevention, tick awareness and prevention. And last year, we funded pharmacies to be able to do assessment and provide prophylactic treatment so that people who found a tick did not have to present to the emergency room in order to get preventative care. And in regards to the testing, we work with infectious diseases, microbiology, and public health to inform the testing modalities that we use in the province.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
I appreciate that. But with regards to, and as great as pharmacies are and pharmacists are at once a tick has been discovered, the biggest problem that many face is they don't know they've been bit. They don't have the tick with them to test for. And many of these people don't know they have Lyme disease until sometimes years of going to see doctors thinking other things are wrong with them, only to find out actually it's Lyme disease. So are we doing anything in looking at making this, for particular areas where the rates are high for Lyme disease, one of the standard tests that we test people for, rather than going through all kinds of different treatments that put them through the ringer mentally, physically, emotionally, as well as financially with missing work? I'm just wondering, are we looking at making this a standard test for areas where ticks are prevalent?
Oops. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So certainly in terms of the testing, we would take our advice from clinical protocols and the experts, and we are reaching out to understand what other jurisdictions are doing.
I recognize the member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Minister, I hope it moves fast, because as time goes, the more time somebody is left untreated with Lyme disease, the more chances, I'm sure you're aware, as a healthcare professional, the more chances of them becoming severely ill, also the more chances of them unable to recover and have long-term Lyme disease, which they'll suffer effects from. I know a few people who are suffering the effects 3, 5, 6, 10 years later, are suffering those side effects still, and still trying to seek treatments for them. With 27 seconds left, I also hope that there'll be more patient outreach with regards to those who've gone through Lyme disease treatment and talking with advocacy groups. And again, I thank the Minister for her time. And I'll see you in the next, my colleague will see you in the next round. Thank you very much.
Order. the time for the NDP has elapsed, and before I look to the Liberals, I would ask the Minister, did you want a brief recess or? Okay, so we'll have a 5-minute recess. Okay, order. Oh. I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I may, just start back on that quick question that we had only 2 minutes. And I know the minister said OPOR, and there's no one more excited about OPOR than I am. And I was very excited. However, OPOR is going to be, as you said, at least 2 years before we see any advancement on that, up to 10 years. And even with all that length, the family doctors are never going to be included, or not in the contract that you just signed. Family doctors' offices are not part of the OPOR that you announced. So let's put that aside. That's not helping the family doctors. How can we help them right now with the faxes and the information that is coming to their offices because of the expanding access points to virtual care, to pharmacies, to emergency? They're getting inundated with faxes and information where the family doctor has not seen the patient, has not received any compensation for that, and they have to hire staff to enter the information. So the question that my constituent has asked, and he's actually watching now, I believe, here is the question. So, incoming faxes to be integrated into electronic medical record at the starting or end point, still an involvement to upload into EMR. He wants whoever is seeing the patient to enter that information into EMR. So if you can explain who has EMR. I also know he's saying that we're receiving faxes from Cobequid. We're receiving mail via post from IWK. And this issue he has raised with the IT team at NSHA. This, to me, is so backwards, but what can we do to help these doctors right now? They're already struggling with the amount of load on them, and we're giving them more work because of the expanded access points. I also know that pharmacies, that the doctor can send information to the pharmacy. So if patients are being seen by pharmacists, why can't that information come back to the doctor? So if you can explain, what can you do to help doctors? And if you can't help them, why aren't we compensating them for that?
Excuse me. Sorry.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So thank you to the member for the question. So what I appreciate that there is a lot of interoperability issues because we have so many systems, right? And so, I'm certainly not going to be able to develop a solution here tonight in terms of how the interoperability works. I do think that the individual should call that practice support line to see if there's any way that we can, expedite that or have a look at what some of the systems are. There's a number of different systems and I can't speak to which ones they are. So there is a support line. We are looking at red tape reduction for physicians, so that would also help if we could really understand the platforms that are being used around some of the red tape reduction. I think that would be very important for that physician to reach out so we understand firsthand what some of the issues are. And the other thing I would say around the compensation is that would be important information. We're in the middle now of negotiations with Doctors Nova Scotia, and we've heard that there are a number of, there's a lot of red tape, and so I think it's important that be brought forward through Doctors Nova Scotia at the negotiation table around the compensation as part of that. We know that, in the practice supports moving forward, we do need to look at some of the barriers for access to care for patients. So those would be the avenues in which that individual could, share his concerns and have, individuals support him or her in terms of how to problem solve.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the minister, and I hope my constituent is happy with that answer, but he already has reached out to NSHA and gave you all the information. He has talked to the IT department about all his issues. Nothing has happened. So just to leave that. And I'll move on to the second point for the same. Actually, this one I've heard for at least 2 or 3 different doctors, and that is we'll lose. So when doctors are ready to retire, they notify you at least a year, maybe 2 years in advance. That's what's happening. I know in my family doctor's practice, this other one, 5 that I know of, they notify because they feel guilty about leaving their patients to let you know that they intend to retire in a year, intend to retire in 2 years. And in this case, they did. There is a doctor who notified you 2 years in advance, he was telling me, and nothing has happened over a year, and now the doctor has left, and all those patients have no doctor attachment at all. Plus, he says, I hear there's so many doctors who are coming from England, from Australia, whatever, you're bringing the new doctors. Nobody's bringing them to my office. They're being taken to outside, and I know why, because there is an incentive. There is no incentive for them to go to a Halifax clinic. So his request is, the priority should be for any doctor that you're bringing from outside is to go where there is a doctor about to retire, so that those patients will never, will have some interaction with this new doctor before the family doctor retires. They can help them, especially from other countries, mentor them and help them with the system, and it makes sense. But this is not happening in Halifax at all because of the incentive, probably, unless you have other reason why. So if you can tell me how many doctors have come in the last year and how many of them have settled in Halifax, please. Just some numbers of doctors that we brought from outside and where. I need a stats of how many have come and where have they settled, in which regions.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for...
Sorry, just one second.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Okay, so in the past year, Halifax Peninsula Chebucto has had 14 family physicians, and in Central Zone total, there's been 27 physicians, family physicians.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And that is out of how many? So we've received that in 1 year. We've received how many, and what percentage went to Halifax?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So this is the recruitment numbers that I have up until January 31st. So in Central, 27, Eastern has 10, Northern has 9. I'm confirming the number for Western Zone. It says that there has been 20 in Western Zone. So 27 in Central, 10 in Eastern, 9 in Northern, and it says 20 in Western, but I'm going to confirm that. And then there has been specialists attracted, 26 in Central, 17 in Eastern, 6 in Northern, 11 in Western.
Recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
So just to look at that, it says 27 for 50% of the population is in Halifax, and we have 39 outside. That just tells you where they're going instead of here. And in the past, everybody wanted to work in Halifax. Yes, but you can give incentive to both, right? Anyway, but we've caused a problem in Halifax that we didn't have. When this government came, Halifax saw a huge number of unattached patients, 7 times than the time when you took it over. So that is clear. The other question, if I may, I also have received an email from a doctor in my riding, and he's having a hard time. It's been 1 year trying to get his wife here. So I'm asking, I'm glad the Minister of Immigration is sitting here as well, and he's dealing with the MP's office, with Lena's office, but is there anything that you are working with doctors here to bring their family members, their wife here, or family members? Is there a program? Is there something to help doctors before we lose him as well?
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Yeah, thanks. So we actually are working on a program called Niche. So where did it go? I'll tell you what the acronym. Nova Scotia's International Community of Health Workers Engagement. So it's a proof of concept, and we've been working and certainly been talking to our federal counterparts across departments and working with Labour Skills and Immigration, and perhaps the Minister of Labour Skills and Immigration will have more to say about it. So it is a program where we would look at settlement, immigration and settlement of healthcare workers and their families, because we feel that the retention rate will be better if we include family members. So we are looking at that program. We did expedite it when the Ukrainian nationals who have healthcare experience came to Nova Scotia, and it actually provided an opportunity for us to, look in terms of how we support folks, particularly those who are displaced unexpectedly. And so there was a lot of learnings from that program. Well, first of all, credentials were not available, as an example, because of the devastation in Ukraine. So we had to look at how do we look at credentialing in a different way, but also how do we settle families. So some people had healthcare experience, and initially, if they couldn't be credentialed immediately, bringing them in. So we do want to support families. It's an extensive program, and it is around settling the entire family, and wherever possible, finding opportunities for healthcare workers' families to work in healthcare systems. So they're provided a very good example where partners of some of the healthcare workers actually worked as navigators in order to support. We're actually working as well with the Nigerian Nurses Association. We met a couple of Nigerian nurses who talked about that. So we are working to bring people in, settle them. If there's a particular case, that's not going to be solved here. We need to know the person's name and support, right? We can't do individual cases on the floor of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. So I have your permission to send that file. We've been working with the MP's office. So if I send the file to your office, Okay, go send it to immigration rather than, even though he's a doctor, and it's the immigration that will get it. Okay, I will make sure the Minister of Immigration gets that file, and hopefully you can help him. It's been a year that he's waiting to reunite with his wife. Okay, the next one, I have a really long question, so before I get to that, there were two questions from my colleague that you offered some statistics, and you said for the pharmacy appointments, you're hoping that pilot was going to be 42,000 appointments, but when he asked you what was the cost per visit, you couldn't give it. So what I think is whatever the contract, if you divide it by 42,000 visits, just give me an average of what you're going to pay the pharmacy for each visit. That should be easy to give me an approximate number.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So as I mentioned before, this is a pilot program. So we've worked with Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia and agreed that the pharmacies in the pilot project will get $7,000 a month to support the seeing of clients. Based on the utilization of that program, what people are coming for, how many people come, we'll then take that data as part of the pilot and go back with the Pharmacy Association of Nova Scotia and then look at what the tariffs would be moving forward. So rather than delay it, we're gathering how it's utilized, what the services are, all of those things, and we've agreed with Pharmacy Association that this is the cost, $7,000 per month, and we will work on tariff agreements with them for payment moving forward.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you. So with the $7,000 per month, you must have given them some parameters. We expect so many visits. What is your parameters? What is your expectation of how many visits they have to do? They can do 10 or they can do 200.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that is part of the work that's happening. The expectation is that they would see 3 to 4 patients an hour, and they would work a full week. So that they may find, because of that flat funding, they may find that that's too much or too little, right? So this is some of the work that has to happen. We need to understand the utilization, the things that folks are coming for. The way or the things that people come for is based on the scope of practice of the pharmacist. So as an example, there may be someone that makes an appointment, and if the screening is required and they present, they may not be able to be seen, as an example, because it's outside the scope of a pharmacist. So this is an innovation pilot. It's not happening anywhere else. This is the way that we will evaluate and move forward. So there's lots to learn. I'm sure there will be adaptations as we go, but $7,000 a month is what each of these pharmacies are being offered to support seeing a variety of patients.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
So I'm very happy. I just want to know if the pharmacists are being paid same as the doctor or half, or that's where I was trying to go with, if you're saying they see 2 or 3 patients an hour, how many patients is the doctor expected to see an hour?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so it's really not very comparable. There's no way to say that. So we have fee-for-service physicians. They decide how it's a fee-for-service, so they decide how much or how little they work. APPs are another different funding formula. There is a panel size requirement. They have blended capitation, which is something else. So it's not apples and apples. What we're trying to figure out, some people come and they're 15 minutes, some people come and they're 30 minutes, which is why physicians like the salaried approach versus a fee-for-service. So I'm not trying to be obstructive. It's very complex. It's not ABC. And so it's very difficult to compare. They're two different professions. They're two different scopes of practice. And so, and their ability to provide services is very different. So it's not really a comparable. They would have a skill set of seeing people with, certain conditions, and those are the folks that they would. And some people will need more. There may be some people that need 45 minutes based on their chronic disease management. It really does depend, which is why there's a flat fee until we kind of understand the utilization, and it'll help inform next steps.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, and I'll leave that one for now, but I just want to make sure that they're paid adequately for their time, or this is not going to be successful. There was another program that was started for mental health, and when I was speaking to the pharmacist, said we're paid so little and now we're so busy that it's not feasible for us to even encourage people to come for consult for mental health. So, it's important that they get paid reasonably, but also my concern is it the company who gets the money, or is it the pharmacist? That is, and I know that during COVID, when their expanded scope, the pharmacists, they received very little money, the actual pharmacists, and I will say it, my daughter got 60 cents in three years, she will kill me for saying that, but there was very little that went to the pharmacist. All these vaccines, everything that happened with COVID, it didn't reach the pharmacist. It was given, the government gave it to Loblaws or Sobeys, whatever the contract, it did not reach the pharmacist. So that is an important thing that for you guys, for our government, when negotiate, is that this money does reach the pharmacists, and they are all burnt out. They're not, getting the support. They're having a hard time as well. So just wanted to give you that idea, and this is many pharmacists. I've met with two in my riding, and the same story. And I know my colleagues have had the same. So we need to look after pharmacists, or we're going to be losing them as well. All right, my next question is, I think I'm ready to start on I'm just going to call her Elizabeth, who sent me, and this is about the $10,000, the thank you incentive that you just announced only 3 weeks ago. And I showed the minister this morning that Elizabeth sent us this, that the closing date she was given in writing as the March 27, which was Monday. So they had very little time to get to register. But I mean, she gave me 3 pages, and I'm going to just take some of her and read some of the stuff that she gave me. I have reached out to HR 4 times and various government agencies to clarify if I will be receiving thank you bonus. I needed to know whether to apply for the retention bonus this year or next year. No one has reached back out to me except my MLA's office, and I have been emailing and calling for over a week. As you will see in the image below, the deadline for the NSHAA posting for the return to service retention bonus was March 27, not the 31st. And I have it in writing, and I already forwarded it to the minister. She also says, I lost my seniority when I was an external applicant. I accepted a temporary position with the NSHA November of 2020. 14 years of full-time RN experience within the Nova Scotia Health Service is now 2.5 years of seniority on paper within NSHA. So she's just not qualifying because she took a temporary for 2 years. And then she says, for the past year, she took a maternity leave and now she's not eligible, but the person who's on maternity is eligible for this thank you. There's many things that for this thank you bonus, why are all frontline nurses not being recognized and honored for their service during the pandemic? Why does permanent versus temporary versus casual matters? Is one nurse sacrifice and effort not equivalent to the other? So she really wants to know, do I qualify? And tomorrow is the deadline. I don't understand how you expected nurses who have complicated issues like this, who nobody's replying to them, and you give them less than 3 weeks to get an answer, to register. They're already disqualified before they even started. What was the reason for the short timeline that you gave them? The announcement was made when? The day before we started, so the 20th. And you gave them, what, 10 days to register, to qualify for this?
Order.
I'd like to have a reason.
Order. Don't mean to interrupt or be rude to the member, but I've been pretty lenient on the use of you. And I just respectfully request that the questions go through the chair, please, and thank you. It makes it a little less one-on-one battle. So if you're finished your question, I can recognize the minister, or I can let you finish up. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Clayton Park West.
I apologize, and I should know that, so I apologize, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, if I just have a letter, and I already spoke to the minister about this, so she's familiar, and we've sent it to her assistant this morning, and we needed an answer by the afternoon, and we received a very vague answer from the assistant, and I can find that for you in 2 seconds. But the deadline is unreasonable. What is going to happen to so many nurses who qualify or who should qualify, and you've given them 10 days to register?
Order.
Can you give us a reason, please? Through the chair.
Through the chair, please.
Give us a reason.
Thank you. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So certainly we're moving as quickly as possible to fill the vacancies that we have, and we know the timelines are short. We understand, though, that it's resulted in 200 people already returning to the system. That's a very complicated story. So I think if the person's in a term position, they, based on their FTE equivalent, I don't know if it's full-time, term, like temporary or part-time temporary, then that person does probably qualify for it. I think when you talk about moving, I'm not sure if she's moved collective bargaining units. There's a lot of questions in there. So, and there is a team of individuals who are responding. They've had over 2,000 emails and they're working through that. And so she will be responded to. I appreciate it's stressful, but if she's in a term position, I do believe that she would qualify, but I certainly can double check. But, you know, the effect that we wanted was to have people come back into the system. And so, you know, we're pleased with the response that we've had. And you know, we're not trying to exclude people. We want people to have that bonus and come back to the system. So again, there's probably more to say. I think it's a very complicated case and we can speak about it. I have the posting, but I don't have all of that information you just shared.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West and would like to ask the member to table that entire document that was referenced in the earlier question.
With pleasure. I'll be more than, Mr. Chair, I would be more than happy to give that letter. Exactly, there's many questions, so I won't go through them all. But what is important is this timeline. If our intention is to get as many nurses, why did we limit it to 10 days and forcing them? And she's called and she's asked for help. There is no one who's replying to her. So why wouldn't we extend it so we can get more nurses to sign up, to come back, and to benefit? Her question is, if a nurse qualifies for a thank you bonus, they have been told they can sign a 2-year retention bonus by March 31st and receive an additional $10,000. However, if a nurse does not qualify for the thank you bonus, they can apply for a return of service retention bonus if they're willing to accept a temporary or temporary position or permanent position. So it is complicated. What you're offering is so complicated. Information hasn't reached them. She said, I didn't even know about this. I heard, you know, there was no announcement, you know, for the nurses. What did she say? I heard about it from, Anyway, it's all here, but this was not given proper time, especially for complicated cases, for them to reach you, and nobody was replying to them. So there are many nurses who should have qualified are going to be denied because of the deadline. Is this fair? I'm just going to leave that, and I'm more than happy to table what I have here. It has my scribbles on it, but it's just all her information. The other question that I would like to ask on behalf of a colleague of mine, when will the palliative care unit at Fisherman's Hospital in Lunenburg will be open? It was ready for opening the fall of 2021, yet it's still closed.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank the member for the question. So we are working with Fisherman's. Nova Scotia Health is working with Fisherman's. The vacancy, the nursing vacancy rate is the issue around supporting that clinic predominantly, although we do also need support around palliative care. So I know that the teams are actively looking to recruit the staff required for that organization.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Sorry, but it was ready in 2021. No staff. So that is the answer. There is no staff to staff it. All right, and I think I'm done for now. I'm going to move it to my colleague here to have his questions, and I may have a couple after if he leaves me any time. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. I know it's been a long week and a half, so my questions are going to be really, I hope, simple and basic. So, being from Cape Breton, you know where I'm headed first. I would be remiss if I didn't mention my colleague from Sydney, Member 2. Can't say his name, but I'll say his constituency. There's been significant investment made in the healthcare system of Cape Breton over the last number of years, and your government is to be congratulated on continuing with those previous investments and then adding on some new investments. And a lot of those investments will help residents of Cape Breton long into the future, but something that would help right now is the PET scan. And you know, it's we have a foundation that has been raising millions of dollars for this PET scan, and we'd just like to get an update as to where we stand with the province's portion. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, I hope the member from Sydney, member 2, is glued to the television. I expected that he would ask me. So I will let you and the folks know that, you know, we did commit to doing a feasibility study, which has been completed. But there were some complexities that were identified through that feasibility study as we expected. So there is some more to learn and understand around the operations of what a PET scanner could look like. There are issues around construction, maintenance, staffing, and then there's a reagent that's required as part of the PET scanning process, how that production would work. So this review has identified areas that need a bit more deeper dive to understand what the sustainability could be and what's required. So that's where the project is right now. And so, you know, I know it's taking a long time, but the worst thing would be to have it and not be able to use it. So we want to make sure that we understand what is required and we're moving forward, you know, with that second and deeper dive review on the PET scanner.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
I'd like to thank the minister for that answer. That's great news that we are digging deeper into this file, because it is very important to the people of Cape Breton who have to travel long distances to receive those diagnostic tests. Just wanted to check in and ask the minister, can you kind of give a bit of a timeline as to when you think the feasibility might be finished?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I don't actually. I can check to see if there is a finite timeline, but I do know that it's been identified and it is underway. And I just, if you wouldn't, I just want to talk a little bit too about an investment that we made around your point around the travel, and to say that we are adding a fixed wing air ambulance, not EHS, like an emergency, but actually fixed wing ambulance for Cape Breton, for Yarmouth and Sydney, so that when people have to travel, to your point, that we would have an opportunity to have 4 people sitting in the fixed wing aircraft and 2 people on stretchers, and that puts a minimum of 5 ambulances per day back on the road. So I just also want to talk about that, because really I appreciate that. From Sydney to Cape Breton, Glace Bay to Halifax is a pretty long drive, and so we are looking at ways to be more efficient, one for time but also for comfort for patients, because it is a long drive, either in a car or an ambulance. So just to highlight that there is another support that's coming for other things that people have to travel to Halifax for.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Great, and that's great with the fixed wing piece. So that will, I know, from my own experience, when my mom was in, she was slated to take life flight to Halifax, but because a more emergent case came along, she was bumped, and so I absolutely understand. That's great, so we can get more access to that. I'm going to switch gears a little bit over to the north side. Just wondering if we could get a little update on, and I drive by there a lot, and there's lots of activity on the site. Just wondering if we can get an update as to whether we're on time and on budget with north side redevelopment. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. I thank the member for the question. Another much anticipated question. So certainly my understanding is that Northside General is on track. You know, it would have ambulatory specialty clinics, mental health and addictions, community support and wellness teams, short stay beds. So I think that project the scope has stayed the same, and it is on target.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. It's the redevelopment on the north side is a real exciting thing for the community, so glad to see that activity taking place. Just want to ask another quick question around psychiatry in Cape Breton. We know we've had some losses with psychiatrists, and wondering if we can get an update on how recruiting is going. He's not, yeah, I can't say that. Yeah, just wondering if we can get an update on where we stand with recruiting for psychiatrists in Cape Breton. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you to the member. What I will do is check with my colleague, the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health. I know that they've had some luck recruiting clinical assistants in the Cape Breton area, but I think I'd prefer to get the exact numbers from him, and I'll share those with you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One other question. It's not in my riding, but it's a neighboring riding, and it affects the ER at the Cape Breton Regional just because there's more activity. So just a question around the Bedeck ER and if there are plans to reopen it to a full ER in the near future.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I'm smiling because this is the way Cape Breton works, so I could almost anticipate every question. So I do want to assure the member that we do continue to look at the hospital in Bedeck. It is currently functioning as an urgent treatment centre, and I know that, you know, discussions are ongoing with the clinicians there about the restoration. So I would say, you know, it continues to be on our priority list. We continue to have those discussions, and we're hopeful that there will be a restoration of services there, but I don't have a timeline. And being from there, I provide regular updates when I get home to Cape Breton. So, you know, it is still on the radar, and I know that they're all working very hard to find a solution in order to get emergency services there.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. That's good news as well. So I don't have any further questions. I'm going to pass it back to my colleague.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I just have one short question, and then I'll pass it on to my the independent colleague. Just quickly, you started this with my colleague earlier on, describing the difference between urgent care and walk-in clinic, or a family walk-in clinic. And I'm trying to envision it for the Bears Lake. We're getting a walk-in clinic, and I'm asking for urgent care. What is the staffing difference of both options?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So the member's correct. Currently within the scope, it is a primary care facility. There will be a primary care clinic there. But there will also, that clinic will also have the fortune of being embedded with diagnostic imaging and blood collection services, et cetera. So, you know, at this time, there is no attempt to expand the scope of the practice. We would have a collaborative practice, so I anticipate that you will see physicians, nurse practitioners, and a variety of other allied healthcare professionals working in that practice. So for now, the scope will stay the same. We're staffing to and moving towards that model. Potentially there might be some evolution over time, but we'll start there and then look at the utilization and see. It very well could meet the needs that we have, and they may be able to do some of the things that an urgent treatment center would do. So I think, we're open to it. We're going to stay within the scope, make sure we get it open and get it moving, not change anything just yet, and we'll see how the utilization goes and what the opportunities are in the future.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
I thank the minister for that. I'm still trying to understand what is the scope of what is urgent care, how define urgent care and define so I can differentiate from that walk-in clinic. The services, if you called it urgent care, what would be the difference? Why are we calling one a collaborative family practice and now we're calling it urgent care? What is the exact difference if I called it urgent care?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you. There will be a lot of crossover between primary care clinics, a collaborative care clinic, especially the one that's embedded with, diagnostic imaging and lab, et cetera, right? But there are some differences. So an urgent treatment center, you could present with some abdominal pain as an example, and maybe have that investigated. Fractures could be casted there, sutures, things like that. So there would be some subtle differences around it. So that's what I would say, and unexpected things. So primary care would be, we can go for unexpected things in primary care as well. But there are things around urgent treatment that you do need to be. The equipment is a bit different, and the model might be a little bit different. So, it would not be usual to get stitches in your physician's office. It would not be usual to have your fracture casted in your physician's office. It would not be usual for you to have an ultrasound in your physician's office. So there is a lot of overlap in terms of ear infections and urinary tract infections and things like that, but there are also some differences as well. So again, it's unexpected. Injuries or illnesses in urgent treatment that would require kind of a different intervention, while there will also be primary care things that are seen there. Primary care, it's harder to see urgent treatment in a primary care setting, but you can see primary care in an urgent treatment setting, if that helps at all.
I recognize the member for Clayton Park West.
I'll leave this. Maybe you can provide me tomorrow or in the next day. Yeah, tomorrow is the last day for care. It's just, if you're moving this collaborative care that you have offered at Bayers Lake into urgent care, what is the exact things that we need and how much would that cost? Please. I'm not going to stop asking for urgent care. Thank you. Thank you, and I'll pass it on to my colleague.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I was just going to ask a few questions about recruitment. I'm not sure if the minister would have that information or not, specifically for the community of Pugwash. So Dr. McFarlane retired a couple of years ago. He's still in the community and he's keeping an eye on the new hospital build. He's there. I think he takes a tour every day and takes a look. And I'm wondering if the minister has any information that I'd be able to share with the community on possible recruitment. So right now, Dr. Peter Blakey would be the only full-time family physician working in the community, although I believe Dr. Semenov is helping out there some as well. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I'll get back to the member about that. I don't have that right in front of me. Certainly, if there are physician vacancies, recruitment would be active within the zone. There are 2 recruiters that in that zone that share the recruitment position. One is in the Amherst area and one is in Truro area. So we'll have to get a line of sight on how things are going there.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I'm going to ask the same question, but for the town of Amherst. So Dr. Brian Ferguson retired, I've lost track of time, but I'm going to say it's about 3 years ago. And Dr. Brittany McDougall did come and was able to take over certain number of his patients, but not all. So there is a large number of Dr. Ferguson's patients that are still on the 811 list. And then since Dr. Ferguson retired his family practice, we have had Dr. Hydorn retire, family physician, due to illness. Dr. Rubio Reyes recently, who had a very large practice, and he did not work in the emergency department, so he was in his office 5 days a week, and I believe had around 2,000 patients. And Dr. Helena Biankowski retired as of December the 31st. So all family physicians, and the 811 list has gotten quite large in the Amherst area. And I'm wondering if the minister would be able to provide any information that we could share with the community on potential recruitment efforts for the town of Amherst.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So certainly the recruitment efforts are continuing. There's been several site visits, but there are no offers currently out to physicians. But again, there is interest, you know, and there have had some success in the zone overall. 4 family physicians have come to the zone recently. So I think, you know, ongoing efforts, and we'll continue to work in community. I know that a couple of community organizations got money as well in Cumberland in order to support recruitment efforts, working with the municipalities and the recruitment committees.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Oops. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Continuing on the same topic with regards to recruitment efforts, one of our obstetricians, Dr. Helen Sandland, she gave notice about 14 months ago that she was going to be retiring, and she's been she was a solo gynecologist obstetrician in Cumberland for several years, where she literally was on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're very thankful to her service to our community. She's retiring in May. I'm wondering if I should add that a second obstetrician gynecologist did join the team. I believe she has a 0.7 position, I believe, Dr. Heather Sullivan. So we've had 2 for the last couple of years, and I'm wondering if the minister would have any update for the community on replacement efforts for Dr. Helen Sandland, our obstetrician gynecologist.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's active recruitment happening for that position now.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. I know it is a worry for the community. It's a worry for Dr. Sandlin, knowing that as of right now that there's not a replacement for her, and of course that will impact obstetric care in our area. So I'm assuming there's no update there based on the response that you'd be able to give the community. What about psychiatry recruitment? We've been looking to add psychiatrists to Cumberland Mental Health Team for a number of years. I'm wondering if there's any update on recruitment efforts for psychiatrists for the community.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So similar to another colleague across the floor, I would have to check with the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health and see what the plans are. He would have line of sight on that, not, without shifting it, he would have line of sight on that.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I did have an opportunity to ask the Minister for Mental Health that yesterday, I believe. So he wasn't aware of any ongoing recruitment efforts there. But hopefully, I think he was going to look into that as well. So, yeah. I want to just add a comment around the lack of family physicians. I know that it's not unique to Cumberland for people to be without a family physician, but certainly our demographics are such that we have a lot of people that are in the older category and are not comfortable using virtual care. They're quite nervous about it. My constituency assistant and team do their best to make sure people are aware of the virtual care option, as well as there is a local team set up to see people that we would consider orphan patients, and we're very grateful for that service. So people can call that number, it's based out of Spring Hill, and get an appointment with a primary care provider. So we are grateful for that. But I did want to let the minister know we have a lot of people without a computer at home. Some don't have internet, so it makes virtual care options difficult. And I'm not sure if it's the same in other communities around the province, but I would assume that may be similar in other lower economic regions in the province. I wanted to ask the minister if she was aware what's been happening with our surgical department. So we've unfortunately lost a lot of our surgical nurses due to a change that was made with changing the arrangement of the acute care beds. So the surgical floor was changed completely to house long-term care patients that are awaiting long-term care, and the surgical beds were moved to be part of the medical floor. So it's now a med-surg unit, and the surgeons were not consulted. So the surgeons were not part of any conversations before these changes took place. And I was listening to the member from King South today in question period speak about what happened there with the chapel. It's very similar what happened at Cumberland Regional with the surgical unit. There wasn't any consultation with the surgeons. And we have a fairly large surgical team. So we have ophthalmology, rather, that does cataract surgery and other eye surgeries. We have 3 excellent general surgeons. We have 2 ENT surgeons, really the best in Atlantic Canada. And of course, we have our obstetricians and gynecologists. So we have a large surgical team. And they're pretty discouraged right now that they weren't consulted, and part of the decision to, in their words, Minister, take away their surgical unit. And I was contacted by a lot of the surgical nurses that made a decision to leave our hospital because they didn't want to work on a med-surg unit. Many of them were trained specifically for surgery and wanted to stay on the surgical floor. So they just chose to leave altogether. So it's really hurt our surgical service. Also, our surgeons, at least in general surgery, we're told instead of doing 3 major cases a week, they can only do 1. So the number of surgeries that are happening have actually decreased. So I'm wondering if the minister might be able to comment on that. Thank you.
Order. This hour of liberal questioning has elapsed. We shall move on to the NDP caucus. I did not get that memo. I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The independent member will start this hour off. Thank you.
I appreciate the information. I shall recognize the minister when she's ready. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. Certainly had an opportunity to also speak with those surgeons briefly with the MLA from Cumberland South, talking about the surgical program. So there's a couple of things. They did talk about their concerns. It was my understanding at that time that they would prefer to have a surgical unit, and we talked about the ability to stabilize nursing services in that facility, but their surgeries were not being cancelled as a result of the changes. So their surgeries not impacted directly, is my understanding. There may be some disruptions at times, but it's not overall disrupting the amount of surgeries that are done. So we do know that it is, ideally they want to go back to a designated surgical floor, and so the efforts that we have around recruitment and retention of nurses, particularly internationally educated nurses, will be very important. And we did speak to them at that time. Dr. Aaron Smith was with us, and we did talk to them about some of the things that could possibly extend. So if surgical services or if the nursing was stabilized, what would be the opportunity, as an example, to consider an RN First Assist to support the surgeons there. And so I know that Dr. Aaron Smith was following up with the surgeons about possibilities, and I don't have an update about that, but certainly Dr. Aaron Smith had a good rapport and is working with those physicians as well as the VP of Operations.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, and thank you for meeting with them. One of the surgeons did tell me he went to the public meeting that was held in Spring Hill and did shared his concerns at that public meeting. As you know, the morale is pretty low across the entire province right now, but it is definitely low in the surgical department with the changes. And as I mentioned, the fact that there was no consultation with them. They said they found out about the changes in a letter. So very similar to the situation from the member from Kings South. So certainly knowing the importance of surgeries and the importance of our physicians and our surgical team, I would ask, I guess, that the minister consider, I guess, talking to the team at Nova Scotia Health to try and improve communication and encourage that before major changes are made that would affect an entire surgical team, that there would have been conversations. And I know in the past, whenever I've studied change management, consultation is a big piece of effective change management, is that consultation piece before changes are made. So I want to make sure that the minister knows that, and on behalf of the surgeons and the entire surgical team at Cumberland Regional, they're just doing an incredible job. And I did have a conversation with Bethany, the VP of operations, about this. She did share with me that there was no change in the number of surgeries. However, the surgeons are telling me something different. Minister, the surgeons are telling me that instead of doing 3 major cases a week, they're told they can only do 1. So I'm not sure if there's where their discrepancy lies, but certainly there seems to be a discrepancy in the information. So I just wanted to make sure that the minister was aware of that. The other thing I wanted to bring up, also to do with Cumberland Regional, Of course, I had put forth the 16-point action plan, and 4 of those action items have been completed. So we're grateful for that and hope that the minister and your team are looking at the other 12 options. But a couple of other things that I haven't had an opportunity to share with the minister yet that the staff are looking for at the hospital, and one is a daycare. So I did have a conversation with the Department of Education about that, and the staff at Cumberland Regional are asking that when the expansion and renovation is done, if the minister and the team would consider, as part of the design plan, to put a daycare in the hospital. They believe, the staff believe, that'll help with retention and recruitment, and I agree that that probably would make a difference.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I thank the member. I think that, you know, we've heard from a number of folks across the community conversations that there are a number of work-life balance possibilities that would support individuals, daycare being one of them. We heard that in a number of different ridings across the province. What I would do is encourage the staff to work through the management team in order to express their thoughts. And I also know that something very novel that's happening in the area is stay interviews. So the senior leadership team in Northern Zone have been doing a lot of work with staff around stay interviews and identifying things that would support them in staying and why do they stay, and in a way to have appreciating that there are always retention issues around money, but also what are some of the things that could be offered in the zone that would help and support people staying. So there is work ongoing for retention, and I would encourage the staff to work through the leadership in the facility in order to bring that to the forefront.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. And we have done that. So they asked me to meet, and then we've shared that information with the zone leadership as well. Another thing that has come forward, and this has also been shared with the zone leadership as well as your department, but I want to just bring it up again, and that is cancer care. So our community is our regional hospital, rather, is the only regional hospital that has not been administering systemic, I guess, chemotherapy. And I know there's some changes in the works, and I'm wondering if for the positive, I'm wondering if the minister might be able to give us an update on that. I know that there is some recruitment efforts to find a family physician that would be interested in oncology for our regional hospital, so that's promising. And what the community is looking for, and this has all been shared in letter, is to have cancer care at our regional hospital so that people don't have to travel to receive chemotherapy. And included in that would be a virtual option, so that if someone had an appointment with their specialist in Halifax or Moncton, that there would be an option to have a virtual appointment that maybe could be held in the cancer center at the hospital. As well as the third piece of it would be early screening and prevention. So looking to have consistent well woman clinics, consistent screening clinics for melanoma, and other education measures to help prevent cancer as well as early screening. So I'm wondering if the minister would be able to comment on that. Thank you, Minister.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. Thank the member. I'm just going to go back to a question that the member asked a little earlier, just to reassure the member that things are going well. In fact, the last 4 months in a row, Cumberland has done more surgeries than the equivalent months in 2019-2020. So just to reassure you that the surgical program is well in hand there, and kudos to the staff for working so diligently to make sure that those surgeries happen. So in regards to cancer care, so there's been a number of investments recently, and the first one that I'll just mention to you is around the Oncology Transformation Project. So this is certainly the folks that we were able to share this announcement with were so pleased. It is oncology-specific information system which provides it's a single access point for referral, scheduling, and triage of patients, and it also allows real-time communication with and between all cancer care programs and specialty sites. So it's actually something that the patients themselves can use, especially around symptom management at home and just staying connected with cancer treatment. So to your point, there's some virtual work that can happen there to support them. And it is going to be compatible with One Patient, One Record, and it will streamline care coordination, reduce wait times, improve patient safety, and provide better outcomes, which is the work of that Oncology Transformation Project. And it will put Nova Scotia at the forefront of cancer information technology. So that will certainly be a benefit to folks in your area. And also, we are looking at some community-based oncology clinics that it would be expanded throughout the province, and lung cancer screening actually will is also included in the budget. So we are starting the first phase of the program is planned for Central Zone, and it starts in May 2023, and the First Nation community in Sepeganegati by fall of 2023. And then the program will expand over the rest of the province and be completed by 25-26. So we are looking at also recruiting for a vacancy for the chemo program up there. And I will also say that we are investing in a program that we saw when we had the opportunity to travel to Denmark in a test and try environment, and it's called Chemo to Go. So appreciating that chemo right now is not available there. It is an option that may be something that people will benefit from. And so there has been some investments in terms of the cancer care program in the province.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. Going back, it's great to have the comment about the surgeries. Of course, looking at numbers of surgeries, I won't ask for this, but when you're looking at the breakdown, whether it's cataract surgeries or a major case. So what I was referring to was more the major cases. So your bowel cases, your large gynecological cases. Those are the surgeries that what they've communicated to me, Minister, is that they were told they were not allowed to book 3 a week, but only one major case. So the smaller cases, like tubes in the ears by the ENT, those type of surgeries, I think are going on as normal. It would be more the major cases where people need a hospital bed. Anyway, I think what it highlights is that I would say there's a need for maybe some communication and consultation with Nova Scotia Health, with our surgical team, and because it seems like what I'm being told may not be what they're communicating. So. Minister, I was wondering about, is acute psychiatry services under your purview, or it's only, so acute beds would be still under the minister for, okay, all right. I wasn't sure about that. Minister, one last question, and I, like many of the other MLAs that I've heard speak today, are continuing to still get emails from nurses who are not happy that they're not eligible for the retention bonus, which I'm really happy to see the retention bonus put in place. I think I had spoken in November about some of the good work that New Brunswick were doing around retention and recruitment, so I was happy to see that. But can the minister just share with me again who I should be directing people to get answers? Some people have said they've emailed the retention email that was given, but they're getting back an email that says, due to large volume, that it won't be responded to. So what should we be communicating to those nurses that contact us that would like to talk to somebody about their unique cases? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I think the other alternative would be, you know, we're 8 days in or whatever it is now from that. I think, you know, if those folks wanted to reach out to their manager directly, they would have a, you know, we're a little bit further into it now than we were in the early days. So I would encourage those folks to reach out to their manager to get clarification.
I recognize the member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. I'll turn the time over to the NDP caucus. Thank you.
I recognize the member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Minister. Back. I wanted to ask some questions around endometriosis care in the province. So, you know, certainly I have a couple of constituents who have really have a long struggle, a lot of pain, a lot of ill health, and you know, have constantly brought my awareness up in terms of limited access, wait times, that sort of thing. So I know that endometriosis was mentioned in the budget. I wonder if you can tell me specifically what's happening this year to improve care in the province.
Before I recognize the minister, just another very gentle, very respectful reminder to try and use the minister or the member and not use you when asking questions or responding to questions. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So there is a $2.4 million investment in the IWK gynecological and urogynecological services. And so that money will be used towards faster access to the clinic. They do have a chronic pelvic pain clinic there, and initially the group was enrolling folks in cohorts of I think every 12 weeks, a certain number of patients every 12 weeks, but they've now moved the model to 2 patients per week, which will allow more access to that clinic. In terms of the gynecology work that's happening, they're looking at increased operational hours, so looking at the addition of after-hours clinics, bolstering of urgent care services, which include implementation of process changes to improve access for urgent gynecological patients, expansion of endometriosis and chronic pelvic pain clinic, so for patients assessed by physicians but have not responded to routine management or pain control strategies, there's more opportunities for them, and also the expansion of the Maritime Centre for Pelvic Floor Health Clinic. So that's how the money will be utilized.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you. And I understand that, in fact, there's only one expert at the IWK in pelvic pain and endometriosis. And so I'm wondering if this funding or elsewhere in the budget there is an intent to increase the number of specialists in the region or to increase FTEs in other roles to support this work.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So this is maybe not as specific as you'd like, but I will tell you what the utilization will be in terms of folks coming into the team. So in terms of clinical staff, we do see with that $2.4 million investment, an additional physician, to actually 2.2, just over 2 FTE physicians, a clinical resource nurse educator, 3.5 FTEs for nurse practitioners, and some other staffing to support on the team so that the clinic would be expanded. So it is a significant investment in that clinic to support expansion of services. And I would also say, you know, in terms of the expertise, this will also give opportunity for outlying for a regional obs-gynes as well, I think, to be able to get some advice, and the virtual hallway that we're using as well, I think, will also help for more rural access for this clinic.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Thank you very much, and I look forward, I hope that my constituent was watching your answer, and if not, I'll make sure to share those details with her. So, you know, as we work through the surgical backlog and there's a commitment to catch up, prior to the pandemic, of course, people were often given estimates in terms of their surgical wait times, and then that was sort of officially ended. I'm wondering if you could describe, if the minister could describe the practice now. So is there going to be a full return to sort of estimating for folks when their surgeries, whatever they may be, will happen? And how is that communicated to people?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So certainly the announcement that we made yesterday will be a significant step forward for that. So I think currently people call their surgeon that are waiting for surgery, and they have a line of sight based on their utilization, et cetera. But the implementation and the announcement that we had yesterday will track a couple of things. Number one, time from referral to consult, which we really don't have a good line of sight on because not all consults result in surgery. And also then we will be able to look at the surgical wait times for each physician and have a better line of sight, which is why it's so necessary. It's a very antiquated system, and it's not coordinated across the province in a way that it could be with the Z-referral and centralized booking process. So looking forward to the fruits of that investment and really supporting us moving the surgical wait list forward and having a really better line of sight on each physician's wait time, and then case-specific, right, or condition-specific line of sight, and it will help us reach benchmark.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
And with regards to the revised process that was announced, how long will it take to have that online, or is it ready to go? All right, so it's ready to go, it's online. And so when will we first be able to look forward in the information and understand, when surgical benchmarks might be met in, surgical wait time benchmarks might be met in certain areas?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So that work will be ongoing. Some of that we can do now. So as an example, Nova Scotia's tracking to meet the national benchmark of a wait no longer than 112 days for cataract surgeries by fall. right? And so it depends on, because we have an opportunity to do up to, more surgeries. And then, so each of those wait lists is being, monitored, so we don't have to wait for that. We'll be looking at how we do that and how we increase capacity. So the investments in the surgery, in surgical services. So as an example, designated beds at Dartmouth General Hospital, looking at the hybrid surgical suite as an example. So trying to expand the infrastructure we have, as well as some of the contracts that we have for those outpatient surgeries. And as an example, year to date, we've completed 1,098 hip and knee outpatient arthroplasty surgeries, and that same number year to date was 72 in 2019-20. So the teams are really gaining momentum in terms of their ability to complete surgery. So it is encouraging. It will take some time, there's no question, but there are some early, and our surgical growth rate ratio for the third quarter is below 1, which is target, which tells us that we're taking more people off the list than are being added. So there are some really good and encouraging signs that surgical wait list is being addressed.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Certainly sounds like good news, and I can't help but say that it would be great to have gender affirming care there on the list and be tracking. Is gender affirming care or specific aspects of gender affirming care on the list? And I guess I'm wondering also, when we have services that we just don't provide, surgical services we don't provide in Nova Scotia, we're not necessarily trying to provide them, so that we're always relying on sending people out of province. Do we also watch the national surgical wait time benchmarks for those situations?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So I thank the member for the question. So I will check. I don't know all of the surgical benchmarks. I don't know what all of them are. So I'll have to check and see if that's there. But I will say, I mentioned earlier, the time to consult, right? That's one thing. So I just want to talk about, that there has been work done in terms of the referral process to reduce that first waiting period of time to consult. And so I'll get the information about from consult to surgery, but certainly trying to shorten that length of time as well with the work that's happening in the department around the assessment process. So we're hoping that will also, obviously, from start time to completion, then that will make a big difference in the wait times overall.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And so, not always connected to surgical wait times, but obviously we only have specialist vacancies that can affect what can be done and how fast it can be done in the province. So it's my understanding that, that we only list the current specialist vacancies, not necessarily by type of specialists on the Nova Scotia Health website. And so I guess I'm just wondering, are there, and I think that's done for privacy reasons. So I'm wondering, still safeguarding privacy, if the minister is able to talk about specific areas, specialists that have been particularly difficult to recruit to Nova Scotia, and areas where it's been easier.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I would tell the member opposite that psychiatry is one of the more difficult specialties to recruit. Anesthesiology is another one that we, there's a limited supply of physicians, and we're actually looking at piloting in Yarmouth family medicine anesthesiology to support, and emergency room physicians as well. So those would be three that stand out. I know there's others that pertain, and the more subspecialists you get, of course, the fewer the vacancies as a result of that subspecialty, right? But those would be the three that I would say off the top of my head are the most difficult.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And I guess based on that, I have two follow-up questions that might be more than 4.5 minutes, but I'll ask them anyways. I guess I'm wondering if you can reflect, or if the minister can reflect on kind of what makes the recruitment difficult in those 3 areas, and if there's anything specifically about our context in Nova Scotia that makes the recruitment difficult. And also, as you're looking to, as the minister and the government are looking to create the CBU medical school, you know, I previously asked questions about the fact that all the discussion's been about 30 family docs every year once the med school is rolling, but that not everybody who goes to medical school wants to be a family doctor. And so would there be consideration, you know, to allowing special folks to specialize in fact, similar support? So if I understand there's going to be some kind of return for service for family doctors, could that be extended to folks who start their training at CBU, do their residency elsewhere for their specialty, and then return to the province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
I forgot your question twice, but I remembered it 3 times, so it's good. So in terms of those 3 specialties, they are hard to find everywhere. And I had the opportunity to meet a physician the other day who was an anesthetist from out of province. I said, "Oh, you're like a unicorn. Like there's not many folks around," and he laughed and he agreed. And certainly the challenges that we experience here, he's experiencing at West in rural parts of the West. So it is a bit of a, you know, global shortage. We are looking again, we have to look at the equivalencies, and hopefully that work that's happened around the U.S. trained physicians will open pathways for us to bring folks home who've trained in other places. The first 4 years of medicine are essentially the same, so that's where we're starting. And I think, you know, as we, you know, get to the place, I think those residency seats and potential return to service are always going to be open, but our priority right now is family medicine because, one, we know that we have so many gaps, and there's gaps across the country in terms of primary care and the number of retirements that we anticipate. So we'll start with family medicine, and, you know, again, as they work through that, the expertise at Dalhousie and certainly under the leadership of David Dingwall and Kevin Orrell, as well as working with us, there'll be more to say about how that second campus evolves.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
And in terms of specialist recruitment, so perhaps in the 3 areas that that we've been discussing there, the hardest to recruit, is compensation a challenge for Nova Scotia to match compensation offered in other jurisdictions?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So certainly we're in negotiations now, but my understanding is that we are competitive in terms of those positions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
I can go back to see if there's some questions.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I think I will conclude my question.
I don't think you can do that.
I can't do it. Okay, I'm going to stand here for like a minute and come up with 31 seconds and come up with another question.
Yeah, you can just keep talking.
Well, I mean, I think if we're being, you know, if we're competitive and if we're moving forward in surgeries, I don't see why we're dragging our feet in terms of gender affirming care. So, you know, I'm not sure that, you know, we need to increase our capacity here, but we need to increase the access to gender affirming care in Nova Scotia.
Order, please. The time allotted for consideration of supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report its business to the House. We will also take a very short recess.
Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Yeah, you have to
No?
do the...
Oh, sorry. Order. The Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and has made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call government bills for second reading?
Government bills for second reading.
Would you please call Bill number 279, the Financial Measures 2023 Act?
Bill 279, Financial Measures Act 2023 Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
I move that Bill 279, the Financial Measures Act, be now read a second time. The Financial Measures Act introduces a range of amendments that better reflect today's practices and remove unnecessary burdens on our citizens, businesses, and our economy. This bill amends 4 pieces of legislation and repeals 1, and I will take a moment to outline those changes for all members. The authority to charge tax on bets made on harness races will be transferred from the Theatres and Amusements Act to the Revenue Act, through which the authority for other taxes exists. This aligns with our work to consolidate gaming activities within the Department of Finance and Treasury Board. This change is to the authority only and does not alter the practice of collecting and keeping the tax. The Corporations Registration Act will be amended to eliminate penalty fees on the reinstatement of revoked companies with the Registry of Joint Stock Companies. The current fee is double the annual renewal fee and represents a barrier for businesses to re-register. Most provinces have no penalty fees for late filings, so this change will bring Nova Scotia in line with other jurisdictions and save businesses $350,000 each year. Over 80% of companies currently renew on time, but we've heard this fee is a barrier to small companies re-registering, and we hope that it will allow more companies to keep the registration up to date. The Credit Union Act will be amended to transfer regulatory oversight of Atlantic Central from the province to the Credit Union Deposit Insurance Corporation. This change in oversight is necessary because the Office of Superintendent of Financial Institutions is no longer choosing to monitor credit unions at the federal level. The Nova Scotia Credit Union Deposit Insurance Corporation guarantees deposits in credit unions and administers a supervisory framework to protect member deposits and maintain the safety and soundness of Nova Scotia's credit union system. We've determined that the Credit Union Deposit Insurance Corporation is best positioned to efficiently and effectively regulate Atlantic Central. The parties involved have been consulted, and this amendment will extend Credit Union Deposit Insurance Corporation's mandate to take on this strengthened supervisory role. The Non-Resident Deed Transfer and Property Taxes Act will be amended to formally remove the non-resident property tax from legislation. We are also making administrative changes to ensure only those who do not intend to live in Nova Scotia pay the deed transfer tax. Previously, the deed transfer tax is in place if more than 50% of the property is owned by a non-resident. As of July 1st, the tax will be prorated for the percentage of non-resident ownership. The Revenue Act will be amended to enable harmonization of excise tax on vaping products. Provinces and territories have asked to harmonize with the federal government's tax on vaping, similar to what is done for cannabis. It's a simpler, more efficient way to collect taxes, and if an agreement is reached, Nova Scotia will be able to implement a harmonized vaping tax through this legislation. Lastly, the Financial Measures Act will eventually repeal outdated legislation after formalizing the transfer of ownership of Schooner Bluenose Foundation assets to the Lunenburg Marine Museum Society. This society has operated the ship since 2005, and they will take ownership of the former foundation's assets, which include the Bluenose 2 headquarters in Lunenburg and a small remaining account balance. I am pleased to bring forward a bill to reduce fees for businesses, remove unnecessary and outdated paperwork, and modernize legislation. These are largely administrative changes, but these measures can have financial implications for our province.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, mixed speaker, and I'm pleased to get up and give a few remarks about the FMA bill that's on the floor this evening. A couple of things that I would like to point out is with regards to this budget that comes through the FMA. As we're all aware, the government has talked about empowering people. They've talked about this being a healthcare budget, $6+ billion in healthcare funds. Again, we're not seeing the metrics to improve those healthcare numbers. So we're looking to see the correlation between the spend and the metrics. But what I'd like to talk about is what this the FMA does not do. So the minister indicates that by cutting the penalty fees for businesses to register in the joint stock, it's going to save about $350,000 per year for businesses. And he indicates that what it will do is it will bring Nova Scotia in line with other jurisdictions across Canada. And mixed speaker, that's a very important line that the minister said, to bring Nova Scotia in line with other jurisdictions across Canada. What this FMA did not do was bring Nova Scotia in line with other jurisdictions in Canada with regards to income tax bracket creep. Every jurisdiction in Canada, besides ourselves and PEI, index their income tax brackets to inflation. We know that we're currently the highest taxed citizens in all of Atlantic Canada. According to the Fraser Institute report, we're number 2 in all of North America. So this was a real opportunity to bring us in line with other jurisdictions in Canada. Another lost opportunity to bring Nova Scotia in line with other jurisdictions in Canada was an opportunity to cut the motor fuel tax. Many jurisdictions in Canada have done this in times of need. Again, we hear this minister said that, the federal said this, blah, 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 but we know it can be done. It's a provincial tax. We know that this could have been used to give Nova Scotians a break financially. And wouldn't it be wonderful if we could stand here this evening and say, the FMA has saved X number of dollars for Nova Scotia families. We can't do that this evening, mixed speaker. What we can say that this FMA has done for Nova Scotia families is place the burden, a burden of debt upon them for generations to come. A growth of $5.6 billion over the remaining term of this government, an increase of debt servicing costs approaching $1 billion per year by the end of the mandate. These are things that this FMA is doing for our families and our citizens and taxpayers of Nova Scotia. Mixed Speaker, I would have loved to have seen some additional relief, some broader-based relief, such as reducing the motor fuel tax, some broader-based relief for Nova Scotia families and young families. We heard the finance minister say that increasing or tying the income tax brackets to inflation only helps the wealthy. Something along those terms. We'll go back and Google it. We'll Google Hansard and see what it was. It helps the rich. I think is what, or the highest taxpayers. We'll get, you said something to that effect, that we will, I will get it and table it. Mr. Speaker, I will get it and table it. I don't think I'm wrong. I don't think I'm wrong, but if I am, I'll come back and say so. Mr. Speaker, the disrespect coming from some members of the other side is absolutely juvenile and ridiculous. I heard the term, I heard what was said, and I'm going to leave it at that because it's fine. Mr. Speaker, indexing income tax brackets do not help the rich and wealthy. Nova Scotia, the first bracket is at $29,000. It's the lowest in Atlantic Canada. It's the lowest in probably Canada. I'd have to double check that. So indexing those income tax brackets would certainly help all Nova Scotians. Mr. Speaker, I've said enough for tonight because right now I'm a little bit wound up. I've said enough for tonight, but I will look forward to coming back speak to FMA in third reading. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll rise tonight to say a few words on the Financial Measures Act. As we all know, this is the act that enables the budget. Haven't had the opportunity to comment on the budget yet, and so I will say a few words tonight on how we feel about the budget. Well, the budget is more, faster, except for when it's less, slower. There's a lot of funding for a number of healthcare initiatives, but I have yet to hear an articulated plan for what comes on the other side of those, other than fixed. And that is really concerning because we've eliminated all of our oversight mechanisms. So we don't have a board for the Nova Scotia Health Authority. A great deal of decision-making is done in secret. We certainly don't have order-making powers for the Information and Privacy Commissioner. That was a platform promise from the Progressive Conservatives. And we don't have any oversight of the money that flows through the legislature, as has been pointed out by the Auditor General. And so someday, I suspect, the government will stand up and say, we've fixed it. And we'll all have to argue over whether or not that's true. And that's a shame. We measure this budget by its impact on people's lives. And by that measure, I don't know what is going to happen faster. People won't get access to primary care faster. In fact, we're looking at something like 10,000 more residents of HRM who will be without a family physician in the coming weeks and months. People won't immediately anyway get their surgeries faster. And you know, what is the sought after result? Well, we're told that you will have access to some kind of care. So if you have strep throat, you'll get antibiotics from a pharmacy. If you live near one of those clinics, that's good. If you have a minor ailment and you can have access to a computer and the time to wait, maybe the money to pay. If you don't have the time to wait, you'll get access to virtual care. Maybe they'll help you. But you won't get access to collaborative care. You won't actually get access to healthcare you can count on. You won't, if you're sick or if your kids are sick or if you're really concerned, have an office where you can call up and they know your name and they have your file and they can give you an appointment and they can follow your care. If you're diagnosed with cancer You won't have in this budget necessarily a physician or a physician's office that will follow you, that will order your tests, that will make sure to follow your condition. And that, from our perspective, is truly a missed opportunity. We were talking about the budget, and someone said, and we were talking about the additional $1 billion+ in revenue that this government is the beneficiary of. And we were reminded of the Bare Naked Ladies song, If I Had $1 Million. Only this is If I Had $1 billion. And so we started playing the If I Had $1 billion game. What would you do if you had $1 billion extra in revenue as a provincial government? And that brings me to the parts of the budget that are slower, because there are so many things that this government is not acting on, is waiting to act on, that $1 billion, there are so many ways that $1 billion could make a difference in people's lives. If I had control over a government that had an unexpected $1 billion in revenue in a province with skyrocketing home prices, less than 1% rental vacancy, I would spend a lot of it on affordable housing. I'd build housing. I'd leverage the money for truly affordable housing, almost none of which we have seen from this government. And I will say on the record that 80% of market rates just isn't affordable. It's affordable for some people, but if we're going to define the term affordable, that has to be geared to income. And incomes have not risen at anywhere near the pace of the cost of housing. And so 80% of market rate, which is what, when the government talks about affordable housing they've created is affordable, doesn't count in our estimation. I'd set up an enforcement branch for residential tenancies. That's going to be complicated. That takes time. That takes staff. We've got $1 billion. Let's get to it. So there's something that I would do. I would establish a reliable system of rent control so that we can actually make sure that people have a place to live. We've been told, we haven't had the opportunity to ask the minister yet about this, but that, you know, the Department of Community Services has leased a 204-room hotel in my constituency. We're assuming that will be a shelter. That's not what I'd spend the money on. I'd spend the money on affordable housing. Yeah. I'd actually start a housing first approach and make sure that people have a permanent place to live, something on the other side of a shelter. I'd freeze pharmacare fees. I'd make sure that people don't have to choose between medicine and food. When this government announced their budget, they went out of their way to say that they were not raising pharmacare fees. And I almost couldn't believe it. Like that is supposed to be something that anyone could be proud of. Yes, that's right. Why would you even say that? I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. At least this government should be putting a temporary pause on family and seniors pharmacare. Feed Nova Scotia tells us, and I've tabled this document before, I can do it in the future, that people are choosing between food and medicine every day in this province. And the government has a very simple tool that they could enact to stop so many people from having to make that choice. But they're going slower on that one. I would enact the Coastal Protection Act. Woo! The IPCC has told us that we have no time to wait. All we hear is empty talking points about the liberal carbon tax from this government. I don't even know what to say about it. Yes, there have been some good things. The move towards efficiency has been good. The investment in heat pumps has been good. You know, we applaud that work, make no mistake, but we have no time to waste. I have 3 children, and the world that they become adults in will look fundamentally different than the world that we live in today. Fundamentally different, and that is terrifying to me, and it should be terrifying to all of us, and it should be so terrifying that this government should stop their stupid conversations about liberal carbon taxes and start talking about how they're going to be productive on the environmental file. I'm sorry I used the word stupid, Mixed Chair. I meant empty. In light of what we heard today, but also as we have been advocating for years, we would use $1 billion to substantially increase funding to organizations working on the front lines of gender-based violence and community safety. We would strengthen and transform our approach to community safety. It's an idea whose time has come. We all know it. It's heavy lifting. It's a lot of work. It takes money, and this government has an extra $1 billion. These areas, Mixed Speaker, housing, income assistance, cost of living, action on climate change, transforming our approach to safety and to gender-based violence, are all areas where this government is going very slowly. And I will close by pointing out that these are all healthcare.
Yes.
Housing is healthcare.
We'd probably raise the rate.
We're going to talk about ESIA rates in a second. But since the member mentioned it, ESIA rates are frozen in this budget. A freeze of ESIA rates in the context of CPI is a cut. It is a cut to the income of the most vulnerable people in this province. Housing is healthcare. Food security is healthcare. Stable income is healthcare. Safety, the ability to live and not be in fear, is safety. Protecting our province from the ravages of climate change is healthcare. I look forward to the government investing in it. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member from Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. I just thought I would rise to just make one observation and one comment that I think is noteworthy with respect to the budget that this government has brought in. And I think our colleague from Dartmouth North has made some very important points about Dartmouth South. My apologies. Leader of the NDP has made some compelling arguments of the gaps in funding and the choices that she would make contrary to what the government would make. And I think it's fair to say, without repeating many or all of the points that she has raised, that we're in agreement here. And I think we are from the Liberal caucus, so shocked and disappointed of the ignoring of income assistance. I think that is the real travesty in this budget. But I'm not going to dwell too much on the long list of things that have been ignored. But I think there's an important point of the choices that this government made. And I think if you had $1 million, one of the things, unexpected, $1.4 million of unexpected income, you would think that you could balance the budget. Billion, thank you. You think that you could balance the budgets. There are conservatives in this province that are concerned about fiscal management. There are bond rating agencies that are watching the provincial budgets. I've reviewed the budgets of all of the provinces. About half of them are balanced, many of them receiving the same unexpected revenue from the bounce back in the Canadian economy. About half of them have balanced their budgets. The other half have all shown their citizens a path back to balance. Where Nova Scotia stands alone is they seem committed to deficits. They want to grow deficits, and this was a purposeful, very conscientious deficit that this government wanted to run. The March Madness spending of the last 2 weeks, if you really wanted to spend that money, some of that money could have gone out on April 1. Instead, the money and contribution agreements, as I learned last night, are being written right now to get that money out the door so that this government could proudly say, we ran a deficit. We are such strong fiscal managers that when we get a surprise of $1.5 billion, we're going to celebrate that we can run a deficit. Wow, that's strong fiscal management. So I think what Nova Scotians should be concerned about is how we stand as the one province that has no concept of fiscal discipline. Let's be very clear, it was a choice of this government to go into deficit. And unfortunately, the government feels that they can do that because they ran on spending whatever it takes to fix health care. But they didn't need to run a deficit to do exactly what they want to do. So Nova Scotians, particularly conservative, fiscal-minded Nova Scotians, really have to question the choices that this government is making around fiscal management. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax, Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to add to the thoughtful and thorough analyses of the budget that have been offered this evening by our leader and days ago by our party's finance critic. I would like to just add to those a few additional comments about this budget in the context of this second reading of the Financial Measures Act. The budget that's before us, Mr. Speaker, is defined not by its health care program, as had been anticipated and expected by the government would be the case. It is defined rather by its shocking refusal in the midst of 40-year high price inflation to provide 1 cent's worth of improvement to income assistance levels in the province, either in the form of absolute dollars or in the form of indexing to inflation. This is both bankrupt at the level of policy and in this present moment in Canada, anachronistic when we look and see the bold and interesting initiatives in the improvement of income assistance programming that are taking place today across our country, many of them in conservative-led provinces like Manitoba and Ontario and here in the Maritimes in New Brunswick. And so, since last Thursday, with the presentation of the budget, under attack about this terrible absence, under attack from a host of angles since last Thursday across the province, the government has in the last week taken to offering a defense of their position on this. And it's that defense that I would like to say a few words about. It's a defense that does not inspire, if I may say so, very much confidence in their understanding of these issues. The government's defense of their failure to improve income assistance in this budget, which we have heard repeatedly, is that they are rather taking what they call a targeted approach. Mr. Speaker, this is a distortion of the meaning of the word targeted. The plain meaning of the word targeted in public policy is
that which is not universal. So, for example, a couple of years ago, the federal government, I think we can recall, changed the way the Canada Child Benefit works. They changed it from a universal program to a targeted program. The argument was made that wealthy people didn't need to receive the Canada Child Benefit, so the resources of the program would be targeted more at those whose need was greater. So, there are lots of arguments to be made about this targeted versus universal programs. Lots of positions that can be put forward in that debate. And in that debate, on the whole, we in the NDP, for lots of reasons that we don't need to go into now, we tend to favor the universal over the targeted approach. But my point at this moment is that the Canada Child Benefit case is an example of what targeting actually is in social policy, which is not what the government is doing by choosing to not improve income assistance 1 cent in the current budget. I want to say this with maximum clarity. Income assistance is a targeted program. In fact, in many ways, income assistance is the ultimate targeted program. It is targeted at the core of its definition at those whose need is greatest, those who otherwise are going to be left without the means of living. So to say that one is not improving income assistance because one is targeting is nonsensical. Are there rich people in Nova Scotia receiving income assistance today? No. Of course not. Because the income assistance program is already a program that is entirely targeted to start with. So when the government says they're not improving income assistance because they are rather taking a targeted approach, this is a confusion. This is not a sign of deep understanding. This is an obfuscation. Targeting baloney, Mr. Speaker. What they are simply doing is deciding to spend the money on something else, which is not targeting, but rather making a choice, in this case, a mean and hard choice that's going to cause a lot of hardship to a lot of people. And furthermore, when the government speaks about their so-called targeting relative to the budget's changes to the Nova Scotia Child Benefit, which they have done on numerous occasions, I want to point out that the effect of this is less to target and rather to exclude the 70% of people receiving income assistance who are single and who have no dependents and who are therefore going to be untouched by changes in the Nova Scotia Child Benefit, as was so very clearly argued and pointed out in Matt Stickland's instructive article in the Coast a few days ago under the title, "The Premier and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Budget," which I will table. Targeted. So it's a word that is, in these moments, causing some reflection. I received an email a couple days ago from a constituent. His name is Brian Dauphiny. He's given me permission to quote him this evening, and I am going to table the text of what he wrote. Mr. Dauphiny is going through the process of being reno-evicted at this moment and facing having to leave his apartment building along with all the other tenants by the end of August. And he wrote about the details of his income and his expenses and how hard this all is. And then he wrote something that jumped off the screen at me. He said that he'd heard the word targeting a lot to do with the current budget. And he wrote, I quote, "Targeting is the right word. The government has targeted me and others with modest incomes for cruel and unusual punishment," unquote. Mr. Speaker, I was myself surprised by the current budget. I thought the government would be aware of the best thinking on this subject and would move to improve income assistance, or at least to index it to inflation. It is hurtful and shocking that they did not. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If I am to recognize the ministers to close second reading on Bill 279.
Thank you. The way I'm feeling this evening, Mr. Speaker, I think I will move now to close debate on Bill 279.
The motion is for, just 1 second. motion is for second reading of Bill 279, an act respecting certain financial measures. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? The bill is carried. Ordered.
Bill 279, an act respecting certain financial measures.
Ordered that the bill be referred to the Committee on Law Amendments. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you please call private and local bills for second reading?
Private and local bills for second reading.
Would you please call Bill number 274, Catholic Cemetery Company Act?
Bill number 274, Catholic Cemetery Company Act. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Addictions and Mental Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Bill 274 a second time. Bill 274 will modernize the rules in which the Resurrection Cemetery in beautiful Sydney Forks must follow. No major changes have occurred to the legislation governing the cemetery since its incorporation in 1964. These amendments to this act will allow the Catholic Cemetery Company to have a higher quality board and enhance the privacy of its members. Examples of how these changes strengthen the board include allowing newly elected board members to attend training as set out in their bylaws, increase term limits for 5 of the elected directors to more than 1 year of service, and separate the role of treasurer secretary into 2 new positions. The act enhances the language protection, the privacy, and the individuals of owning lots in the cemetery. Thank you.
If I am to recognize the Minister, again, it is to close second reading on Bill 274.
Thank you. I rise to close second reading on Bill 274.
The motion is for second reading of Bill 274. Would all those in favor please say aye? Aye. Opposed? The motion is carried.
Bill 274, an act to continue the corporation known as the Catholic Cemetery Company.
Ordered that this bill be referred to the Committee on Private and Local Bills. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that you now leave the chair and that the House resolve itself into a committee of the whole House on bills.
We will take a brief recess. Thank you. Order. The Committee of the Whole House shall come to order. I recognize the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 269, the Construction Projects Labor Relations Act, an act to amend respecting green hydrogen production facilities.
Bill 269, an act to amend Chapter 18 of the Acts of 2016, the Construction Projects Labor Relations Act, respecting green hydrogen production facilities. Is anybody speaking? Clause 1? Carry. Oh, so I am going to say Clause 1, and then I'll ask you to carry. So we're going to. Okay. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Order. The Committee of the Whole House will come to order. We will continue deliberation of Bill 269. Is there any debate on Clause 1? Oh, sorry, pardon me. I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Bill 269 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on March 28th without amendments and contains 2 clauses.
Okay. This is third time the charm. No. Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining Clause 2 carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Mixed Chair, would you please call Bill number 264, the Electricity Act, an act to amend?
Bill 264, an act to amend Chapter 25 of the Acts of 2004, the Electricity Act. I recognize the clerk.
Mixed Chair, Bill 264 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on March 28th without amendments and contains 6 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clauses carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. Order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mixed Chair. Would you please call Bill number 263, the Public Utilities Act?
Bill 263, an act to amend Chapter 380 of the Revised Statute 1989, the Public Utilities Act. I recognize the clerk.
Bill 263 was referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on March 28th without amendments and contains 2 clauses.
Is there debate on Clause 1? I recognize the Honourable Member from Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. I just want to say that we are going to be introducing a couple of amendments. You know, the spirit of this bill is good and important, but you know, we want to make sure that it's as strong as it can be so that we can actually make sure that Nova Scotia Power and the utility is, being held to very high performance standards. And so we're going to be introducing a couple of amendments to that effect.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
I sure do want to move my amendments. So I will direct the members' attention to NDP change sheet 1. Yeah, the clerks are going, okay, maybe, mixed chair, can we take just a brief
Yep. We'll wait
pause
for
until everyone
the
has the
change
amendment?
sheets to be out. Yeah.
Okay.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Yeah. Thank you, Mixed Chair. Okay, so I'll direct the members' attention to CWHB NDP change sheet 1. And I'll move the following amendments. So, sorry, I just need some clarification from the clerk. Do I move them all at the same time, or we're going to go through each one? Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, so the first one is this. Page 1. Add the following clause before clause 1. 1, subsection 52A1 of Chapter 380 of the Revised Statutes 1989, the Public Utilities Act, is repealed and the following subsection substituted. 1, the Governor and Council shall make regulations regarding all aspects of performance, including regulations that prescribe performance standards, requirements, and minimums for Nova Scotia Power Incorporated for each category referred to in subsection 3, and renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Mixed Chair, essentially this bill was created, or the amendments to the Public Utilities Act was created to set a new cumulative limit to administrative penalties that may be levied against Nova Scotia Power Incorporated in a calendar year. And it provides that administrative penalties levied against Nova Scotia Power may be credited to customers as prescribed by the regulations or as determined by the Nova Scotia Utility and Review Board, and allows the Governor and Council to make regulations creating a fund managed by Nova Scotia Power that holds penalty funds to be paid out to customers. Now, make sure this is all good. This is all good stuff here. But what we've seen is that or I guess precedents or history will show us that Nova Scotia Power often or at times has not met its performance standards, and there are fines either not levied against it, or if they are, they're small amounts and then they're not collected. So we're just trying to strengthen this bill to actually make it, the wording suggests that, that in fact the government must look at certain performance-based regulations, and the government must levy the fines and must collect the fines. So with that, those short, scattered explanation of this First Amendment, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thanks. I just wanted to add to the comments of my colleague, having worked on this, and to say that, we hear in every, like every decade, some aspiring political party accuses the other aspiring political party of being in bed with Nova Scotia Power. Like, this has been going on for decades. Like, you guys are the ones who love Nova Scotia Power. No, you guys are the ones who love Nova Scotia Power. And, we can argue about whether or not that's true, or who's beholden to whom. But I think what this tries to do is, right now, as my colleague said, we believe this bill is done in good faith. It's a good idea. They need stronger penalties. But the minister may prescribe the ways in which, the criteria by which these fines can be levied. And we just want to say the minister has to put that in regulation. So it's not saying what they are, it's just saying we need a list of things that Nova Scotia Power needs to be accountable for. As many in the chamber will know, we have pushed the idea of performance-based regulation. This isn't it, but it points to it. So we've pushed for the idea of a sustainability advocate. Different things that would, affordability, to look at affordability, to be penalized if you're not meeting affordability standards. This is something the government has talked about a lot, protecting ratepayers. So it's a simple change, but I think it's one that would be probably expeditious for the government to make, because it would enshrine the content of, I think, what a lot of the conversation has been on that side of the House around holding Nova Scotia Power accountable for future governments. Just to say, governments have to have a list of things by which, for which the utility will be held accountable. So I certainly look forward to the support of my colleagues.
Shall Amendment NDP 1 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Is there debate on Clause 1? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Mixed Chair. I'd draw the member's attention to change sheet 2, NDP 2. And I move the following amendment. Page 1, Clause 1, proposed subsection 52E1, delete and substitute. 1, the Governor and Council shall develop a framework in consultation with the Board to set escalating penalty amounts against Nova Scotia Power Incorporated of no less than $100,000 in accordance with the severity and frequency of infractions for each performance standard in order to promote future compliance with the performance standards, and not for a punitive purpose or effect for redressing a wrong done to society at large. So, Mixed Chair, the fact is that before this bill, until today, or until, when this bill passes, I believe the maximum amount that Nova Scotia can be charged is $1 million. And in fact, we know that the utility is never charged anywhere near that. And so what we're suggesting here is that there are escalating, instead of just moving it up to 25 million, which sounds good, and imagine what we could do with all those fines, we would have escalating amounts so that we are, or so that the utility is required to be charged at amounts of no less than $100,000 for infractions, and then it would go up from there. This could all be set in regulations. But essentially what this is suggesting is that the Governor and Council develops a framework in consultation with the Board so that there is something to work with and work on and work by and collect the fines for. Thank you very much.
Shall Amendment NDP 2 carry? The amendment is defeated. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Shocking, shocking. Mixed chair. I'd like to draw the members' attention to the third amendment, NDP change sheet 3, please. Then move the following amendment. Page 1, clause 1, proposed section 52E. Add, after proposed subsection 5, the following subsection. 6, the board shall enforce penalties for each infraction of the performance standards. And then renumber and adjust cross-references accordingly. It's very clear, mixed chair. We have legislation in place that would charge the utility fines because of lack of performance on certain standards, but they don't get charged and they don't get collected. And so this would suggest that the board must enforce the penalties that are put forward in this legislation so that this legislation actually has teeth.
Shall Amendment NDP 3 carry? No. The amendment is defeated. Shall Clause 1 carry? Carry. Shall the remaining clause carry? Carry. Shall the title carry? Carry. Shall the bill carry? Carry. The bill is carried. Order, there are a number of change sheets for the next bill under consideration, so we're going to have a quick recess to get the change sheets out.
I recognize the Government House Leader.
No. Oh, sorry. Okay. It's okay. Madam Chair, would you please call Bill number 256, Patient Access to Care Act? Sorry.
Bill 256, the Patient Access to Care Act. I recognize the clerk.
Chair, Bill 256 has been referred to the House by the Standing Committee on Law Amendments on March 28th without any amendments and contains 11 clauses.
Is there any debate on Clause 1? Member for Dartmouth South.
North.
North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I will just take a couple of minutes to speak in general terms about this bill. In the, on page, well, the first page of the bill, it says the following. The purpose of this act is to improve patient access to care by further opening the province to out-of-province health professionals, ensuring all health professionals can work to the full extent of their training, and continuing the reduction of administrative burdens in healthcare, including incenting companies to reduce their administrative demands on health professionals. So, Madam Chair and honorable colleagues, this is really important stuff. This is essential. This kind of reducing administrative burdens is essential to is an essential part of the approach to healthcare that we need in Nova Scotia. I don't think anybody would suggest that this is not an important piece of legislation. I think that everybody in the healthcare world, the healthcare system, including the regulatory bodies of the healthcare system, or healthcare professionals, would say that this is important legislation. But there are some serious issues with the legislation. I was privileged to attend Law Amendments Committee the other day and to hear from a number of members of the regulated health professions and other people who spoke to the bill, which I will get to, representative from the labor movement, and almost without, I think almost everyone who spoke spoke in favor of the spirit of the bill, and that they thought that this bill was a really important piece of the healthcare, fixing healthcare puzzle. And we didn't hear, what I'm about to say, we didn't necessarily hear from the people at Law Amendments, but I will say this. When we look at this piece of legislation and that the Governor and Council or Cabinet would be granted the ability to make decisions about how we regulate health professions, and when we know that Cabinet is made up of a number of esteemed citizens of Nova Scotia who may or may not be health professionals, this is a problem. We need to make sure that we have the right people making the right decisions for our health professions. It does also fit in the realm of what we've seen from with this government many times before, which is that Cabinet takes control of decision-making powers. There's no transparency necessarily. There doesn't have to be consultation, even if Cabinet says they're going to consult and they're going to listen. It doesn't say in the bill that they have to do that. And so, you know, we want to believe that's true. But like I've said on other occasions in this House, you know, what happens when this bill falls into the hands of a different government? And if, you know, the folks sitting in this room might be honorable, you know, and have Nova Scotians' best interests at heart, but it doesn't protect Nova Scotians in the way that it needs to. So it is about opening doors. This bill is about welcoming people into our healthcare professionals into the province, but we need to do that in a way that is safe, that enshrines public safety, and we need to do it in a way that that is you know, where health professionals and their regulatory bodies are definitely and wholly consulted and have jurisdiction. And so there's a couple of other things that I would say is that, again, a concerning lack of consultation in terms of when this bill was tabled. It came as a surprise to many people. And that's a big problem. And you know what? I'm tired of hearing that it's cool to pass legislation and consult after, because that does not make any sense at all.
Unless it's coastal protection.
What?
Unless it's coastal
No. It's, coastal protection was also, there was also consultation with, yeah, anyway. So, but the other thing I will say about this bill, Madam Chair, is that this bill does something great, which is eliminates the need for sick notes from employers. And I will be introducing an amendment around that because there's some part of it that doesn't really make sense, but the spirit of that is excellent. As the minister said, reducing or taking away the need for people to bring sick notes from work after when they're sick, I believe the minister said that it will reduce physician hours by 50,000. 50,000 physician hours will be freed up for physicians not having to write out sick notes. This is excellent news, and so yeah, bring it on. Anyway, I will leave it there for now. I have oh yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. My honorable colleague from the Liberal Party and I have joined forces because we realized, because of with the help of the clerk, that we had a number of identical amendments, and so we've come up with a system where we will be moving some and the Liberals will be moving some. Stay tuned. Thank you very much.
Clause 1, shall Clause 1, I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I will restrict probably the remainder of my remarks until third reading if this bill passes through this phase. But I just want to say one thing, which is that the reason that self-regulated professions have regulatory bodies, there is one reason, and that is to protect the public. That is the entire reason that a regulatory body exists, and everything else flows from that. And so I think it's really important to point out, you know, as my colleague said, we support the spirit of the bill. The regulators support the spirit of the bill. We support eliminating sick notes, which we've pushed for a very long time. But this bill was done without consultation with the experts who understand how to protect the public. And protection is not abstract in the case of healthcare. Protection is real. We're talking about protecting the public from getting bad healthcare, and bad healthcare can lead to extraordinarily adverse outcomes. And so I really hope that the government pauses and listens to these amendments, which don't come from any of us, they come through us, from the regulators who understand these professions, who support this bill, who want this bill to go forward, who want to credential more people, who want to improve our system, who sat around the table twice now with the Premier and said, yes, let's figure out how to do this. They are telling you to do it right. They are telling you that this bill does not do it right. And when I'm talking about doing right, I'm talking about protecting the public, protecting public safety. So, as my colleague mentioned, she will introduce a slate of amendments. The Liberal Party will introduce a slate of amendments, all of which have come to us through experts, regulators, lawyers. Make all the jokes you want. They're the ones who understand this stuff. They're the ones best positioned to protect the public. They want to go faster. They want to do all of the things that this government says that they want to do, and they want to do it with you. So do it with them. Take their advice. If you don't want to take it in the form of these amendments, let the bill sit in committee for a few days and come back with your own amendments. We will vote for them if they are the ones that the regulators are suggesting. So with that, I'll take my seat and hope that the government is listening. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Very much, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just add one more concern that I have not heard, and unfortunately I could not be available for law amendments. But I'm a member of a self-regulating profession, and it takes considerable work to gain that license, and as my colleague has said, to protect the public. That is the foundation of a self-regulating profession. The question that I hope has been asked, and I doubt has been asked, is have you talked to the insurers of these self-regulating professions? Because an insurer might look slightly differently at a doctor who obtained a license and a certification and an approval. They might look at it different if it's being directed by cabinet, politicians, as opposed to the professionals in the self-regulating profession. So it is so important for professionals, particularly in medicine. They are sued constantly for medical errors, and things go wrong, and sometimes insurance compensates the errors and protects the doctors for false accusations. But if those doctors are being approved by politicians, I question whether they will get insurance. So I would hope that the government has had a long discussion with the professional liability insurers in this country on whether there will be any problems for our doctors and other health professionals to have the appropriate insurance to practice, to protect the public, to protect those doctors, and to ensure that our system that the public is relying on to be safe is safe, and that there are not only the protections of having qualified people, but there's also the protections of the insurance that backs the work of those professionals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am up again because I forgot a couple of things that I wanted to say, and this is two important points. Number one, at the Law Amendments Committee, the Liberal Party made an attempt to move some amendments, and which is not. What happened was not surprising. The government members voted down those amendments. The amendments came directly from the folks that have presented at Law Amendments Committee. And the members of the government side of the committee were very clear. And I thought, I was feeling really hopeful at that committee, but the members said they wanted to make it clear to the presenters that they were listening and that they would be taking back these amendments. And they hope, I don't think they promised to bring amendments forward, but they alluded to that fact, and they hoped that they would be coming back with with some changes. So then we thought, well, maybe we should just hold on to the bill for a little while, let those changes happen. And the government members assured the other members of the committee that there was no need to do that, that we would come to committee of the whole, and that they were listening to the presenters. The next day, Madam Chair, the Honourable Premier was in the news, having not heard any amendments being brought forward in this House tonight, and told the media there would be no amendments, which is, in my opinion, shameful, Madam Chair. It happened at another time. It happened another time when we were debating the great tome, which is the environmental goals and Sustainability Act. Climate Change Reduction Act, I'm sorry. The minister spoke to the media before the committee of the whole House on Bills, before that happened, and he assured he proclaimed to the media that there would be no amendments, even though while we were in the room, there was a protest outside saying, amend the legislation, amend the legislation. So this government has a track record of not listening to the community that has the most to say about certain pieces of legislation. It is quite shocking that the Premier himself would talk to the media and say there will be no amendments before we had the Committee of the Whole House on Bills. So I forgot to say that in my earlier remarks. Now I will sit down.
Clause 1, shall Clause 1 carry? Carried. Clause 2, shall I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Direct the House's attention to change sheet CWHB Lib 1, which reads as follows. Page 1, Clause 2, A, line 1, add and promote public safety immediately after care. B, line 3, add individual scope of practice and immediately after there. So, Madam Chair, this amendment to the bill, I will note, I was one of the members who was there for some of law amendments on Monday, and as the member for Dartmouth North alluded to, there was, I think, comments from the government side that are not normal necessarily at law amendments that suggested that there was perhaps some change in the works. So that was dashed very quickly thereafter. So it's a strange situation for us, but I think we owe a debt of gratitude to the many, many presenters from a broad spectrum of regulated professions who presented on Monday, and in particular, sort of a consolidated submission, if I may, from the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network that summarized and did a great job laying out in a very systematic way the shortcomings with the bill, which I think the intent of all of us here in terms of making sure we have as many healthcare professionals working here as quickly as possible. We all share that goal. It's just a matter of the mechanics of it. And I think there are some shortfalls that the government could easily remedy here. So the two elements of our amendment here, the first one is just to anchor the bill, as other members have noted, in the principle of public safety, which absolutely has to be the first, foremost consideration when we're dealing with self-regulated health professions, above all else, as the member for Kings South mentioned earlier. And the second clause in the amendment here speaks to an important distinction that myself as a layperson wouldn't have recognized, and that's why it's helpful to have experts come and testify. And that was the distinction, important distinction between scope of practice, competence, and training. So the bill as written speaks about training, and if a professional is trained for a certain procedure, then they will be able to do so. And Dr. Gus Grant, actually, the Registrar and CEO of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, when he presented, gave a very vivid example of why this is a bad construction. He said, I'm trained to deliver babies, but I haven't delivered a baby in 20-some years. So would you trust me to deliver your baby? No. No, of course not. That's no slight on Dr. Grant. That's what he said himself. And so I think that is an example of imprecise language, and in a bill that is as important and significant an issue as health professions and self-regulation, I think we would do well to take the advice of those who are in these professions each and every day and put forward what I think were very common sense amendments. And this one speaks to the submission from the Nova Scotia Regulated Health Professions Network. And I think it is certainly worth the change for this bill, and just taking a pause and making sure that we get it right, because we're all in the same universe of agreement on this, but we just need to make sure that we get the details right, and this is a perfect example of that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Clause, I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth. No.
Thank you very much. Yes, I basically agree with everything my colleague has just said, and was going to actually refer to Dr. Grant's comments as well. So that's great. I'm glad he did that. I did want to just table, an opinion piece from the Chronicle Herald, sort of, in this realm, where it's a cartoon actually from Bruce McKinnon, the amazing Bruce McKinnon. We're so lucky that he is here and offering his art to us. And it's a picture of someone who looks similar to the Premier of the province in a dentist chair, and he's saying, the character is saying, so we loosened regulations to attract more health professionals and provide more opportunities like dentists for yourself. And the health practitioner who's got a very sharp instrument leaning into the patient's mouth says, I'm a proctologist. And this is exactly what we're talking about here, folks. The bill, as drafted, suggests that an expanded scope of practice can include services that are outside the scope of the profession, as long as the practitioner believes that they are competent. So in this case, the fella who's working on the mouth of the Premier believes he can do it, but he's actually a proctologist. So I'm going to table that for the benefit and the joy and the humor of the House. Thank you very much.
Clause 2. Shall Amendment Liberal 1 carry? No. Defeated. Shall Clause 2 carry? Carry. Clause 3. Carry. No. Jumped ahead. Clause 3. Yep. Is there debate? I recognize the member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much. I would call the member's attention to NDP 2, change sheet NDP 2. And I'd like to move the following amendment. Pages 1 and 2, clause 3. A, delete the definitions of authority and practitioner. Excuse me. B, add the following definitions, each in alphabetical order. Excuse me. Individual scope of practice means the services for which a registrant of a regulated health profession is educated, authorized, and competent to perform. Registrant means a person registered as a member of a regulated health profession by a regulator. And regulator means any college, board, committee, registrar, or other person or body responsible for making decisions respecting the registration, licensing, or renewal of registration or licensing of a regulated health profession. Pages 1 to 3, clause 1 to 11, change any references to authority and practitioner to regulator and registrant, respectively, with necessary grammatical changes. So, sorry, pardon me, Madam Speaker. I will just move that amendment, and that will be that.
Clause 3, shall the amendment NDP 2 carry? No. Defeated. Shall excuse me. Shall clause 3 carry? Carry. Shall clause 4 carry? Carry. Is there any debate on clause 5? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would draw the member's attention to NDP change sheet 3 and move the following amendment. Page 2, subclauses 5, 1, and 2. Delete and substitute. 1. In this section, completed application means an application deemed complete by the registrant's regulator. Equivalent license means an authorization issued by an extra-provincial regulator for a person to engage in a scope of practice equivalent to the scope of practice of a registrant. Extra-provincial regulator means any association, college, board, committee, registrar, or other person or body in another province of Canada or a jurisdiction prescribed by the regulations responsible for making decisions respecting the registration, licensing, or renewal of registration or licensing of a person with a scope of practice equivalent to the scope of practice of a regulated health profession. 2, a regulator shall waive any requirement for registration, licensing, or renewal of registration or licensing if A, it is required by law or it is in the public interest, and B, the regulator receives a completed application that provides satisfactory proof that 1, the applicant holds an equivalent license, 2, the applicant is not subject to any outstanding complaints with the extra-provincial regulator, and 3, there are no prohibitions, conditions, agreements, or restrictions on the applicant's license or registration with the extra-provincial regulator, and then adjust cross-references accordingly. So, Madam Chair, that's a lot, but essentially in the bill as it stands right now, the completed application there might be a difference of opinion on what a completed application means. So applicants and regulators may have very different views on when an application is complete, and the legislation does not define a completed application. And so this amendment would essentially give a definition of a completed application. And again, you know, it speaks very much to public safety because it talks about prohibitions, conditions, agreements, restrictions on an applicant's license. It talks about that the applicant is not subject to any outstanding complaints with the extra-provincial regulator. It takes into consideration anything that might have happened outside of the jurisdiction. And so, again, that just goes directly to public safety, patient safety, which is why we are trying to improve this bill.
Clause 5, shall amendment NDP 3 carry? No. Shall Clause 5 carry? Carry. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to announce that the Clause 5 amendment NDP did not carry. It was defeated. Okay, so Clause 5, shall Clause 5 carry? Carry. Clause 5 carried. Is there any debate on Clause 6? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to draw the member's attention to NDP change sheet 4 and move the following amendment. Page 2, clause 6, line 3, add that and the government shall reimburse a regulator for any revenue lost as a result of such fees not being charged immediately after regulations. So simply, Madam Chair, this amendment refers to the language around reimbursement of regulators. The government says they will reimburse, or it will reimburse fees that might be lost due to the changes of regulation or licensure, but it is not explicit in the bill. This makes it explicit in the bill.
Shall amendment... I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to reiterate my colleague's point, we want to ensure that we heard from small regulators that they rely on the fees to perform their duties, to run their regulatory office. Without those fees there, they will not be able to do it. And right now, as the bill stands, without this amendment, there is no guarantee that will happen. And so for that reason, we'll be supporting the amendment.
Shall amendment NDP 4 carry? No. Defeated. Shall clause 6 carry? Carried. Carried. Clause 6 is carried. Is there any debate on Liberal 4? Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for Clause 7, delete and substitute. A registrant practice is an expanded scope of practice area if allowed by the regulations and authorized by the registrar's regulator. And that is the change that we're bringing. But I also wanted to add a couple of comments that I was there at Law Amendments, and I was so impressed by the number of different professions that were there to speak about this. There were the chiropractors, the optometrists, the paramedics, the nurses, the social workers, the physiotherapists, the radiation therapists, dental hygienists, the Dental Board of Nova Scotia, the physicians and the College of Physicians and Surgeons. I was amazed about the number of people and organizations and groups who came to speak about this, because this is important. And the two biggest things that they highlighted was, by increasing the scope of practice, is the competence, the difference between competence and training, and who is best to know who is competent than the regulators themselves or the professionals themselves that know. They also emphasize the word good standing. How can we know who has had malpractice or had other issues, and now they move from one country to come and practice in our country, or from another province to come in our province and hurt more people and cause more trouble? And really, what the biggest thing for me, so we're putting all this pressure on the minister, the poor minister who barely can do this biggest job she has. Now she has to be the regulator for 10 or 12 professions. She must have so much time on her hand that she wants this liability. Sorry, the minister, I apologize for saying she. I cannot imagine putting all this pressure on the department or on the minister to regulate. I can't imagine the liability and how she will sleep the night. So, thank you. It's
order. Shall Amendment Liberal 4 carry? Shall Clause 7 carry? Is there any debate on Clause 8? I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I direct members' attention to CWHB Lib 5, page 2, paragraph 8(1)(a), delete areas of practice that are to be included in an expanded scope of practice for a regulated health profession, and substitute services that are to be included. Page 2, paragraph 8(1)(b), line 1, delete practitioners and substitute regulators to authorized registrants. And page 2, paragraph 8(1)(c), line 3, delete or and substitute and. So I'd like to just speak for a little bit about why these changes we're proposing. I was one of those members who was on law amendments earlier this week. And there is no doubt what we heard time after time from witness after witness was that their concern was the protection, the safety of Nova Scotians. And I know that the government is concerned about that too. But in the rush to have more health care faster, you can't just throw out regulations. The reason we have regulated professions is because there need to be rules around who gets to practice medicine, who gets to be a nurse, who gets to be a dentist, who gets to be a massage therapist. There are reasons for this. So the amendments I'm proposing here make it clear that regulators are clear that they are the ones who grant the permission for health practitioners to practice their role. And the final amendment, deleting or and substituting and, let me be clear, this isn't a multiple choice question. This is not burger toppings. You need all of these things. You need all of these things, including requirements for qualifications, experience, and examination. You can't waive one of those things because you don't know whether or not people are actually qualified. And we need to know, we hear stories about health practitioners who, for one reason or another, get into trouble. What do? They go to another jurisdiction to practice for a year while they're waiting for their suspension to be up. Do you want to be the patient of that practitioner? That's why these rules exist. And that's why we're here making these amendments today. You know, I grew up in Southern Ontario. We had a tragedy where people died because regulations weren't followed. It was called it happened at Walkerton. There was contaminated water. 7 people died. Many dozens of people were sick, small children. They were affected for the rest of their lives because people did not follow the regulations, because regulations had been removed, because it was easier, it was quicker, it was faster. And so I just want the honourable members to stop and think about what this means when you take away assurances that the people who are delivering health care to us, the people who are delivering health care to our most vulnerable, because in the Walkerton situation, it was children and seniors who were the sickest. But remember this, we need to be sure that they are who they are, that they're allowed to practice, and they are in good standing, and that they should be allowed to practice. And without these particular amendments, we don't know that. Thank you.
Shall Amendment Lib 5 carry? No. Defeated. Shall Clause 8 carry? Carried. Shall Clauses 9 through 11 carry? Carried. Carried. Shall Schedule A carry? Carried. Is there debate on Schedule B? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
9 minutes. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to draw the House's attention to NDP Change Sheet 7 and move the following amendments. Page 4, Schedule B, Clause 2, delete the definition of qualified health professional. Page 4, Schedule B, Clause 5, delete and substitute the following. 5.1. An employer may not require a certificate with respect to an employee's absence from work due to the employee's sickness or injury unless the absence continues for more than 5 consecutive working days. 2. A certificate permitted to be required under subsection 1 may be issued by a healthcare practitioner as defined in the Canada Labour Code. 3. An employer shall reimburse an employee for any costs associated with obtaining a certificate permitted to be required under subsection 1. Page 5, Schedule B, paragraphs 10, 1A and B, delete and renumber and re-letter accordingly. So Madam Chair, the part about deleting the subsection 5, deleting 1 and B. So we heard from, at law amendments, we heard from the executive director of the Nova Scotia Federation of Labour, who, number one, expressed that, guess what? They weren't consulted either when this bill was being drafted. And this is something that the labor movement and the broader community has been calling for a long time, an end to sick notes. The minister has said, I'll say it again, that it would free up 50,000 physician hours to not require people to get sick notes when they're sick at work. Or who miss a number of days of work. This is completely makes sense. But in this section, this deleted part, the third thing that I said, page 5, Schedule B, paragraphs 10, 1, A and B, delete. In order to be fully effective, the arbitrary measures in Section 5 should be removed, and that is similar. This would bring the bill to reflect federal standards. As drafted, currently, a sick note could still be required if an employee has 2 one-day absences in a year. And so this feels like a very easy housekeeping amendment to correct this. You know, we have no issue, of course, with the idea of this aspect of the legislation. In fact, we wholly applaud it. But we do think that these amendments should be moved, adopted, to bring the legislation more in line with the federal regulations. Thanks. Standards, I should say.
Shall Amendment NDP 7 carry? No. Defeated. Shall Schedule B carry? Carried. Carried. Shall Schedule C carry? Carried. Carried. Shall the title carry? Carried. Shall the bill carry? Carried. The bill is carried. I'd like to recognize the House Leader.
Madam Chair, I move that you now rise and report these bills.
We are going to take a brief recess. Very brief, very brief. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Bills reports.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Bills has met and considered the following bills. Bills 256, 263, 264, 269 without amendments. And the Chair has been instructed to recommend these bills to the favorable consideration of the House.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes government business for the day. I move that the House do now rise to meet again on Friday, March 31st, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Government business will include third reading of Bill 269, 264, 263, 256, and Committee of the Whole House on Supply to deal with estimates.
The motion is that the House rise to meet again on March 31st between the hours of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. Would those in favor of the motion please indicate aye. Aye. Contrary-minded, nay. The motion is carried. We stand adjourned until 9 a.m. March 31st.